Part 2, Chapter 3 of Through the Desert by Henryk Sienkiewicz, translated by Mary W. Artois. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by David Granville Young. Through the Desert by Henryk Sienkiewicz, translated by Mary W. Artois. Part 2, Chapter 3. During the 3 following days, they continually travelled through the gorge and, as it so happened, always uphill. The days were unusually warm, the nights alternately cold and sultry. The rainy season was approaching. Here and there, milk-white clouds heavy with rain hung low down close to the horizon. Occasionally, strips of rain could be seen, and far off was a rainbow. On the morning of the 3rd day, one of these clouds burst over their heads like a broken cask whose hoops had sprung and deluged them with warm rain. But as good luck would have it, it did not last long, and then the weather was fine once more, and they were able to continue their journey. Now birds appeared in such quantities that Stash could shoot and bring down 5 of them without dismounting, which more than sufficed for one meal, and also enough for Saba. Riding in the brisk air was not at all fatiguing, and a quantity of wild game and plenty of water removed all fear of hunger and thirst. They were getting along so well that Stash was always good-natured, and, while riding by the side of the girl, he talked cheerfully with her, and even joked occasionally. "Nell, do you know," said he, as they halted for a short time under a big breadfruit tree, from which Carly and Maya cut off large, melon-shaped fruits, "it sometimes seems to me as though I were a wandering knight." "And what is a wandering knight?" asked Nell, turning her pretty little face toward him. "A long, long time ago, in the Middle Ages, there were such knights who rode about the country looking for adventures. They fought with giants and dragons, and do you know, each one had his lady, whom he protected and defended." "And am I such a lady?" Stash thought a moment, and then answered, "No, you are too young for that. Those ladies were grown up." And the idea never struck him that perhaps never had wandering knight ever served lady so faithfully as he had his little sister. He took everything that he had done for her as a matter of course. But Nell felt hurt by his words, and, screwing up her mouth into a pout, she said, "You once told me in the desert that I acted like a big girl of 13. Ah!" "Only once, but you are merely 8 years old." "But in 10 years I shall be 18. "Oh, that is a great while off, and then I shall be 24. But at that age a man does not think about any lady, for he has something quite different to think of then. That is very evident." "And what are you going to do?" "By that time I shall be an engineer or a mariner, or, if war were to break out in Poland, I should travel there to fight as my father fought." Then she asked uneasily, "But will you positively return to Port Said?" "For the present we both must return there." "To our little papa," sighed the girl, and immediately her eyes were veiled by sadness and homesickness. As good luck would have it, a swarm of beautiful grey parrots, with pink heads and rose-coloured down under their wings, flew toward them. The children immediately forgot what they had been talking about, and their eyes followed the flight of the birds. The flock of parrots flew over a group of euphorbia and came down upon a neighbouring sycamore, through the branches of which could be heard voices that sounded like a chattering council or a terrible quarrel. "These are the parrots that learn to speak the most readily," said Stash. "As soon as we make a longer halt, I will do my best to try to catch one for you." "Oh, Stash, I thank you," cried Nell joyfully. "I will call him Daisy." Maia and Kali, who meanwhile had been plucking the fruit from a breadfruit tree, now loaded up the horses with them, and the little caravan continued on its way. In the afternoon it clouded over again, and several times there was a short shower that filled all the crevices in the ground with water. Kali prophesied a heavy storm, and it occurred to Stash that in this case the gorge, which had become narrower and narrower, would not be a safe resting place for the night, as it would most likely become the bed of the stream. So he decided to spend the night above the gorge, and Nell was delighted at this, especially when Kali, who had been sent out to reconnoitre, returned, announcing that not far from where they were was a forest of many kinds of trees, in which little monkeys were disporting themselves. But these monkeys were not ugly and vicious as those they had seen before. Therefore, as soon as they struck a place where the walls of the cliff were low and not too steep, they led the horses up, and when it was dark they prepared for night. Nell's tent was put up in a somewhat higher and drier place underneath a large ant-hill, which completely barred the entrance from one side and strengthened the hedge that led toward it. In the vicinity stood an enormous tree with wide-spreading branches and heavy foliage, which would shelter them sufficiently from the rain. In front of the hedge grew scattered groups of trees, and further off was a dense woods filled with underbrush, above which could be seen the tops of strange palms resembling giant fans spread out like the tail of a peacock. Stash learned from Kali that before the beginning of the second rainy season, that is, in autumn, it is dangerous to spend the night under these palms, because the huge fruit ripens, breaks off when least expected, and falls from its great height with such force that it might kill a human being, or even a horse. But at the present time the fruit had not matured. Before the sun went down, little monkeys could be seen in the distance, scrambling and playfully chasing one another in the treetops. Stash and Kali collected a sufficient quantity of wood for the night, and, as occasional heavy waves of hot air blew toward them, they fastened down the hedge with pegs, which the young negro whittled with Geber's sword and drove into the ground. This precaution was very necessary, for the strong wind might break and tear down the thorn branches out of which the hedge was made, and thus make it easy for wild animals to attack them. Soon after the sun went down, the wind stopped suddenly, but on the other hand, the air had become heavy and sultry. In the spaces between the clouds, stars appeared occasionally, but later complete darkness settled down, so that one could hardly see a foot in advance. The little wanderers grouped themselves around the fire and listened to the chatter and screams of the monkeys, which were making a perfect pandemonium. In the neighbouring woods, the howls of the jackals and other strange sounds, through which could be heard the restlessness and the fear of that which, under the veil of darkness in the wilderness, threatens every human being, united to form an appropriate accompaniment. Suddenly the stillness became intense, and in the darkness the growl of a lion was heard. The horses, which were grazing nearby in the short jungle grass, began to approach the light of the fire by hopping with their chained front feet, and even then the hair of Saba, who was usually so courageous, bristled, and he crouched in front of his master with his tail drawn down, obviously seeking protection. The growl sounded again, this time as if coming from the bowels of the earth. It was a deep, heavy, long-drawn sigh, as if the animal had let it out of its powerful lungs with difficulty. The sound rolled on glidingly, close to the ground, sometimes louder, sometimes softer, then becoming a deep, hollow, unearthly sigh. "Carly, put more wood on the fire," cried Stash. The negro threw an armful of branches on the fire with such haste and force that at first nothing but sparks ascended. Then the flame blazed forth. "The lion will not attack us, will he, Stash?" whispered Nell, pulling the boy by the sleeve. "No, he will not attack us. Look how high the hedge is." As he said this, he positively thought that they were in no danger, but still he was worried about the horses, which pressed nearer and nearer the hedge and threatened to tread it down. Meanwhile, the sighing changed into a long drawn-out thundering roar, enough to terrify any human being, for even creatures who know no fear tremble from head to foot, shaking like panes of glass at the report of far-off cannon. Stash threw a hurried glance at Nell, and seeing her quivering mouth and moist eyes, he said, "Don't be frightened, don't cry." She answered under a great strain, "I don't want to cry, but my eyes perspire so. Oh!" The last scream escaped from her lips because at that moment a second roar, far more powerful and much nearer than the first, rang out from the forest. The horses began to push themselves still nearer the hedge, and if the long steel-like prickles of the acacia branches had not hindered them, they would have broken through. Saba growled and trembled like an ivy leaf, and Carly began to repeat in a broken voice, "Sir, two, two, two." As the lions were now responding to each other, they continued to roar, and this awful concert kept up for some time in the darkness, for as soon as one of the animals ceased, the other began. Stash was unable to distinguish from what direction their voices came, for the echoes repeated them over and over in the gorge and reverberated from cliff to cliff, sounded above and beneath, filled the forest and the jungle, saturating the darkness with thunder and with fear. Only one thing seemed to the boy to be quite certain, and that was that the beasts were surely approaching. Carly also noticed that the lions were creeping round the bivouac, approaching in smaller circles, and he also noticed that, being kept from attacking them by the fire, they were expressing their displeasure and fear by emitting these dreadful sounds. He also seemed to think that only the horses were in danger, for he said, as he counted on his fingers, "The lions will kill 1, 2, not all, not all." "Throw wood on the fire," repeated Stash. Again a bigger flame burst forth, and suddenly the roars ceased. But Carly raised his head and began to listen. "What's the matter?" asked Stash. "Rain," answered the negro. Now Stash also pricked up his ears. The branches of the trees served as a roof for the tent, and also for the entire hedge, and therefore not a single drop fell to the ground, but it could be heard pattering on the leaves above them. As there was not a breath of even the sultry air stirring, it was easy to conjecture that it was pouring in the thicket. The sound increased moment by moment, and after a little while the children perceived drops descending from the leaves, drops of rain that looked like large rosy pearls in the firelight. As Carly had prophesied, a terrific storm had come up. The sound of the storm increased until it became a wild roar. Rain fell faster and faster, and at last great streams of water penetrated the thicket. The fire was going out. Carly threw on faggots to no effect. The wet branches only smouldered, the blackened wood beneath crackled, and after a feeble flicker the flames died away. "Though the pelting rain drown the fire, the hedge will still protect us," said Stash to calm Nell. Then he led the little girl within the tent and covered her with a shawl, after which he went out again at once, for he heard a short roar. This time it seemed much nearer, and in it there was a note of triumph. Every second the storm increased. The raindrops pelted the foliage like shot. Had not the fire been protected by the branches, it would have gone out at once, but soon there arose only heavy smoke, through which narrow blue flames shot up here and there. Carly thought that the fire was about out, and so did not throw any more faggots on it. Instead, he quickly swung a rope round the tree, and with its aid soon climbed higher and higher. "What are you doing?" asked Stash. "Carly climbs up the tree." "Why?" he screamed, angry at the boy's selfishness. A vivid flash of lightning shot through the darkness, and Carly's answer was drowned by a clap of thunder which shook the heavens and the wilderness. At the same time a hurricane broke forth that tore the branches off the trees, and in a second swept over the place where the fire had been, and carried away the glowing pieces of wood which remained under the ashes, and flung them, like fiery, sparkling sheafs, into the jungle. The next moment an impenetrable darkness enveloped the camp. The terrible equatorial storm raged in the heavens and on the earth. Claps of thunder and flashes of lightning followed one another in rapid succession. The vivid forks of lightning tore wildly through the sombreness of the black sky. On the nearby cliff a strange-looking blue ball was seen. For a time it rolled along the gorge, then flamed up into dazzling brilliancy, exploding with such a terrible report that it seemed as if the very rocks must be crushed to powder by the shock. Then, as before, perfect silence reigned. Stash was worried on Nell's account, and he groped his way toward the tent, which was still standing, being protected by the ant-hill and the immense tree trunk. Nevertheless, the next gust of wind might be heavier and break the ropes and carry it away heaven knows where. The storm abated at times, then increased, and rivers of rain and masses of broken twigs, branches, and foliage from the neighbouring woods came thundering down. Stash was nearly at his wits' end. He did not know whether he ought to leave Nell in the tent or take her out. In the first case, she might become entangled in the ropes and be carried off with the tent canvas. On the other hand, she stood a chance of getting thoroughly drenched and being carried away in addition, for even Stash, though much stronger than she, was scarcely able to keep his own footing. This desperate situation was at last solved by the whirlwind, which soon carried off the top of the tent, and now the canvas walls offered no further protection. There was nothing to do but to wait in the impenetrable darkness, surrounded by 2 lions, for the storm to abate. Stash thought that perhaps these animals had also sought shelter from the storm in the nearby forest, but he was quite sure that they would return after the rain had ceased, and the awful predicament was made worse by the fact that the hurricane had also demolished the hedge. Everything threatened destruction. Stash's rifle was useless, and he had no scope for his energy. Face to face with the storm, the lightning, the tempest, the rain, the darkness, and the lions, he felt himself defenceless, helpless. The canvas walls, beaten by the hurricane, drenched them on all sides, so Stash threw his arms around Nell and guided her outside the tent. Then they both clung to the tree trunk, and there waited either death or the merciful help of heaven. But now suddenly, between the blasts of wind, came the voice of Carly, which could scarcely be heard above the pattering of the rain. "Ah, ah! Up the tree, up the tree!" and immediately a wet rope let down from above touched the boy's shoulder. "Fasten Bibi to it. Carly will draw her up," cried the negro again. Stash did not hesitate a minute. He rolled Nell up in the canvas so that the rope could not cut her, bound it tightly round her body, lifted her up with outstretched arms, and cried, "Pull!" There happened to be some low branches on the tree, so Nell's journey through the air was not long. Carly soon caught her in his strong arms and deposited her between the tree trunk and an enormous branch, which was roomy enough for 6 more such tiny beings as she. No blast of wind could blow her down from the tree, and although the water ran down the tree in a stream, the trunk, which was more than 10 feet thick, protected her at least from those sheets of water which the tempest drove obliquely toward them. After the negro had brought the little Bibi to this place of safety, he let the rope down for Stash, but he, like a captain who is the last to leave his sinking ship, ordered Maya to climb up before him. Carly's help was unnecessary, for she swung herself up in a minute with skill and agility, as though she were the sister of a chimpanzee. It was a more difficult feat for Stash, but still he was sufficiently trained in gymnastics to overcome the weight of his own body, which was increased by the rifle and the cartridges with which he had hastily filled his pockets. In a short time they were all in the tree. Stash had become so accustomed to think always of Nell first, that he now set about at once to see that she stood in no danger of falling off, ascertaining if she had room enough, and whether she could lie down comfortably. Satisfied in these respects, he began racking his brains as to how he could shelter her from the storm. But there was not much hope that he would be successful in this. To erect a small roof over their heads would have been easy work during the day, but now the darkness surrounding them was so intense that they could not even see each other. If the storm would only abate, they could light a fire to dry Nell's clothes. Stash was in despair, thinking that the child, who was drenched to the skin, would surely have her first attack of fever the following day. He was afraid that it might be cold in the early morning after the storm, as had been the case after the previous nights, though the blasts of wind and the rain during the other storms had been warm. Stash was only surprised at its duration, for he knew that equatorial storms are the fiercer in proportion to their speed in passing. It was a long time before the thunder ceased and the wind calmed down a little, but even then it continued to rain, not so heavily as before, but still the raindrops were so heavy and dense that the foliage offered absolutely no shelter. From beneath them could be heard the roaring of waters, as if the whole jungle were converted into a sea. Stash shuddered, thinking that they would surely be destroyed in the gorge. He also thought of what might have happened to Saba, and this made him very sad, but he did not dare to talk about the dog to Nell. He cherished a fond hope that the clever animal had found a safe refuge between the rocks that overhung the gorge. At any rate, it was impossible for him to help the dog. And so they sat there close to one another, becoming wetter and wetter under the outspread branches and waiting for dawn. After a few hours the air began to cool off, and at last the rain stopped entirely. To all appearances, the water now only flowed over the edge of the promontories down into the lower regions, for no splashing or hollow roaring could be heard. On the previous day, Stash noticed that Carly had attempted to make a fire with wet branches, and the idea suddenly struck him of ordering the negro to descend and try if he could do it again. But just as he turned toward him, something happened which nearly froze the blood in the veins of all four. A terrible, heart-rending cry from the horses, a cry full of pain, surprise, and deadly fear, broke the silence of the night. Through the darkness were heard frightful sounds, then a short gurgling, followed by hollow sighs and groans. and at the very end a piercing, inexpressible sound, and then silence reigned. "The lions! Lions kill horses," whispered Kali. There was something so terrible in this attack by night, in the violence of the elements, and in the sudden killing of the animals, that for a minute Stash's blood nearly froze in his veins, and he never once thought of the rifle. But what good would it do to shoot in such darkness? At best, the nocturnal marauders, frightened by the light and the report of the shots, would leave the dead horses, follow those who had wandered away from the camping place as far as their bound feet would permit, and would then run away. At the thought of what really might have happened had they stayed below, Stash began to shudder. Nell, clinging to him, trembled as if seized by her first attack of fever. However, the tree protected them from being attacked. Doubtless it was Kali who had saved their lives. In spite of all, however, it was a terrible night, by far the most awful of the entire journey. They crouched on the branches like drenched birds, and listened to what was going on below. For a while deep silence reigned. Then, again, there were sounds denoting the tearing of large pieces of meat, the greedy smacking of lips, the gasping breath, and the groans of the monsters. The scent of raw meat and blood penetrated into the top of the tree, for the lions held their feast not further than 20 feet away from the hedge. They feasted so long that Stash lost patience and became angry, and he took up the rifle and shot in the direction from which the noises came. A short, broken-off, angry roar was the only answer. Then once more was heard the cracking of the bones, which the animals of prey crunched between their enormous jaws. In the background, the blue and red eyes of the hyenas and jackals glistened as they awaited their turn. And so the endless hours of the night dragged on. End of Part 2, Chapter 3. Part 2, Chapter 4 of Through the Desert by Henryk Sienkiewicz, translated by Mary W. Artois. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by David Granville Young. Through the Desert by Henryk Sienkiewicz, translated by Mary W. Artois. Part 2, Chapter 4. At last the sun rose and lighted up the jungle, the scattered groves, and the forest. The lions disappeared with the first ray of dawn. Stash made Kali build a fire, and ordered Maya to take Nell's things out of the leather bag in which they were packed, to dry them and change the girl's clothes as quickly as possible. He took the rifle and carefully went over the camp to see what ravages had been made by the storm and the bloodthirsty beasts. Just behind the hedge, only the stakes of which remained, lay the first horse, nearly half devoured. Some 100 feet further, a second, hardly begun, and next to it the third, with its stomach torn open and its head smashed in. They all presented a terrible sight, for in their open, glassy eyes could be seen their terror at approaching death, and their wide-open jaws displayed their strong teeth. The ground was stamped down, and the cavities formed pools of blood. Stash was so enraged that at the moment he almost wished that the dishevelled head of one of the nocturnal robbers, tired out after the feast, would appear behind one of the bushes, so that he might send a bullet through it. But he was obliged to postpone his revenge at present, for he had other things to attend to. The remaining horses had to be caught. The boy supposed that, like Saba, whose carcass was nowhere to be seen, they might have hidden somewhere in the woods. The hope that the faithful fellow-sufferer had not fallen a prey to the wild animals made Stash feel so happy that he took courage once more, and the finding of the donkey naturally increased his joy. It so happened that clever Longears had not even taken the trouble to run far away. He had simply crept into a nook made by the ant-hill and the large tree outside the hedge, and there, with head and sides protected, he had awaited events in readiness at any moment to repulse the attack by vigorously kicking out his hind legs. But the lions had apparently not noticed him, so when the sun rose and the danger was over, he felt the necessity of lying down and taking a good rest after all the tragical events of the night. While circling the camp, Stash at last found the impress of horses' hoofs in the moistened earth. The tracks pointed toward the woods and then turned off toward the gorge. That was fortunate, for it would not be difficult to capture horses in the narrow pass. A little further on in the grass was found a foot chain, which one of the horses had succeeded in breaking off during its flight. This horse must have run away so far that for the present he would have to be considered lost. To offset this, Stash discovered the other two behind a low rock, not in the ravine but on its borders. One of them was rolling on the ground, the other grazing in the fresh green grass. Both looked very tired, as though they had run a long distance. But daylight had driven all fear from their hearts, and they greeted Stash by neighing in a short, friendly way. The horse which was rolling on the ground sprang to his feet, which enabled the boy to see that he also had succeeded in breaking loose from his foot chains, but fortunately he had preferred remaining with his friend to running away aimlessly. Stash left both of them under the cliff, and advanced to the edge of the ravine to make sure whether it were possible to continue the journey. He now saw that the heavy downpour had been so severe that the rain had run off and the ground was nearly dry. And soon his attention was attracted by a greyish-white article which had been caught in the vines overhanging the opposite side of the cliff. This proved to be the roof of the tent, which had been blown off and caught on the bushes. It had taken such a strong hold that the rain could not wash it away. After all, the tent offered a better shelter for Nell than the hut made of branches of trees put together hastily, and Stash was much pleased at finding this article, which he had thought was lost. Now his joy increased when, out of a higher crevice in the cliff hidden by lianas, Saba came running toward him, holding in his teeth an animal whose head and tail hung out of either side of his jaws. The huge dog climbed down in a minute and laid at Stash's feet a striped hyena, with broken back and one foot bitten off. Then he began to wag his tail and to bark cheerfully as if to say, "I must acknowledge that I took to my heels before the lion, but even you crouched like birds on the tree. And besides, you see, I have not passed the night without accomplishing something." And he was so proud of himself that Stash scarcely liked to make him leave the ill-smelling carcass behind, instead of bringing it to Nell. When they both returned, they found a large fire in the bivouac, water boiling in the pots, and the meal being cooked. Nell had put on dry clothing, but she looked so pale and ill that Stash was startled and took her hand to make sure whether or not she was feverish. "Nell, what is the matter?" asked he. "Nothing, Stash. I am only very sleepy." "I believe it, after such a night. Thank goodness, you have cold hands. Oh, what a night that was! Of course you must be sleepy. I am sleepy too. But don't you feel well?" "I have a slight headache." Stash laid his hand on her forehead. The little head was cold like the hands, but that was a sign of unusual exhaustion and weakness, and so the boy sighed and said, You must now have something hot to eat, and then you must lie down and sleep until evening. At least the weather is good today, and not likely to be as it was yesterday." But Nell gazed at him with terror. "We surely are not going to spend the night here?" "Not here, for the mangled horses are lying nearby. We will look for some other tree, or else ride down into the gorge and build a better fence than any in the world. You will sleep as quietly as at Port Said." But she folded her tiny hands, and with tears in her eyes besought him to ride on at once, for she said that in this awful place it would be impossible for her to close her eyes, and she would surely get sick. She begged so earnestly, and as she looked into his eyes repeated over and over again, "Stash, please," that at last he consented to do as she wished. "Then we will attempt to continue our journey through the gorge," said he, "for there it is shady. Only promise to tell me when your strength gives out, or when you feel weak." "It will not come to that. You can bind me to the saddle, and I shall have a good sleep." "No, I shall ride on the same horse with you. Carly and Maya will ride on the others, and the donkey will carry the tent and the luggage." "Good, good." "But as soon as breakfast is over, you must take a little nap. Besides, we cannot start before noon, as there are many things to be done. The horses must be caught, the tent folded, and the baggage repacked. We shall have to leave some things behind, for we have only 2 horses left. It will take a few hours to do all these things, and in the meantime you will have a good sleep and feel stronger. It is going to be a very warm day, but under the tree it will be shady." "And you? And Maya and Carly? I am so ashamed to be the only one to sleep while you all have so much anxiety." "Never mind. After a while we can sleep. Don't be worried on my account. When in Port Said I frequently, during my examinations, passed entire nights without sleep, but of course my father did not know it. My friends took no rest either. But what a man can stand is of course out of the question for a little fly like you. You have no idea how badly you look today, as frail as glass. Your eyes and hair are all that remain, and there is nothing left of your face." Although he said this jokingly, in his heart he was frightened, for in broad daylight Nell really looked ill, and for the first time it occurred to him that the poor child, if she continued to look like this, not only might die, but was sure to die. At this thought his knees trembled, for he suddenly felt that in case of her death he would have no reason to live or to return to Port Said. "For what would there be in life for me?" he continually thought. He turned away for a minute, so that Nell should not see the look of sadness and fear in his eyes, and then he went to the baggage, which was piled up under the tree, took off the cloth which covered the cartridge case, opened it, and began to search for something. It was there, in a little glass phial, that he kept the last quinine powder, and guarded it as the apple of his eye for a dark hour, that is, in case Nell should take the fever. But now it was almost certain that after such a night the first attack would come on, and so he decided to take precautions against it. This he did with a heavy heart, thinking of what might follow, and if he had not felt the impropriety of a man and leader of a caravan weeping, he would surely have dissolved into tears on parting with his last powder. In order to hide his emotion, he assumed a stern look, turned to the girl, and said, "Nell, I want you to take the rest of the quinine before you eat." "And if you get the fever?" she asked. "Then I will shake myself. Take it, I say." She took it without further resistance, for since he had shot the Sudanese, she was a little afraid of him, notwithstanding the attention and kindness he showed her. Then they all sat down to breakfast, and after the toils of the night thoroughly enjoyed a plate of good soup. Nell fell asleep as soon as the meal was finished and slept some hours. Meanwhile Stash, Carly and Mayer prepared the caravan for the journey, brought the top part of the tent from the ravine, saddled the horses, put the pack on the donkey, and hid under the roots of shrubs everything they were unable to take with them. They were almost overcome with sleep while performing these duties, so Stash arranged that they should take turns in having a short nap, fearing that otherwise they might go to sleep during the journey. It was about 2 o'clock when they set out again. Stash held Nell in front of him on the saddle, and Carly rode with Mayer on the second horse. They did not ride straight into the gorge, but kept between its upper side and the forest. The new jungle had grown considerably during this last night of rain, but the ground under the new grass was black and still bore traces of fire. It was easy to surmise that either Smain had passed that way with his men, or that a fire, caused by lightning, had swept over the dried jungle and, having at last struck the wet forest, had wound itself through the rather narrow course between it and the ravine. Therefore Stash tried to see whether traces of Smain's encampment or imprints of his horse's hoofs could be found on this route, and to his great joy he was convinced that nothing of the kind was to be seen. Carly, who understood such things, insisted that the fire must have been driven there by the wind more than 10 days ago. "That proves," said Stash, "that Smain is already heaven knows where with his Mahdists, and that we cannot possibly fall into his hands." He and Nell now began to look at the vegetation with some curiosity, for they had never been in a tropical forest before. They rode along close to the edge so as to be in the shade. The ground was damp and soft, and covered with dark green grass, moss, and ferns. Here and there lay old rotten tree trunks covered with a carpet of beautiful orchids, with cups coloured like variegated butterflies in the centre of their buds. Wherever the sun shone, the earth glittered with other strange tiny orchids, whose 2 petals, rising from a 3rd petal, remind one of the head of a small animal with pointed ears. In many places the forest consisted of the shrubs of wild jasmine, forming garlands of thin, pink-coloured tendrils. The wet paths and crevices were covered with ferns, forming an impenetrable thicket. This underbrush was low in some places, broad in others, and sometimes it grew tall and was encircled by a kind of safflower, which in that case reached to the lowest branches of the tree, giving an effect of fine green lace. In the interior of the woods there were different kinds of trees: date and bread trees, fan palms, sycamores, large varieties of groundsel, acacias, trees with dark, shining, bright, blood-red foliage grew close together, stem to stem, with branches and twigs from which yellow and purple flowers shot forth like torches. In many places the tree trunks were completely hidden, being covered from head to foot with creepers which swayed from one branch to the other, forming the capital letters W and M, and resembling festoons, curtains, or portieres. India rubber lianas nearly smothered the trees with their thousands of tendrils, and turned them into pyramids clothed in white flowers. Small lianas wound themselves round the larger ones, and the jungle was in some places so thickly matted that it almost formed a barrier through which neither human being nor animal could penetrate. Only here and there, in places where elephants, whose strength nothing can withstand, had forced a passage, were there gaps in the thicket, which looked like deep, winding corridors. The song of the birds, which make the European forests so charming, was absolutely lacking. On the other hand, there came from the tops of the trees the most peculiar sounds, resembling at times the sharp scraping of a saw, the hollow beating of pots and pans, the chattering of storks, the squeaking of an old rusty door, the clapping of hands, the mewing of cats, and even the loud and animated conversation of human beings. From time to time a swarm of grey, green or white parrots, or a multitude of coloured pepper-eaters, with their gliding, wave-like motion, swung themselves in the trees. On the snow-white background of the india-rubber vines there sometimes crept like forest spirits little monkeys in mourning, perfectly black, with the exception of their white tails, white stripes on their sides, and strange-looking white whiskers encasing their coal-black faces. The children gazed with admiration and surprise at the forest, which the eyes of a white man had perhaps never seen before. Saba constantly ran under the bushes and barked cheerfully. Little Nell felt strengthened by the quinine, her breakfast, and her sleep. Her little face was fresh and somewhat rosy, and her eyes had a happier expression. Every minute she asked Stash the names of the various trees and birds, and he answered her as best he could. At last she said that she would like to get off the horse and pick quantities of flowers, but the boy smiled and said, "The siafus would eat you up in a minute." "What's that, siafus? Is that something worse than a lion?" "Worse, and still not worse. They are ants that bite fearfully. The branches are covered with them, and they fall like a shower of fire from the trees and alight on one's back. They crawl along the ground too. If you should try to get off your horse and go into the woods, you would soon begin to hop about and scream like a little monkey. One might more easily protect oneself from a lion. Sometimes they come in large swarms, and then everything gives way before them." "But you could surely prevent them doing you any harm." "I? Why, certainly I could." "How?" "With fire or boiling water." "You always know how to defend yourself," she said, thoroughly convinced. Stash felt very much flattered at these words, and so answered in a cheerful voice, "If you only keep well, you can rely on me for the rest." "I have not even a headache now." "Thank heaven, thank heaven." During this conversation they were riding on the border of the forest, which was only divided from the narrow pass by a hedge. The sun was still high in the heavens, and its scorching rays beat down on them, for the weather was fine, and there was not a cloud above the horizon. The horses were sweating profusely, and Nell began to complain of the heat, and so Stash, seeing a suitable place, turned into the gorge, the west side of which was now completely shady. The water still left in the hollows after the storm of the previous day was now fairly cold. Over the heads of the little wanderers there continually flew, from one side of the gorge to the other, pepper-eaters with purple heads, blue breasts, and yellow wings, and the boy began to tell Nell what he had read in books about their habits. "You know," he said, "there are pepper-eaters which, in the brooding season, find a cavity in a tree, and the female then carries the eggs there and sets on them, and the male closes the opening with clay so that only the head of the female is visible, and not until the young ones are hatched does he break the wall of clay with his large beak and give the female her liberty again." "And what does she have to eat all this time?" "The male feeds her. He flies about constantly and brings her various kinds of berries." "And is she allowed to sleep?" asked Nell in a sleepy voice. Stash smiled. "If Mrs. Pepper-Eater is as sleepy as you are, then the male permits her to go to sleep." In the coolness of the gorge, the girl was suddenly overcome by drowsiness, for her nap that morning had been too short, and she needed more sleep. In fact, Stash really had a great mind to follow her example, but could not, because he had to hold fast to her for fear she might fall, and besides he was very uncomfortably seated, riding astride on the broad flat saddle which Hatim and Seki Tamala had made in Fashoda for the little girl. He hardly dared move, and he guided the horse as slowly as possible so as not to wake her up. And she leaned back, laid her small head on his shoulder, and fell sound asleep. But she breathed so quietly and evenly that Stash did not regret having given her the last small quinine powder. On hearing her deep breathing, he felt that for the present the danger of fever was over, and he began to make the following observations. The bed of the gorge leads continually uphill, and just at this particular spot it is rather steep. We have climbed higher and higher, and the ground is much drier than below. We must now search for a high and well-sheltered place near a rapid stream, and settle down there, give the little one a few weeks in which to recover, and perhaps we shall be obliged to wait until the Masika is over. Few girls would have borne up under a 10th part of these trials, and she must take a good rest. After a night such as we have passed through, any other girl would have come right down with the fever. But she, how soundly she sleeps, thank God. These thoughts encouraged him, but though he spoke cheerfully to himself while gazing on Nell's head reposing on his shoulder, he was also surprised at his emotions. It really is strange how fond I am of this little one. I have always been fond of her, but now I care more and more. And as he did not know how to account for this, he reflected as follows. This is probably due to the fact that we have undergone so many dangers together, and also because she happens to be in my care. While meditating thus, he held the child very carefully, with his right hand in her belt, so that she could not fall out of the saddle. They rode on slowly and silently, and Kali whispered in Stash's ear these flattering words. The great man kills Geber, kills lion and buffalo. Ya, ya, the great man will kill many lions, plenty of meat, ya, ya. Kali, asked Stash softly, do the Wahimas hunt lions too? Wahima afraid of lions, but Wahima dig deep trenches, and if a lion falls into them during the night, why, then Wahima laughs. What would you do then? Wahima throw many spears until the lion like a porcupine, then drag him out of the trench and eat him. Lion good. And, as was his custom, he stroked his stomach. This way of killing lions did not appeal strongly to Stash, so he began to question Kali as to what other kind of game was to be found in the land of the Wahima. And so they talked more about antelopes, ostriches, giraffes and rhinoceroses, until they heard the splashing of a waterfall. What's that? Cried Stash. In front of us is a stream and a waterfall too. Kali nodded his head as a sign that it was really so. For a time they rode on, quickening their pace and listening intently to the rushing of the water, which was heard more distinctly every minute. A waterfall, repeated Stash, who was much interested. But they had scarcely passed through one or two bends in the gorge when they suddenly perceived an insurmountable obstacle lying across their path. Nell, who had been lulled to sleep by the regular motion of the horse, awoke at once. Are we stopping to put up here for the night? She asked. No, but look, answered Stash. See, a rock is lying across the gorge. What can we do? It is impossible to creep alongside of the rock, for it is very narrow just here, and so we must turn back a little way and try to climb to the top and go around it. But as there are still 2 hours before nightfall, we have plenty of time, and this will give the horses a chance to get their wind. Do you hear the waterfall?" "I hear it." "That's where we'll halt for the night." He then turned to Kali and ordered him to climb up the side of the narrow pass to see whether the bottom of the gorge was blocked with more obstacles. As for Stash, he began to inspect the rock very carefully, and after a while he exclaimed, "It must have broken off and fallen down here very recently. Do you see where it has broken off, Nell? See how fresh the break is. There is not even moss, or in fact any other kind of plant to be seen on it. I understand now, I understand." And with his hand he pointed to a baobab tree growing on the side of the ravine, its enormous roots hanging down over the side of the cliff where the rock had broken off. "This root has forced its way through a crevice between the wall and the rock, and has grown so long and so thick that it has split the rock off. That seems strange, for stone is harder than wood, but I do know that such things happen in the mountains. A rock like this, which has scarcely any hold, breaks off at the least jar." "But what could have jarred it so?" "That's difficult to say. Perhaps a previous storm, perhaps yesterday's rain." Saba had remained behind the caravan, but now he came running up as if someone were pulling him back by the tail, sniffed, squeezed himself through the small passage between the hedge and the fallen rock, and then immediately began to back out, his hair standing on end. Stash dismounted to see what had frightened the dog. "Stash, don't go," begged Nell. "Perhaps there is a lion there." But the boy, who loved to boast of his wonderful deeds, and who, since the events of the day before, had been greatly enraged against lions, answered, "That's great! A lion by day!" But before he had time to approach the passage, Kali's voice was heard from above the gorge. "Bwana kubwa! Bwana kubwa!" "What's the matter?" cried Stash. In a moment the negro slid down the stalk of a creeper. It could easily be seen from his face that he was the bearer of some great news. "An elephant!" he exclaimed. "An elephant?" "Yes," answered the young negro, gesticulating with his hands. "Over there rushing water, and here cliffs. Elephant cannot get out. The great man kill elephant and Kali eat him. Oh, eat, eat!" This thought made him so happy that he began to jump around, to smack his lips and slap his knees and to laugh like an idiot, at the same time rolling his eyes and showing his white teeth. Stash did not understand at first why Kali said that the elephant could not escape from the gorge, so to make sure of what had happened, he mounted his horse, and, giving Nell into Maya's care, so that he could have both hands free in case it were necessary to shoot, he ordered Kali to mount behind him. Then they all turned back and began to look for a place where they could climb up. On the way, Stash asked how the elephant could have got in there, and from Kali's answer he surmised what had really happened. Apparently the elephant had sought refuge from the flames during the forest fire, and on his way knocked against the rock, which, being insecure, had fallen down and cut off all means of his return. On running further, he had come to the end of the narrow pass, and found himself on the edge of the abyss through which the stream flowed, and was thus hemmed in. After a short time, they discovered a way out of the gorge, but as it was rather steep, it was necessary to dismount and lead the horses. As the negro assured them that the stream was not far off, they continued to walk on until they reached the top. At last they came to a high strip of land, which was bordered on the one side by the stream, and on the other by the ravine, and then, looking down into the depth, they saw the elephant on the flat ground. The huge animal lay on its stomach, and Stash was very much astonished that he did not jump up when he caught sight of them, for, as Saba made a dash for the edge of the narrow pass and began to bark, the beast only moved his enormous ears once, and, raising his trunk, immediately let it fall again, The children held each other's hands tight and looked at him a long while in silence, until Kali said, "He hunger, die." In fact, the elephant had become so thin that the whole length of his backbone stood out like a comb. His sides were hollow, and beneath his hide, notwithstanding its thickness, his ribs could be plainly seen, and it was easy to conjecture that the reason he did not get up was because his strength was exhausted. The gorge, fairly broad at the entrance, changed into a small pocket, closed in on both sides by perpendicular cliffs, at the bottom of which grew a few trees. These trees had been broken off, their bark was torn off, and not a leaf remained. Nearly all the vines that had overhung the cliffs had been eaten, and the grass throughout the entire pocket had been uprooted and eaten, even to the very last blade. After Stash had taken in the whole situation, he began to narrate to Nell what he had seen, but as he thought that the huge animal was doomed to die, he spoke very softly, as if afraid of darkening the last hours of his life. "Yes, he is really dying of hunger. Probably he has been a prisoner here for the last 2 weeks, since the time when the forest fire burned up the old jungle. He has eaten up everything that was eatable, and now he is being slowly tormented to death, for he can see breadfruit trees and acacias growing above him, but is unable to reach them." And once more they looked down in silence for a while at the elephant, who every now and then turned his small dying eyes toward them, and each time a sound like a sob escaped from his throat. "Really," the boy said, "it would be a mercy to put an end to his suffering." At these words he raised the rifle to his shoulder, but Nell caught him by the coat, and, standing right in front of him, used all her force to drag him away from the edge of the ravine. "Stash, don't do it! Give him something to eat! He is so thin! I will not let you shoot him! I will not! I will not!" And, stamping still more emphatically with her foot, she continued to pull him away. He looked at her in surprise, but on seeing tears in her eyes, said, "But Nell, I will not allow it. I will not let him be killed. If you kill him, I shall get the fever." This threat sufficed to make Stash abandon his murderous intentions in regards to this elephant and others as well. In fact, he remained silent for a while, as he did not know what to answer the child. Then he said, "Well, all right, all right. I tell you it is all right. Nell, let me go." And Nell at once embraced him, and a smile shone out of her tear-stained little eyes. Her only care now was to give the elephant some food as soon as possible. Kali and Maya were very much surprised on hearing that Bwana Kubwa was not only not going to shoot the elephant, but that they must straightway pick the fruit of the bread tree, the pods of the acacia, and various herbs, leaves, and grass, as much as they could collect. Geber's double-bladed Sudanese sword greatly aided Kali in accomplishing this task, for without it the work would have been by no means easy. But Nell did not want to wait until they had finished, and as soon as the first fruit fell from the breadfruit tree, she grasped it with both hands, carried it to the gorge, and repeated quickly to herself, as if afraid that anyone else should get there first, "I, I, I." But Stash had no thought of depriving her of this pleasure. On the contrary, he took hold of her belt, for fear that in her great excitement she might fall over the edge of the cliff together with her breadfruit, and cried, "Throw it down!" The enormous fruit rolled over the steep precipice and fell at the feet of the elephant, who immediately put out his trunk, picked it up, and crunched it as if eager to swallow it at once, and it disappeared instantly. "He has eaten it up!" cried Nell, overjoyed. "I should say so," answered Stash laughingly. The elephant now put out his trunk toward them, as if asking for more, and then could be heard his "Hrumph!" He wants more yet." "I should think he did," replied Stash. A second fruit now disappeared like the first, followed by a third, fourth, 10th. Then in rapid succession he ate acacia pods, big bundles of grass, and various kinds of leaves. Nell would not permit anyone to replace her, and when at last her little hands became tired, she still pushed more food down to him with her feet. The elephant continued eating, and it was only now and then, between mouthfuls, that he raised his trunk and gave forth a thundering "Hrumph" to denote that he wanted more, and, as Nell felt certain, to show his gratitude. At last Kali and Maya got tired of this work, which they had performed very faithfully, and they silently hoped that Bwana Kubwa would fatten the elephant and kill him later. At last Bwana Kubwa told them to stop, for the sun had now sunk quite low, and it was time to begin the construction of the hedge. Luckily it was not very difficult, for 2 sides of the 3-cornered strips of land were inaccessible, so that only the third one needed to be fenced in, and plenty of acacias with their terrible thorns grew nearby. Nell did not move an inch from the gorge, and, crouching on its edge, with her legs tightly crossed, she informed Stash, who was some distance away, what the elephant was doing, and her thin little voice continually rang out, "He is feeling around with his trunk," or "He is moving his ears, he has enormous ears." Then at last, "Stash, Stash, he is getting up, oh!" Stash approached quickly and took Nell by the hand. In truth, the elephant had really gotten up, and only now could the children see his enormous size. They had occasionally seen large elephants being taken in ships through the Suez Canal on their way from India to Europe, but not one of them could compare with this colossus in size, for he really looked like a large slate-coloured 4-footed rock. He differed from those they had seen in having enormous tusks 5 feet or more long, and, as Nell had already said, fabulously large ears. His front legs were very long, but comparatively thin, which was probably due to his having fasted so many days. "Oh, what a Lilliputian!" cried Stash. "If he were to take a good stretch and throw out his trunk to its full length, he could catch hold of your little foot." But the giant neither thought of stretching himself nor of catching anyone by the foot. With uncertain steps he advanced toward the entrance to the gorge and looked for a while down into the ravine, at the bottom of which the waters whirled. Then he turned toward the side nearest the waterfall, sat down on his stomach, put out his trunk into the water, dipped it down deep, and began to drink. "It was lucky for him," said Stash, "that he could reach down into the water with his trunk, otherwise he would have died." The elephant drank so long that the girl became alarmed. "Stash, will he not harm himself?" said she. "I don't know," he answered smilingly, "but as you have taken him under your special care, you should warn him now." And so Nell bent over the side and called, "Enough, dear elephant, enough!" And the dear elephant, as if he understood what was meant, immediately stopped drinking, and at once began to spray himself with the water, first his legs, then his back, and lastly his 2 sides. In the meanwhile it began to get dark, and so Stash guided the little girl back to the hedge, where supper was already awaiting them. Both children were in the best of humour, Nell because she had saved the elephant's life, and Stash because he saw her small eyes gleaming like stars, and her happy little face looking fresher and healthier than it had since their departure from Khartoum. What also added to the satisfaction of the boy was that he had promised himself a quiet and good night's rest. The strip of land, inaccessible on 2 sides, ensured them from attack from those directions, and on the third side Carley and Mayer had erected such a high hedge out of prickly acacias and branches of passiflora that there was no possibility of any beast of prey being able to break through the barrier. Besides, the weather was fine, and soon after sunset the sky was studded with stars. It was very pleasant to be cooled off by being in the proximity of the waterfall, and to breathe the heavy fragrance of the jungle and the freshly broken off branches. "The fly will not get the fever here," thought Stash joyfully. They began to talk about the elephant, for Nell could speak of nothing else, and she continually expressed her admiration for his huge size, his trunk, and his tusks, which really were enormous. At last she said, "How wise he is, Stash, isn't he?" "As wise as Solomon," replied Stash. "But how did you find that out?" "Because when I asked him to stop drinking, he immediately complied with my request." "If he had never taken lessons in the English language before, and understands what you said to him, then indeed it is quite remarkable." Nell perceived that Stash was making fun of her, so she fondled him like a little kitten and said, "Say what you like, but I'm certain that he is very wise and that he can be readily tamed at once." "Whether readily and at once I'm not sure, but he can be tamed. The African elephant is wilder than the Asiatic, but I believe that Hannibal, for instance, used African beasts." "Who was Hannibal?" Stash looked indulgently and pityingly at her. "Of course," he said, "at your age you are not expected to know. Hannibal was a great leader of the Carthaginian army, which used elephants in the war with the Romans, and as Carthage was in Africa, he was obliged to use African elephants." The conversation was interrupted by a tremendous trumpeting of the elephant, which, after having satisfied his hunger and thirst, began, either from joy or longing to be free, to signal with his trunk. Saba sat up and began to bark, and Stash said, "See what you have done? Now he is calling his friends. A nice story if a whole herd were to approach." "He will tell the others that we were good to him," answered Nell hastily. But Stash, who really was not at all worried, because he reckoned that, even if several were to come along, the light of the fire would frighten them away, laughed defiantly and said, "Well, well, but if elephants should appear, you will not cry for fear. Oh no, your eyes would only perspire as they have done twice before." And he began to imitate her. "I'm not crying, only my eyes perspire so." When Nell saw that he was joking, she concluded that they were in no danger. "If we tame him," she said, "then my eyes will not perspire any more, even if 10 lions should roar." "Why?" "Because he will protect us." Stash quieted Saba, who had continued to bark in answer to the elephant's trumpeting, then thought a while and continued, "But, Nell, there is one thing that you did not think of. We shall not stay here forever. We must ride on further. I do not say immediately, on the contrary. This place is very convenient and healthy, so I have decided to remain here 1 week, perhaps 2, for you and I, and in fact all of us, need a good rest." "Well, all right. As long as we stay here we will feed the elephant, although this is an enormous task for us all. He is imprisoned, and we cannot take him with us. But how will this end? We shall go away, and he will stay here and starve once more until he succumbs. And of course we will grieve even more than we would now." Nell felt very sad, and for a time sat there silently, apparently not knowing what answer to make to these very sensible remarks. But soon she raised her head, and, pushing aside the lock of hair which always fell over her forehead into her eyes, she turned her eyes confidently toward the boy. "I know," she said, that you could get him out of the gorge if you only wanted to. Yes. But she put out a finger, touched Stash's hand, and repeated, Yes, yes, yes. The small and clever little lady knew quite well that the boy would be flattered by her confidence in him, and that from now on he would earnestly consider how to release the elephant. End of Part 2, Chapter 4. Part 2, Chapter 5 of Through the Desert by Henryk Sienkiewicz, translated by Mary W. Artois. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by David Granville Young. Through the Desert by Henryk Sienkiewicz, translated by Mary W. Artois. Part 2, Chapter 5. The night passed quietly, for although there was a bank of clouds toward the south, the morning was clear. Following Stash's orders, Carly and Maya busied themselves after breakfast, gathering the fruit of the breadfruit tree, acacia pods, fresh leaves, grass, and roots of all kinds of eatables for the elephant, and laid them down on the edge of the gorge. As Nell wanted very much to feed her new friend herself, Stash cut from a young, wide-branched melon tree a kind of pitchfork, so that she could more easily throw the provisions into the bottom of the ravine. The elephant had been trumpeting since early morning, for he was evidently hungry, and when he saw on the edge of the cliff the same little white creature who fed him the day before, he greeted her by making a joyful sound and immediately stretched out his trunk toward her. In the morning sunshine, the children thought he looked even taller than the day before. Although he was very thin, he seemed somewhat stronger now, and his tiny eyes looked almost merrily at Nell. She even insisted that his forelegs had grown stouter overnight, and she made such haste to throw the food down to him that Stash was obliged to restrain her, for she finally became greatly overheated, and he had to take her place. Both children were having a very good time, and they were especially amused at the queer faces the elephant made. At first the animal ate everything indiscriminately that fell at his feet, but when his hunger was somewhat appeased, he was more discriminating. When plants were given to him that he did not like, he pushed them away with his forefeet and tossed them in the air with his trunk, as though trying to say, "These delicacies I reserve for you up there to eat." Finally, after the beast had satisfied his hunger and quenched his thirst, he began to slap his huge ears with great satisfaction. "I am sure," said Nell, "that he would not hurt us now if we went down to him," and in order to make sure, she called down to the elephant, "Elephant, dear elephant, you would not hurt us, would you?" And as the elephant moved his trunk as if in answer, she turned triumphantly to Stash. "Look, he says yes." "Perhaps so," replied Stash. "Elephants are very intelligent animals, and this one has evidently come to the conclusion that we are necessary for his welfare. Who can say whether he may not be a little grateful to us? It is better not to attempt it now, and certainly Saba would not dare do it, for he would be killed at once. Perhaps in time they may become friends." All further conversation about the beauty of the elephant was cut short by Carly, who, foreseeing that he would have to work hard every day to obtain food for the beast, approached Stash, smiled cheerfully, and said, "Great man kill elephant, and Carly eat him, instead of gathering grass and branches for him." But the great man's thoughts were miles away from killing the elephant, and as he had a very happy disposition, he replied while standing there, "You're a donkey." Unfortunately, he had forgotten the word for donkey in the Kiswahili language, so he used the English word donkey, and Kali, who did not understand any English, concluded that this name was applied to him as a compliment or a reward, for the children soon saw him turn toward Meya and heard him bragging as follows: "Meya has black skin and black head, and Kali is a donkey." Then he continued with pride, "The great man himself said that Kali was a donkey." Stash, after ordering them both to guard the young lady like the apple of their eye, and to call him at once should anything happen, grasped his rifle and started off toward the fallen rock that blocked up the gorge. When he reached the spot, he examined everything very carefully, inspected all the cracks, put a twig into a crevice which he discovered in the lower part of the rock, and measured its depth exactly. Then he slowly returned to the camping place, opened his cartridge case, and began to count the cartridges. Scarcely had he counted 300 when from out of a tall baobab tree near by, about 500 feet from the tent, he heard Meya's voice crying, "Sir, sir!" Stash approached the big tree, the hollowed-out trunk of which resembled a tomb, and asked, "What do you want?" "There are many zebras to be seen not far from here, and further off antelopes also." "Good. I will take my gun and go after them, for we must have some meat to smoke. But why did you climb up in the tree, and what are you doing up there?" The girl answered in a sad, drawling voice, "Meya saw a nest of grey parrots, and wanted to bring the young ones to the little lady, but the nest is empty, and so Meya will not get any glass beads for her neck." "You will get some because you love the little lady." The young negress slid down hastily over the rugged tree bark, and with eyes beaming with joy she called repeatedly, "Oh, yes, yes! Meya loves the little lady very much, and she also loves glass beads." Stash stroked her head kindly, then he took the rifle, closed the cartridge case, and went in the direction where the zebras were grazing. After half an hour had elapsed, the crack of a shot sounded in the camping place, and at the end of an hour the young hunter returned with the good news that not only zebras, but numerous herds of antelope and small groups of waterbucks were feeding near the river. Then he ordered Kali to take a horse with him and get the animal which had been killed, while he himself carefully examined the huge trunk of the baobab tree and began to test the rugged bark with the end of his rifle. "What are you doing?" asked Nell. He answered, "Look, what a giant! 15 people holding one another's hands could not encircle this tree, which perhaps dates back to the time of Pharaoh. But the lower part of the trunk is rotten and hollow. You see, this opening is large enough for anyone to pass through. One could make a sort of large room in there, where we all could live together. That occurred to me when I saw Meya up in the branches, and while I was silently approaching the zebras, the plan continually recurred to me." "But we must hurry on to Abyssinia." "Yes, but we must rest also. And as I told you yesterday, I have decided to stay here a week or two. You would not want to leave your elephant, and on your account I am afraid of the rainy season, which has already begun, when you will surely get the fever. The weather is fine today, but you see that the clouds are gathering, and who knows if the rain will not come before evening. The tent is not sufficient shelter for you, and within this giant tree, provided it be not hollow to the very top, we shall be able to laugh at the worst downpour. It would be much safer for us within it than in the tent, for if we were to stuff this opening and the windows, which we would have to make for light, with thorns every evening, any number of lions could roar around the tree. The rainy season only lasts a month during the spring, and I am still of the opinion that we should wait until it is over. If we have to wait, We had better wait here in this giant tree than under a tent or anywhere else." As Nell always acquiesced in Stash's plans, she assented now, especially as she was delighted with the plan of remaining near the elephant and living in the tree. She began at once to think how she could arrange the rooms, how furnish them, and how they would then invite each other to 5 o'clocks and dinners. Finally they both became merry, and Nell immediately wanted to take a look at the new house, but Stash, who had learned day by day from experience to be cautious, prevented her from proceeding in too great haste. "Before we take possession of the house," said he, "we must beg the present inhabitants, if there are any there, kindly to depart." After this he ordered Maia to throw several lighted branches, which, being green, smoked profusely, into the interior of the tree. It was well he did so, for the giant tree was indeed inhabited, and by tenants whose hospitality could not be depended upon. End of Part 2, Chapter 5. Part 2, Chapter 6 of Through the Desert by Henryk Sienkiewicz, translated by Mary W. Artois. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by David Granville Young. Through the Desert by Henryk Sienkiewicz, translated by Mary W. Artois. Part 2, Chapter 6. The tree had 2 openings, a large one half a yard from the ground, and a smaller one somewhere about the height of the first story of a townhouse. Hardly had Maia thrown the burning branches into the lower one, than large bats began to fly out of the top one, and, blinded by the sun, they circled around the tree, screaming as loud as they could. But the real master of the house soon wriggled out of the lower opening, and it proved to be an enormous boa constrictor, which, though apparently still half asleep, had devoured the remnants of its last feast, and not until the smoke reached its nostrils had it awakened and sought safety. At the sight of this iron-coloured body squirming out of the smoking tree hollow, uncoiling itself like an enormous spring, Stash picked Nell up in his arms and started to run away with her in the direction of the open wilderness. The reptile, itself frightened by the smoke and fire, did not follow them, but wended its way through the grass and the piles of baggage, and disappeared very swiftly in the direction of the gorge, to hide itself in the crevices of the rocks. The children regained their courage. Stash set Nell on the ground, hurried to fetch his rifle, and then ran in the direction of the gorge after the snake. Nell followed close behind. After going a short distance, they beheld such an extraordinary sight that they both stood rooted to the ground. High above the gorge, the body of the snake appeared for an instant, wriggled in the air, then fell to the ground. After a while it appeared a second time, then fell down again. When the children reached the edge of the ravine, they saw to their surprise that their new friend, the elephant, was playing with the snake, and, after having thrown it in the air twice, he was now stamping on its head with his feet, which resembled blocks of wood. Having finished this performance, he lifted the still squirming body with his trunk. This time he did not throw it into the air, but right into the waterfall. Then he swayed from side to side, fanned himself with his ears, and began to fix his eyes on Nell, and at last put out his trunk toward her, as if demanding a reward for his heroic and sensible deed. Nell immediately ran toward the tent and returned with a quantity of wild figs, a few of which she threw to him. He picked them up carefully and swallowed one after another. Those that fell into deep crevices he picked up by blowing into the cracks with such force that stones the size of one's fist flew into the air along with the figs. The children showed their appreciation of these tricks by laughing and clapping their hands. Nell repeatedly brought more food, and every time she threw a fig down, she maintained that he was quite tame now, and that it would be safe for her to go down to him. "Do you see, Stash? Now we shall have a protector, for he is afraid of nothing in the wilderness, not even of a lion or a snake or a crocodile. Besides, he is very good, and surely he ought to be fond of us." "If he should become tame," said Stash, "so that I might leave you in his care, I would not be afraid to go off hunting, for I could not find a better protector for you in the whole of Africa." After a while he continued, "It is a fact that the elephants of Africa are wilder, but I have read that the Asiatic ones, for instance, have a peculiar weakness for children. In India there has never been a case of an elephant hurting a child, and when one of these animals becomes enraged, as sometimes happens, children are sent to appease it." "So you see. At any rate, you were right in preventing me from killing him." Thereupon Nell's eyes shone with joy. Standing on tiptoe, she laid both hands on Stash's shoulders, and, leaning her head back and looking into his eyes, she asked, "I behaved as if I were how old? Tell me, as if I were how old?" And he answered, "At least 70. "You do nothing but joke." "Well, be angry, but who will release the elephant?" On hearing this, Nell clung to him like a young kitten. "You, and I shall love you very much for it, and so will he." "I have already thought about it," said Stash, "but it will be a very troublesome thing to do. I shall not do it now, but only when we are ready to continue our journey." "Why?" "For this reason, because if I should release him before he is quite tame, and before he has got used to us, he would immediately run away." "Oh, he will not leave me." "Do you think he is as fond of you as I am?" replied Stash somewhat impatiently. All further conversation was interrupted by the approach of Kali, who brought the slain zebra with its young one, which had been bitten to death by Saba. It was a lucky thing for the bulldog that he had followed Kali, and had therefore not been present at the routing out of the snake, for the dog would have followed it, and had he come within its reach, would have been squeezed to death in its coils long before Stash could have come to the rescue. He received a box on the ears from Stash for having torn to pieces the young zebra, but he did not seem to take this very much to heart, for he did not even put in his tongue, which had been hanging out ever since he came from the chase. Meanwhile, Stash gave Kali to understand that he intended to arrange a dwelling place in the tree, and told him what had happened when smoking out the tree trunk, and what the elephant had done to the snake. The thought of living in the giant tree, which not only served as a protection against the rain, but also against wild animals, pleased the Negro very much. But, on the other hand, the elephant's behaviour did not at all meet with his approval. "The elephant is stupid," said he, "and therefore he threw the nyoka snake into the rushing waters. But Kali knows that nyoka is very good to eat, and so he will fish it out of the water and roast it, for Kali is clever, and a donkey." "Yes, you are a donkey all right," answered Stash. "You surely do not want to eat a snake." "Nyoka is good," said Kali, and, pointing to the dead zebra, he added, "Better than this nyama." Then they both walked toward the baobab tree and began to arrange the house. Kali took a flat stone, the shape of a large sieve, from the bank of the river, laid it down inside the tree trunk, and put more and more burning wood on it, taking care that the rotten wood in the inside of the tree did not catch fire, which would have set the entire tree ablaze. He said that he did this so that nothing could bite the great man and the little baby. It was soon apparent that this was no unnecessary precaution, for no sooner had the wreaths of smoke filled the interior of the tree and rushed out, than all kinds of vermin began to creep out of the broken bark. Black and cherry-coloured beetles, plum-sized hairy spiders, caterpillars covered with finger-long prickly hairs, and all sorts of horrible poisonous vermin, whose bite might even cause death. From what was taking place on the exterior of the trunk, it could readily be imagined that many similar insects were meeting their fate in the clouds of smoke within, and the insects which fell to the grass from the bark and the lower branches were unmercifully killed with stones by Carly, who all the time stared fixedly at the two openings in the hollow trunk, as if afraid that some strange creature would appear at any minute. "Why do you look like that?" asked Stash. "Do you believe that there is another snake hidden in the tree?" "No, Carly is afraid of Mzimu." "What's that, Mzimu?" "Evil spirit." "Have you ever seen a Mzimu?" "No, but Carly has heard the dreadful noise made by Mzimu in the sorcerers' huts." "So your sorcerers are not afraid of him?" "The sorcerers fully believe in him. They enter our huts and tell us that Mzimu is angry, and the Negroes bring them bananas, honey, pombe, a beer made from a certain plant, eggs and meat, with which to propitiate Mzimu." Stash raised his eyebrows. "I should think it would be delightful to be one of your sorcerers. But could this snake have been Mzimu?" Carly shook his head. "If this had been so, the elephant would not have killed Mzimu, but Mzimu would have killed the elephant. Mzimu is dead." A weird crackling sound suddenly interrupted him. From the lower cavity in the tree came a strange-looking cloud of red dust, after which the crackling became louder. Carly at once prostrated himself on his face and began to scream in terror, "Aka! Mzimu! Aka! Aka! Aka!" At first Stash drew back too, but he soon regained his composure, and when Nell and Maya came running up, he explained the probable cause to them. "It is most likely," he said, "that layers of mould, loosened by the heat, have fallen down and smothered the fire. But Carly believes it was Mzimu. Maya shall pour water into the cavity, for if the fire is not smothered and the mould should ignite, it might burst out and the whole tree be consumed." Stash saw that Carly still lay prostrate in terror, repeating "Aka! Aka!" So he picked up his rifle, shot into the cavity, then touched the boy with the butt of the gun and said, "Your Mzimu is shot. Don't be frightened." Carly raised himself a little, but remained on his knees. "Oh, great, great sir, is the master not even afraid of Mzimu?" Stash's reply was a laugh. After a while the Negro became calm, and sat down to the meal prepared by Maya. It was very evident that his momentary fright had not affected his appetite, for in addition to a substantial helping of smoked meat, he ate the raw liver of the young zebra, not to mention the wild figs, quantities of which grew on a neighbouring sycamore. Then he and Stash returned to the tree, where there was still plenty of work to be done, for it took more than 2 hours to take out the mould and ashes, the burned bats, the piles of roasted beetles, and other large insects. Stash wondered how the bats could have lived in such close proximity to the snake, but he concluded that the monster either disdained such small prey, or could not reach it, being unable to uncoil itself inside the tree. The heat had caused the layers of mould to break off, and thus cleaned out the interior very thoroughly. Stash was delighted to see this, for the cavity was as spacious as a large room, and would be big enough not only to shelter 4 persons, but 10. The lower opening formed a door, the upper a window, and consequently it was neither dark nor stuffy in the giant tree. Stash decided to divide the interior into 2 rooms by means of the tent canvas. One of these he intended for Nell and Maya, and the other for himself, Carly and Saba. The tree was not decayed at the top, therefore no rain could penetrate it, and in order to make it completely waterproof, it was only necessary to raise and prop the bark slightly over both openings, so as to form 2 gutters. They decided to strew the floor inside with sun-dried sand from the bank of the stream, and to cover this with a padding of dry moss. This was very hard work, especially for Carly, for he had also to smoke the meat, water the horses, and supply food for them all, as well as for the elephant, who continually reminded them of it by trumpeting. But the young negro set to work with great zest and industry arranging their new abode. The reason for his industry was discovered by Stash that very day. "If the great man and Bibi," said he, with his hands on his hips, "are to live in the tree, Carly will not have to build a large hedge for the night, and so he will have nothing to do in the evening." "So you like being idle, eh?" said Stash. "Carly is a man, and so he likes to be idle, for only women should work." "And yet you see that I work for Bibi." "But, on the other hand, Bibi will have to work for the great man when she grows up, and should she refuse, the great man will surely beat her." At the very thought of this, Stash sprang up and cried angrily, "You fool! Do you know what Bibi is?" "I don't know," answered the frightened boy. "Bibi is a good msimu." At this, Carly fairly staggered. On finishing his work, he walked shyly up to Nell, prostrated himself on his face before her, and began in a beseeching, if not a frightened voice, to repeat, "Aka, Aka, Aka." And the good Msimu looked at him wonderingly with her lovely sea-green eyes, for she could not understand what had happened, and what was the matter with Carly. End of Part 2, Chapter 6. Part 2, Chapter 7 of Through the Desert by Henryk Sienkiewicz, translated by Mary W. Artois. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by David Granville Young. Through the Desert by Henryk Sienkiewicz, translated by Mary W. Artois. Part 2, Chapter 7. The new dwelling place, which Stash had named Krakow, was all ready for them in 3 days. Most of the baggage had been placed in the men's room, and even before the house was ready, the 4 youngsters were well sheltered there during a severe storm. The rainy season had now set in earnest. This rain is not like our long autumnal storms, when the sky is covered over with lowering clouds and the monotonous, dreary weather lasts for weeks. Here the dense clouds which water the earth so plentifully are dissipated by the wind several times a day. Then the sun shines again, as though just emerging from a bath, and floods the cliffs, the stream, the trees, and the entire jungle with its golden light. One can almost see the grass grow. The foliage on the trees is luxuriant, and before one fruit drops off, another is forming. The excessive moisture in the air makes it so transparent that even far-off objects stand out distinctly and one can see to a great distance. On the horizon there are beautiful rainbows, the colours of which are always reflected in the waterfall. During the short dawn and the twilight, the sky shone and reflected 1,000 bright colours more wonderful than the children had ever seen, even in the Libyan desert. The clouds hanging down nearest the water were cherry-coloured, and the higher regions, better lighted, looked like seas of purple and gold, and the small puffy clouds shone alternately like rubies, amethysts, and opals. At night, in the intervals between showers, the moon converted the dewdrops hanging on the leaves of the acacias and mimosas into diamonds, and the tropical light shone much more brilliantly through the fresh, transparent air than at other seasons of the year. Under the waterfall, in the swamps formed by the stream, the croaking of frogs and the melancholy concert of toads rang out, and the fireflies, like shooting stars, flitted through the bamboo bushes from one bank to the other. When the clouds again hid the starry sky, and it began to rain, the night became pitch dark, and inside the tree it was as dark as a cellar. To remedy this, Stash got Maya to melt some fat taken from the slain animals, and out of a tin can be made a lamp, which he hung under the upper opening that the children called a window. The light from this window could be seen afar off through the darkness, and while it frightened away the wild animals, it attracted bats and night birds, so that finally Kali had to put up a kind of a curtain of thorns, like the one with which he closed the lower opening for the night. In the daytime, between showers, if the weather were fine, the children would leave Krakow and wander over the entire strip of land. Stash would hunt gazelles, antelopes, and ostriches, herds of which often appeared on the banks of the lower stream, and Nell would visit her elephant, which at first only trumpeted when he wanted some food, but later began trumpeting when he felt lonesome for his little friend. He always greeted her with signs of joy, and at once began to prick up his large ears whenever he heard her voice or step even far away. One day, when Stash was out hunting and Kali was fishing above the waterfall, Nell decided to go to the rock which blocked the gorge to see if Stash had done anything to remove it. Maya, who was busy preparing the midday meal, did not notice her departure. On her way, Nell picked a peculiar kind of begonia, which grew in large quantities between the crevices of the rock. She approached the slope over which they had formerly ridden out of the gorge, and walked till she came to the rock. The large boulder had broken off the side of the cliff and barred the mouth of the ravine as before, but Nell noticed that there was still enough room between it and the wall of the cliff for even a grown person to get through easily. She hesitated a while, and then passed through, gaining the opposite side. But there was still another bend, which had to be passed before reaching the broad mouth of the gorge enclosed by the waterfall. Nell began to consider what she should do. "I will go only a little farther, then I will look from behind a rock and take a peep at the elephant. He will not spy me, and then I shall turn back." So she crept forward until she reached the place where the gorge suddenly widened into a small, deep valley, and then she saw the elephant. He stood with his back toward her, his trunk in the water, taking a drink. This encouraged her, and, keeping close to the wall of the cliff, she walked a few steps, bending forward a little more. Just then the giant beast, who was going to take a bath, turned his head, saw the little girl, and immediately started toward her. Nell was thoroughly frightened, but having no time to retreat, she made her very prettiest curtsy, and then, extending her hand in which she held the begonias, said in a rather trembling voice, "Good morning, dear elephant. I know you will not hurt me, and so I have come here to say good day to you. I have only these little flowers." The Colossus approached, put out his trunk, and took from Nell's fingers the blossoms. But no sooner had he put them in his mouth than he let them drop, for evidently he did not like the taste of the stringy leaves or the flowers. Nell now saw directly above her his trunk, which resembled an enormous black snake. It stretched and contracted, touched her little hands one at a time, then her arms, and at last it hung down and began to swing from side to side. "I knew you would not hurt me," repeated the girl, although still somewhat frightened. The elephant flapped his huge ears, alternately extended and contracted his trunk, and gave the grunt of satisfaction that he always did when the girl approached the edge of the ravine. Just as Stash had once faced the lion, so now these two, Nell and the elephant, stood face to face. He, a monster resembling a house or a rock, and she, a tiny crab that he, even if not angry but merely careless, might trample underfoot. But the careful beast did not move an inch, and seemed delighted at beholding his little visitor. Nell gradually took courage. At last, raising her eyes and looking up as if to a high roof, she timidly extended her hand and asked, "May I stroke your trunk?" The elephant did not understand English, but he immediately knew what she meant from the motion of her hand, and pushed the end of his 2-yard-long nose into the palm of her hand. Nell began to stroke the trunk, at first only with one hand and very carefully, then with both, and at last she threw both arms around it and clung to it with childish confidence. The elephant moved from one foot to the other and grunted with satisfaction. Soon after, winding his trunk around the fragile body of the girl, he lifted her high and began gently to swing her from side to side. "More, more!" cried Nell, delighted. This game lasted quite a while. The girl, who now had entire confidence in the elephant and was no longer afraid, thought of another plan, for on reaching the ground again she tried to climb up the foreleg of the elephant as though climbing up a tree, or hid behind him and asked him if he could find her. During these pranks she noticed that in the elephant's feet, especially in its hind feet, there were a great many thorns, which the powerful animal was not able to extract because, in the first place, he could not reach his hind legs readily with his trunk, and secondly, because he evidently was afraid of wounding the finger which forms the end of the trunk, and without which he would lose all his dexterity. Nell did not know that thorns in the feet torment Indian elephants, and especially their cousins in the African jungles, which mostly consist of prickly plants. Her sympathies were aroused for the kindly giant, and, squatting down near one of his feet, she began to pull out the large thorns and then the small ones, chattering incessantly and assuring the elephant that she would not let a single one remain. He understood very well what was the matter, and, bending his knee, he plainly showed that there were thorns in the soles of his feet between the hoofs protecting the toes, and these thorns were even more painful than the others. Meanwhile, Stash had returned from hunting, and at once asked Maya where the little lady was. On receiving the answer that she was probably in the tree, he was just going to look inside when he thought he heard her voice in the gorge. To make sure, he immediately sprang to the edge and looked down. He was so frightened at what he saw that the blood nearly froze in his veins. The girl was seated at the feet of the Colossus, and the latter stood so quiet that, but for the movements of his trunk and ears, one might have thought him hewn out of stone. "Nell!" screamed Stash. Earnestly engaged in what she was doing, she answered him cheerfully, "In a minute, in a minute." The boy, who was not accustomed to postpone action when in danger, picked up his rifle with one hand, while with the other he grasped a dried liana stem, twisted both legs around it, and in a second swung himself down to the level of the narrow pass. The elephant flapped his ears uneasily, but at this instant Nell arose, put her arms around his trunk, and cried hastily, "Elephant, don't be frightened. That's Stash." Stash at once saw that Nell was in no danger, but even then his legs shook under him and his heart beat violently. But before he recovered from his fright, he mumbled in an angry but sad voice, "Nell, Nell, how could you do that?" She began to excuse herself, saying she had done nothing wrong after all, for the elephant was kind and quite tame now, and she had only intended to take a closer look at him and then go back, but he had detained her by playing with her and carefully swinging her, and that, if Stash liked, he would swing him too. As she spoke these words, she lifted the end of his trunk with one hand, and, drawing it towards Stash, she waved the other hand from side to side, saying, "Elephant, rock Stash too." The intelligent animal guessed from her movements what she wanted, and in a second Stash was grasped by the belt and swung through the air. Seeing him looking so angry, and at the same time swinging through the air, struck her as so comical that she laughed till the tears ran down her cheeks, and, clapping her hands, she repeated as before, "Elephant, swing Stash too." It was utterly impossible to maintain a severe demeanour and preach morality while hanging to the end of an elephant's trunk and being involuntarily swung to and fro with clock-like regularity, so the boy at last laughed too. After a while, noticing that the trunk was moving more slowly, and that the elephant intended to put him down, a new idea seized him, and, when near one of the elephant's large ears, he held on to it, and, swinging himself onto the beast's head, seated himself on his neck. "Aha!" he cried as he glanced down at Nell. "He shall know that he has to obey me." And with the look of a lord and master, he began to feel around the head of the beast. "Good!" cried Nell from below. "But how will you get down?" "That's very easy," answered Stash. Dropping his legs down over the elephant's head, he fastened them around the trunk and slid down as from a tree. "That's the way I shall get down." Now they both began to pull the remaining thorns out of the elephant's foot, and he submitted very patiently to the operation. Meanwhile, the first drops of rain had begun to fall, so Stash decided to take Nell back to Krakow at once. But an unexpected obstacle stood in their way, for the elephant would on no account part with her, but turned her round with his trunk and drew her toward him. The situation began to be serious, and, on account of the obstinacy of the animal, their happy play was in danger of ending badly. The boy did not know what to do, for it was now raining harder, and a bad storm threatened. Both retreated a short distance toward the opening, but they had only taken a few steps when the elephant followed them. At last Stash planted himself between Nell and the animal, looked severely at him, and whispered to Nell, "Don't run away, but retire slowly and with measured step toward the narrow passage." "And you, Stash?" asked the little girl. "Return," he repeated energetically, "for otherwise I shall have to shoot the elephant." At this threat she obeyed, especially as she now completely trusted the elephant, and she felt sure that on no account would he hurt Stash. The boy stood 4 feet away from the giant, his eyes riveted on him. Several minutes elapsed, then the situation became decidedly dangerous. The elephant's ears moved backwards and forwards several times, and he had a peculiar twinkle in his little eyes. He raised his trunk suddenly. Stash turned pale. Death, he thought. But the colossus as suddenly turned to the wall of the narrow pass, where he was accustomed to see Nell, and began to trumpet more sadly than ever before. Stash now advanced toward the passage, and on the opposite side of the rock he found Nell, who had not returned to the tree alone. The boy felt inclined to say to her, "See what you have done! A little more and I should have perished, and you would have been to blame." But this was not the time to reproach her, for the rain had become a storm, and it was necessary to get home as quickly as possible. Nell was quite wet, notwithstanding that Stash had wrapped her in his own coat. When inside the tree, Stash ordered the negress to change Nell's clothes immediately. He released Saba, who had been tied up in the men's room for fear he would scent the game and frighten it away. Then Stash began to hunt through all the clothing and baggage once more, in hopes of finding a small dose of quinine which might have been overlooked, but he found nothing. There only remained a little white powder in a corner of the bottom of the vessel which the missionary in Khartoum had given him, but so little that it was hardly enough to whiten the tip of one's finger. He therefore decided to pour boiling water into the receptacle and give this water to Nell to drink. As soon as the storm subsided and the sun had come out again, he left the tree to look at the fish caught by Kali. The negro had caught about 10 with a wire, which he had used for a line. Most of them were small, but there were 3 a foot long, with silver spots and of very light weight. Meyer, who had grown up on the banks of the Blue Nile and knew about the fish, said that these were very good to eat, and that at night they jump high out of the water. While cleaning them, it was found that they were so light because they had large air bladders inside them. Stash took one of these little skins, which was the size of a large apple, and showed it to Nell. "Look," said he, "this was inside the fish. A pane for our window could be made from a quantity of these bladders," and he pointed to the upper opening in the tree. Then he thought for a minute and added, "And something else." "What?" asked Nell, very curious. "Kites." "Like those you used to fly in Port Said? Oh, good! Make some like them." "I will. I will make the small frames out of thin strips of bamboo, and use these bladders instead of paper. They will be lighter and better than paper, and the rain will not penetrate them. Such a kite will fly very high, and in a strong wind it will fly heaven knows where." Then he suddenly tapped his forehead. "I have an idea." "What is it?" "You will see. As soon as my plan is formed you shall know all about it. And now the elephant is trumpeting so loud we can't hear ourselves talk." In fact, the elephant trumpeted so loudly and continuously because he was lonesome for Nell, and perhaps for both children, that it shook the whole gorge and the neighbouring trees. "If we let him see us," said Nell, "it may quiet him." So they walked toward the gorge. But Stash, quite taken up with his new idea, began to mutter to himself, "Nell Rawlinson and Stanisław Tarkowski from Port Said, who have escaped from the hands of the dervishes, are to be found," and, taking breath, he asked himself, "Yes, yes, but where shall I say? Where?" "What, Stash?" "Nothing, nothing. I have it now. They can be found a month's journey away to the east of the Blue Nile, and beg for immediate assistance. When there is a north or west wind, I will send up 20, 50, 100 of such kites, and you, Nell, will help me to stick them together." "Kites?" "Yes, and I tell you this much, they may be of more service to us than even 10 elephants." Meanwhile they had reached the edge of the precipice, and once more the Colossus began to move from one foot to the other, to shake himself, to prick up his ears, and as soon as Nell went away for a minute, he began trumpeting again. At last the girl explained to the dear elephant that they could not always stay with him, for they had to sleep, eat, work, and attend to household duties in Krakow. He was only pacified when she threw down to him the food Kali had prepared for him, but in the evening the trumpeting began again. That night the children named him the King, for Nell insisted that before he entered the gorge he must have been the king over all the elephants of Africa. End of Part 2, Chapter 7. Part 2, Chapter 8 of Through the Desert by Henryk Sienkiewicz. Translated by Mary W. Artois. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by David Granville Young. Through the Desert by Henryk Sienkiewicz. Translated by Mary W. Artois. Part 2, Chapter 8. During the days that followed, when it did not rain, Nell spent most of her time with King, who now made no objection to her going away, because he found that she returned frequently during the day. Kali, who was afraid of elephants, was very much surprised at this, but at last they convinced him that the great and good Mzimu had bewitched the giant, and he too began to visit it. King was kindly disposed to him and also to Maya, but Nell was the only one who could do what she liked with him, and a week later she ventured to take Saba along with her. Stash felt very much relieved, for without worry he could now leave Nell in the care of, or as he expressed himself, under the trunk of, the elephant, go hunting, and sometimes even take Kali along without feeling any anxiety. He felt certain that the animal would not now leave them under any circumstances, and he began to ponder as to how he could release King from his imprisonment. He had long ago fully decided on his plan of action, but the sacrifice it demanded was so great that he considered a long while before attempting it, and even then put it off from day to day. As he had no one else with whom to talk the matter over, he finally decided to confide his plans to Nell, although he still looked upon her as a child. "The rock could be blasted," said he, "but that would mean the destruction of a great many cartridges, for the bullets would have to be removed, and the powder poured out until enough was obtained. This I would put into the deep crevice in the middle of the rock, cover it up and light it. The rock would then be blown to pieces, and we could let King out." "But suppose that were to make a dreadful noise, wouldn't he be frightened?" "Then let him be frightened," replied Stash quickly. "That is the least thing that worries me. Nell, it really is not worth while talking seriously to you." Nevertheless, he continued talking, or rather thinking aloud. "If too little powder be used, the rock will not split, and the powder will be wasted. And yet if enough be put in, there will not be much left over. Besides, if it were to explode prematurely, we might be killed. Then what would be left to hunt with? What to defend us with in case of an attack? You know quite well that if I had not had this rifle and these cartridges, we should long since have lost our lives, either when in Geber's hands or from starvation. We are lucky, too, in having horses, for by ourselves we could not carry either the baggage or the cartridges." Thereupon Nell put out her forefinger and said very emphatically, "If I tell King to do it, he will carry everything." "What burdens will he have to carry? We have very few things left." "Nevertheless, he will protect us, but he cannot shoot game with his trunk as I can with my rifle." "Well, we can eat figs and the large pumpkin-like fruits that grow on the trees, and Kali can catch fish." "Yes, as long as we stay near a stream. We must stay here and wait until the rainy season is over, for these continual showers are sure to give you the fever. Remember that we must continue our journey later, and we may possibly strike a desert." "Like the Sahara?" asked Nell, much alarmed. "No, but one without streams and fruit trees and acacias and mimosas. In a place like that one can only live on game. King would find grass, and I antelopes. But if I have nothing to shoot them with, King could not capture them." Stash certainly had reason to be worried, for now that the elephant was tame and had become so well acquainted with them, it would not be right to desert him and leave him to starve. On the other hand, releasing him meant losing most of the ammunition and certainly risking death. And so Stash put the work off from day to day, every evening repeating to himself, "Perhaps I may think of some other way tomorrow." Meanwhile, other troubles came upon them. In the first place, Kali had been terribly tortured by bees when he went far down the stream after a rather small grey-green bird, a so-called bee-hawk well known in Africa. The black boy had been too lazy to smoke the bees out, and although he returned with some honey, he was so stung and swollen that an hour later he became unconscious. The good Msimu, with Maya's assistance, drew out the poisonous stings, and then quickly made him poultices of wet mud. But toward morning it seemed as though the poor negro would die. Fortunately, good care and a strong constitution triumphed, but it was 10 days before he regained his usual health. In the second place, something had gone wrong with the horses. Stash, who was obliged to tie them up and lead them to water during Kali's illness, discovered that they were beginning to get very lean. This certainly was not caused by insufficient food, for the grass was very luxuriant after the rain, making very good pasture. And yet the horses dwindled before his eyes. A few days later their hair began to fall out, their eyes had lost their brilliancy, and a thick slime ran from their nostrils. Finally, they refused to graze, and drank a great deal, as though consumed by fever. When Kali saw them, they were nothing but skin and bones, and he knew at once what was the matter. "Tsetse," said he, turning to Stash, "they must die." Stash knew what this meant, for in Port Said he had often heard of an African fly called tsetse, which is such a terrible plague in certain places that in districts permanently infected with it, the Negroes own no cattle, for where circumstances favour its multiplying, it destroys animals in no time. Horses, cattle, and donkeys which have been bitten by the tsetse fly pine and die in a few days. Animals inhabiting these districts know the danger that threatens them, for entire herds of cattle, on hearing the buzzing near their watering places, are so frightened that they stampede in every direction. Stash's horses had been stung by these flies, and not only the horses but the donkey too. Kali rubbed them daily with a plant that smelled like an onion, which he found in the jungle. He said that the smell of it would drive away the tsetse. But notwithstanding all his efforts, the horses continued to grow thinner. Stash was terrified when he thought of what would happen if all the animals were to die. How could Nell, the rugs, the tent, the cartridges, and the crockery be taken along? There were so many things that at best King was the only one who could carry them. but to release King would mean sacrificing 2/3 of the gunpowder. Further and greater troubles were now heaped on Stash's head, like the clouds in the heavens, which rained down incessantly in the jungle. And at last came the greatest misfortune, the one before which everything else seemed as nothing: the fever. End of Part 2, Chapter 8. Part 2, Chapter 9 of Through the Desert by Henryk Sienkiewicz, translated by Mary W. Artois. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by David Granville Young. Through the Desert by Henryk Sienkiewicz, translated by Mary W. Artois. Part 2, Chapter 9. One day at table, just as Nell was putting a small piece of smoked meat into her mouth, she drew back suddenly as if disgusted and said, "I can't eat anything today." Stash, who had found out from Carly where the bees were, and had smoked them out daily and taken the honey, was certain that the child had eaten too much of the sweets, and therefore he paid no further attention to her loss of appetite. But presently she arose and began to run quickly round and round the campfire, each time making larger circles. "Don't go too far away," called the boy to her. "Something might happen to you." But he was not afraid of any harm coming to her, for the presence of the elephant, whom the wild animals scented, and his trumpeting, that reached their keen, attentive ears, kept them at a respectful distance. This afforded protection to them, as well as their horses, because even the most ferocious beasts of prey in the jungle, such as lions, panthers, and leopards, do not care to come in contact with an elephant, or in too close proximity to his tusks and trunk. As the girl continued running faster and faster around the fire, Stash followed her and asked, "Nell, you little moth, why do you run around the fire like that?" Though he asked this in a cheerful voice, he had begun to be alarmed, and his uneasiness increased as Nell answered, "I don't know. I can't sit still in one place." "What's the matter?" "I feel so uncomfortable and queer." All at once she leaned her head on his shoulder as if confessing a fault, and cried out in a voice stifled by tears, "Stash, I must be ill." "Nell!" At the same time he laid the palm of his hand on her forehead, which felt dry and as cold as ice. Then he took her in his arms and carried her to the campfire. "Are you cold?" he asked on the way. "Cold and hot, but mostly cold." Her teeth began to chatter, and her body was shaking with chills. Stash was now convinced that Nell had the fever. He told Maya to take her at once into the tree, to undress her and put her to bed. Then he covered her up with everything he could find, for he had noticed that in Khartoum and Fashoda, fever patients covered themselves up with sheepskins to induce perspiration. He decided to stay with Nell all night and give her hot water and mead to drink. At first she did not want to take it. By the light of their rudely made lamp, Stash noticed the glistening pupils of her eyes. Soon she began complaining of the heat and shivering at the same time, although covered with felt rugs and a shawl. Her hands and forehead were always cold, but if Stash had only had a slight knowledge of the symptoms of the fever, he would have seen from her great restlessness that she must have a very high temperature. He was terrified on noticing that when Maya appeared with hot water, the girl looked at her with astonishment, even with fear, and did not seem to recognize her at first. But with him she talked rationally, told him that she could not lie down any longer, and begged him to let her get up and run about. Then she asked him whether he was angry with her for being ill, and on his assuring her that this was not the case, She blinked to drive back her tears and promised that she would be well the next day. During this evening, or rather this night, the elephant was particularly restless and roared incessantly, which set Saba barking again. Stash perceived that this excited the patient, and so he left the tree to quiet the animals. Saba was easily pacified, but it was more difficult to silence the elephant, and Stash threw several melons down to him so as to close his trunk for a while. On his return, he saw by the light of the fire Kali walking in the direction of the stream and carrying a piece of smoked meat on his shoulder. "What are you doing, and where are you going?" he asked the negro. The black boy stood still, and as Stash approached, he said with an air of secrecy, "Kali goes to the other tree to place meat there for the bad Mzimu." "Why?" "So the bad Mzimu will not kill good Mzimu." Stash wanted to reply, but a strange pain pressed like a weight on his chest, so he only bit his lips and went silently away. When he returned to the tree, Nell had closed her eyes. Her hands, which lay on the felt rug, were trembling very much, but still she appeared to be dozing. Stash sat down by her side, and as he was afraid of awaking her, he remained there motionless for some time. Maya, who was seated on the other side, toyed all the time with the little pieces of ivory hanging in her ears in order to keep awake. It had become very quiet, and only from the lower bed of the stream, in the direction of the swamp, could the croaking of the frogs and the mournful tooting of the toads be heard. Suddenly, Nell raised herself up in bed. "Stash!" "Here I am, Nell." Then, shaking like a leaf blown by the wind, she eagerly began to search for his hand and to repeat hastily, "I'm frightened! I'm frightened! Give me your hand!" "Don't be frightened. I'm here with you." And he grasped her hand, which now burned like fire, and, having no idea what to do, he began to cover the poor wretched little hand with kisses. "Don't be frightened, Nell. Don't be frightened." Then he gave her a drink of honey mixed with water, which had become cold. This time Nell drank greedily, and when he tried to take the cup away from her mouth, she held his hands tight. The cold drink seemed to quiet her. A long silence ensued. Half an hour later Nell raised herself up again, and there was a terrible expression of fright in her wide open eyes. "Stash!" "What is it, my dear?" "Why," she asked in a trembling, uncertain voice, "why do Gebhr and Chamis walk around the tree and look in at me?" Stash suddenly felt as if thousands of ants had taken possession of him. "What are you talking about?" he said. "There's no one here. Kali is the only one walking around the tree." But she stared through the dark opening and cried with chattering teeth, "And the Bedouins! Why did you kill them?" Stash put his arm around her and pressed her to him. "You know why. Don't look over there. Don't think of it. That happened long ago. Today! Today!" This had happened a long time ago, but it always came back to her like the wave that rolls back upon the shore, and it filled the mind of the sick child with horror. All attempts to quiet her were unavailing. Nell's eyes grew larger and larger. Her heart beat so hard that it seemed as if it would burst. Then she began to twist and throw herself around like a fish drawn out of the water, and that condition lasted till nearly morning. Not until daybreak did her strength give out, and her little head sink back on the pillow. "I'm weak, weak, weak," she repeated. "Stash, I seem to be falling down someplace." And then she closed her eyes. At first, Stash was overcome, for he thought she was dead. But this was only the end of the first paroxysm of this terrible and treacherous African fever, 2 attacks of which are as much as a strong, robust person can stand, for nobody has ever survived a third attack. Travellers had often described the fever when at Mr. Rawlison's house in Port Said, and even more frequently the Catholic missionaries whom Mr. Tarkowski entertained on their way back to Europe had told about it. It seems that a second attack comes on after a few days, and a third, which, if it does not appear within 2 weeks, is not fatal, for then it is considered to be the first attack of another case. Stash knew that heavy doses of quinine alone could stop or alleviate the attacks, and he had not a particle of it left. Seeing that Nell was still breathing, he became somewhat composed and began to pray for her. In the meanwhile, the sun appeared from behind the cliffs in the gorge, and it became bright daylight. The elephant was already demanding his breakfast, and from the direction of the stream the screams of the water birds could be heard. As the boy wanted to shoot some birds to make a broth for Nell, he took the rifle and walked along the edge of the stream to a group of high shrubs, in which the birds generally perched for the night. But he was so exhausted from loss of sleep, and his mind was so preoccupied with the thought of the girl's illness, that he did not see a swarm of birds walking slowly in single file that passed him on their way to drink. Another reason why he did not see them was that he was constantly praying. He thought of the deaths of Geber and Chamis and the Bedouins, and, lifting his eyes toward heaven, he said in a voice drowned with emotion, "Dear Lord, I did this for Nell, for otherwise it would have been impossible to have regained our freedom. But if I committed a sin, punish me, but restore her to health." On the way he met Kali, who had gone to see if the wicked Musimu had eaten the meat he had offered him the day before. The young Negro, who loved the little Bibi, prayed for her too, but in quite a different way. For he told the wicked Musimu that if Bibi recovered, he would bring him a piece of meat every day, but if she died he would, although he felt frightened and knew he would perish, tear the wicked Musimu's skin to shreds and cause him to remember him forever. But he took courage when he saw that the piece of meat he had placed there the day before had disappeared. It might have been devoured by a jackal, but then Musimu might have taken the form of a jackal. Kali told Stash of this favourable omen, but Stash only gazed at him as if he did not understand, and went on his way. While vainly searching for birds in the shrubbery, he approached the stream. Its banks were thickly wooded with tall trees, from which hung, like stockings, nests of the remizon, pretty little yellow birds with black wings, and also wasps' nests, shaped like large roses and resembling grey blotting paper. At one point the stream formed a fairly broad, swampy plain, which was partly overgrown with papyrus. In this swampy stretch of land were many flocks of water birds. There were storks, like the European ones, and others with large, thick, hooked beaks. Velvety black birds with blood-red feet, flamingos, ibises, and white spoonbills with pink wings and spoonbeaks, cranes with crowns on their heads, and a number of gulls, variegated or grey as mice, which, like tiny forest sprites, ran to and fro on their long, thin, straw-like legs. Stash shot 2 large, bright-coloured ducks, and, walking over dead white butterflies which were strewn over the banks by the thousand, first making sure there were no crocodiles in the ford, he waded into the water and picked up the game. The shot had evidently frightened away the birds, for there remained only 2 marabous that stood near the water at a short distance away. They resembled 2 old men, with bald heads bowed down on their shoulders. They did not move. The boy took another look at their ugly food bags hanging down on their breasts. Then, finding that the wasps were surrounding him, he returned to the camp. Nell was still asleep, so he gave the ducks to Maia and then stretched himself out on a felt rug and at once fell into a heavy sleep. He did not awaken until the afternoon, a little earlier than Nell. The girl felt somewhat stronger, and, being slightly refreshed, she drank some good strong broth, arose, and left the tree to look at King and the sun. Only now, by daylight, could be seen the ravages made by the fever in one night. Nell's skin was yellow and transparent. Her lips were black. There were large circles under her eyes, and her little face looked much older. Notwithstanding that she assured Stash she felt quite strong, and even though she had drunk a large cup of soup on awakening, she was hardly able to drag herself to the edge of the gorge. Stash was terrified at the thought of the second attack. He had no medicine nor anything else to help her. Meanwhile, there were several heavy showers every day, and this greatly increased the humidity in the air. End of Part 2, Chapter 9. Part 2, Chapter 10 of Through the Desert by Henryk Sienkiewicz, translated by Mary W. Artois. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by David Granville Young. Through the Desert by Henryk Sienkiewicz, translated by Mary W. Artois. Part 2, Chapter 10. They passed anxious days awaiting the return of the fever, but the second attack did not appear for a week, and though it was not so violent as the previous one, Nell felt much weaker after it. She had become so thin and had lost so much weight that she did not look like a girl, but rather like the ghost of a girl. The little flame of her life flickered so feebly that it seemed as if a breath would blow it out. Stash realized that death would not have to wait for a third attack to carry her off, and he expected her death from day to day, even from hour to hour. He, too, had become quite thin and dark, for these misfortunes were more than his bodily and mental strength could stand. Each day, as he looked into Nell's face, he often said to himself, "My reward for having cherished her as the apple of my eye will be the privilege of burying her in the jungle." Why it should have come to this he could not imagine. At times he reproached himself for not having taken sufficient care of her, and for not having treated her as kindly as he should, and then he felt such a pain in his heart that he could have bitten his fingers for grief. This misfortune was overwhelming. Nell now slept almost continually, which perhaps saved her life. But Stash awakened her several times during the day to give her some strengthening food. Whenever it was not raining, she would beg him to carry her out into the open air, for she was unable to stand. It often happened that she went to sleep even as he carried her in his arms. She knew that she was very ill, and that she might die at any time. At first, when she was a little better and felt inclined, she would talk about it to Stash, all the time crying, for she was afraid of death. "I shall never return to Papa," she once said, "but you must tell him that the thought of it made me very sorry, and ask him to come here to me." "You will return," answered Stash. But he was unable to say any more, for he wanted to cry. And Nell continued in a scarcely audible and sleepy voice, "And Papa will come here, and you will come back here again too, won't you?" At this thought a smile lit up her tiny, wan face, and then she whispered still more softly, "But I am so sorry." At the same time she leaned her little head on his shoulder and began to cry, but he, conquering his own emotion, pressed her to his heart and answered quickly, "Nell, without you I shall not return, and in fact I don't even know what I should do without you." Both became silent, and Nell fell asleep again. Stash carried her back to the tree, but hardly had he stepped out of the dwelling than Kali came running down from the highest point of the neck of land, gesticulating with his hands and crying out in an excited and terrified voice, "Great man! Great man!" "What do you want?" asked Stash, and the negro extended his hand, pointing to the south, and cried, "Smoke!" Shading his eyes with the hollow of his hand, Stash gazed attentively in the direction indicated, the red light of the setting sun enabling him to see a column of smoke ascending in the midst of the jungle between the peaks of two rather high hills. Kali trembled from head to foot, for he still had a vivid recollection of their capture by the dervishes, and he felt sure that the smoke came from their camp. At last Stash also thought that it must come from Smain's camp, and so for a moment he was as much frightened as Kali. This was the climax, to have, in addition to Nell's deadly illness, the dervishes come upon them, to be taken prisoners again and carried back to Fashoda or Khartoum in the hands of the Mahdi, or under Abdullah's whip. If they should be captured, Nell would doubtless die the very first day, and he would be a slave for life. For, even if he were to escape, what was life, what was freedom without Nell? How could he look into the eyes of his father or Mr. Rawlinson if the dervishes were to throw Nell's body to the hyenas and he could not tell where her grave was? Such thoughts shot through his head like lightning. Suddenly he felt an uncontrollable desire to look at Nell, and he went toward the tree. On the way he ordered Kali to put out the fire, and forbade him building it during the night. Then he entered the tree. Nell was not asleep. She felt better, as she immediately told Stash. Saba lay at her side and warmed her with his enormous body. She softly stroked his head and smiled when he tried to catch the little grains of mould that were flying about in the streak of light which the last rays of the setting sun threw into the hollow of the tree. She was evidently in a more cheerful mood than usual, for a little later she turned to Stash quite pleased and said, "Perhaps I may not die after all." "You certainly will not die," answered Stash, "for as you feel stronger after the second attack, you will never have a third." And she began blinking as if trying to recollect something, and then said, "If I only had another little bitter powder like the one that did me so much good the night after the lion visited us. You remember, don't you? Then I should not even think of dying, not even so much." And with one of her little fingers she indicated how little she would be prepared for death in such a case. "Ah," cried Stash excitedly, "what would I not give for a grain of quinine? I don't know what." And he thought to himself that if he had enough quinine, he would not hesitate to give Nell 2 little powders at once, then wrap her up in the shawl, place her on his horse, and go off immediately in the opposite direction from the camp of the dervishes. Meanwhile, the sun had gone down suddenly, and the jungle was in darkness. The girl talked for nearly half an hour, and then went to sleep, and Stash continued to think about the dervishes and the quinine. Although tortured by sorrow and fright, his extraordinarily clever brain began to build more and more daring plans. In the first place, he thought whether or not this smoke seen in the south was bound to come from Smain's camp. It certainly might come from the dervishes' camp, but also from an encampment of Arabians, who penetrate the interior of the continent in search of ivory and slaves. These Arabs were in no wise connected with the dervishes, who ruined their trade. It might also be a camp of Abyssinians, or some Negro village in the mountains, into which the hunters after human beings had not yet penetrated. Would it not be more sensible to find out what it really was? The Arabians of Zanzibar, from the districts of Bogamajo, Witu, and Mombasa, and the seashore, continually came in contact with the whites, and who could tell if the offer of a large reward would not induce them to conduct Stash and Nell to one of the nearest seaports? Stash knew quite well that he could promise them such a reward, and that they would believe his word. But another thought caused him great uneasiness, for he noticed that the dervishes, especially those from Nubia, were almost as susceptible to fever in Khartoum as the whites, and that they cured themselves with quinine, stealing it from the Europeans, or if the renegade Greeks or Copts had any secreted, they bought it at a great price. And so it was probable that the Arabians from the borders of the ocean would certainly have some of it. "I will go there," said Stash to himself. "For Nell's sake, I will go there." On thinking the matter over more carefully, he came to the conclusion that, even if they should prove to be Smain's party, he would have to go there. It occurred to him that, owing to the complete rupture between Egypt and Sudan, Smain might not have heard that they had been carried away from Fayoum. Fatima did not like Smain, and so the kidnapping must have been a plan of her own, which had been executed with the aid of Chamis, the son of Chadigi, and also of Idris, Geber, and the Bedouins. Now, Smain was not at all interested in any of these people, for the simple reason that Chamis was the only one of them that he knew, and he had never seen or heard of the others. He was only interested in his own children and Fatima. Perhaps he longed as much for them as they did for him, and would be glad to be able to return to them, especially if he were tired of being in the service of the Mahdi. He surely had not won a great prize while with them, for instead of being placed in command of a large army, or made ruler over a wide extent of territory, he was obliged to go heaven knows how far back of Fashoda to capture slaves. "I shall say to him," thought Stash, "if you will lead us to some harbour on the Indian Ocean, and return with us to Egypt, the government will forgive you everything, and you will be able to rejoin your children and Fatima. Besides which, Mr. Rawlinson will make you a rich man. If not, you will never see your children or Fatima again." He was certain that Smain would think well of it, and that he would scarcely refuse such an offer. Of course, this was only a surmise. In fact, while an investigation might prove their destruction, it might also prove their deliverance, and the only means of help in this African wilderness. Stash felt surprised at himself for being terror-stricken at first at the thought of meeting Smain, but as it was necessary to procure assistance for Nell as soon as possible, he decided to go there that very night. This was easier said than done. It is one thing to sit at evening before a fire in the jungle, behind a hedge of thorns, and another to penetrate the dense darkness and wade through the high grass, in which lions, panthers, and leopards, not to mention hyenas and jackals, prowl at this time of night. But the boy remembered what the young negro said the time when he went off one night in search of Saba and brought him back. "Kali is afraid, but he goes." And he repeated to himself, "I may be afraid, but I will go." As the night was very dark, he waited until the moon rose, and when its light shone out over the jungle, he called Kali and said, "Kali, put Saba inside the tree and block up the opening with thorns. You and Maya must guard the little lady as the apple of your eye, while I go to see what kind of people are over there in that camp. Great man take Kali with him, and also the rifle which kills wild beasts. Kali not stay behind." "You will remain," said Stash with decision. "I forbid you to follow me." He now paused a while, and then continued in a rather hoarse voice, "Carly, you are faithful and smart, and I hope that you will do what I tell you. Should I not return, and should the little lady die, you must leave her in the tree, but round it you must erect a high hedge, and carve a mark like this in the bark." And picking up 2 bamboo sticks, he placed them together like a cross, and continued, "And should I not return, and should Bibi not die, then you must serve her faithfully and respectfully, and you must lead her to your people, and tell the Wahima warriors to take her due east until the great ocean is reached. There you will find white people who will give you weapons, gunpowder, glass beads, wire, and as much canvas as you can possibly carry. Do you understand?" But the young negro knelt before him, clasped him round the knees, and sorrowfully pleaded with him, repeating, "Oh, Bwana Kubwa, return, return, return." Stash was touched by the attachment of the black boy, and leaning down, he placed his hand on his head and said, "Carly, go to the tree, and God bless you." As he stood there alone, he thought about taking the donkey with him. It would certainly be safe to do so, for the lions in Africa, just as the tigers in India, on meeting a man riding, always attack the animal and not the man. But the question then presented itself that if the donkey were killed, who would carry Nell's tent, and on what would she ride? When he thought of these contingencies, he completely gave up the idea of taking the animal along, and began making his way through the jungle on foot. The moon was already fairly high in the heavens, and it was now much lighter, but the boy's troubles began at once, for he disappeared in the grass, which had grown so high that horse and rider could easily have hidden in it. Even in the daytime, it was not possible to see a foot ahead, so one can imagine what it was by night, when the moonlight only shone over the surface, and lower down everything was bathed in utter darkness. Under such conditions, it was easy to lose one's way and travel in a circle instead of advancing. But Stash took courage when he thought, in the first place, that the camp to which he was travelling could be at the most only 3 or 4 English miles away from the neck of land, and secondly, that the smoke had appeared between the peaks of 2 high hills, so, by keeping the 2 hills in view, he could not get lost. But the grasses, mimosas, and acacias concealed everything. Fortunately, groups of ant hills, sometimes more than 10 feet high, appeared here and there. Stash carefully laid aside his gun when he came to each cluster of hills, and then he climbed to the top, and on seeing the hilltops outlined against the background of the dark sky, he climbed down again and continued his journey. When he thought of what would happen if the sky should become overcast and the moon no longer shine, he was very much frightened. But that was not the only danger. In the dead silence of the night in the jungle, every noise, every step, and almost every sound made by the insects as they creep through the grass can be heard. The sensation that comes over one is gruesome, and Stash was terrified. He had to take precautions against all sorts of catastrophes. He was obliged to listen attentively, to keep watch on all sides, and to hold his head ready to turn round like a screw, and his rifle ready to shoot. Every minute it seemed as though some animal was lying in ambush, or was creeping up near him. From time to time he heard the grasses trembling, and the tramping of animals running away. Then he thought that he must have frightened off the antelopes, for although one of their number always keeps watch, they sleep very lightly, knowing full well that amateur huntsmen do not go out hunting in the dark at this time of night. But now he sees something dark, large, under an umbrella acacia. It may be a roc, a rhinoceros, or a buffalo which on scenting a human being will awaken and immediately advance to attack him, and he also sees two glittering things behind a black stone. Ha! Rifle to shoulder. That's a lion. No! False alarm. They are fireflies, for a tiny light rises in the air and glides over the grass like a shooting star slanting downward. Stash not only climbed the anthills to make sure that he was going in the right direction, but also to dry the cold perspiration which stood out on his forehead, to get his breath, and to wait until his heart should cease to palpitate. Besides, he was already so tired that he could hardly stand. But he walked on, feeling that nothing must be left undone to save Nell. After 2 hours he came to a very stony place, where the grass was lower and so it was much lighter. The two peaks looked as far off as ever, but a little nearer there were some rocks running irregularly in a transverse direction, above which towered a taller rock, and they apparently encased a kind of valley or gorge, resembling the one in which King had been imprisoned. Now, on the side of the cliff, about 300 or 400 feet distant, he perceived the bright reflection of a flame. He stood still. His heart was again beating so wildly that in the silence of the night he could hear it thump. Whom is he likely to encounter down there? Arabians from the eastern coast? Smain's dervishes? Or savage Negroes who have left their native villages and, fleeing from the dervishes, have taken refuge in the most impenetrable forest of the mountains? Will he there find death, or imprisonment, or perhaps help for Nell? It was impossible for him to turn back now, and besides, he had no inclination to do so. He crept slowly toward the fire, stepping as lightly as possible and holding his breath. After he had gone about 100 steps, he suddenly heard the neighing of horses in the jungle, and he stood still. By the light of the moon he counted 5. The dervishes would have had more, so he supposed that the others were probably hidden in the tall grass. But he was surprised that no one was watching them, or that at least a fire had not been left burning in order to frighten off the wild beasts. He thanked God that things were as they were, for he could now advance without attracting attention. The light of the fire on the cliff became still plainer. In less than a quarter of an hour, Stash reached a place where the cliff opposite him was brilliantly lighted, which satisfied him that a fire must be burning directly below it. Crawling on all fours, he crept carefully up to the side and looked down. The first object that attracted his attention was a large white tent. Before the tent stood a canvas camp bed, and on it lay a person wearing white European clothes. A small Negro, apparently about 12 years old, was throwing dry wood into the fire, which illuminated the side of the cliff, and a row of Negroes were sleeping on either side of the tent. The next moment, Stash slid down the slope into the bottom of the gorge. End of Part 2, Chapter 10. Part 2, Chapter 11 of Through the Desert by Henryk Sienkiewicz. Translated by Mary W. Artois. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by David Granville Young. Through the Desert by Henryk Sienkiewicz. Translated by Mary W. Artois. Part 2, Chapter 11. For the moment he was so weary and excited that he was unable to utter a word, and stood there gasping for breath in front of the man who lay on the bed, and who likewise remained silent, gazing at him with such utter amazement that he was all but dazed. At last the man cried out, "Nasibu, are you there?" "Yes, sir," answered the young negro. "Do you see anyone, and is anyone standing in front of me?" But before the boy could answer, Stash regained his voice. "Sir," he said, "my name is Stanisław Tarkowski. I was captured by the dervishes and have escaped with little Miss Rawlinson, and we are hiding in the jungle. But Nell is very ill, and I pray you to help us." The stranger blinked at him, then passed his hand across his forehead and said to himself, "I not only see him, but hear him. It cannot be imagination. What? Help? I need help myself. I'm wounded." But suddenly he shook himself as if awakening from a dream or a trance, looked round, and, regaining his presence of mind, said with a gleam of joy in his eyes, "A white boy! I look upon a white being once more. Welcome, whoever you are. You said someone was ill. What do you want of me?" Stash repeated that this sick person was Nell, the daughter of Mr. Rawlinson, one of the directors of the Suez Canal, that she had already had 2 attacks of fever, and unless he were able to procure some quinine to prevent a 3rd attack, she must die. "2 attacks, that's bad," answered the stranger. "But I can give you as much quinine as you want. I have several jars full of it, which I shall never need." At these words he told Nasibu to hand him a large tin box, which evidently contained a small medicine chest, and he took out of it 2 rather large jars filled with a white powder, and handed them to Stash. "That is half of what I have left. It will last a year." At first Stash felt inclined to cry aloud for joy, but he controlled himself and began to thank his new friend as enthusiastically as though his own life were at stake. The stranger nodded his head several times and said, "Enough, enough. My name is Linda, and I am a Swiss from Zurich. 2 days ago I met with an accident. A wild beast wounded me very severely." Then he turned toward the black boy. "Nasibu, fill my pipe." Inclining towards Stash, he continued, "At night I always have more fever than in the daytime, and attacks of dizziness as well, but the pipe brightens me up and freshens my thoughts. You just said that you had escaped from the dervishes, who held you captive, and that you had hidden in the jungle. Am I right?" "Yes, sir, that is what I said." "And what do you intend to do?" "To flee to Abyssinia." "You will fall into the hands of the Mahdists, for whole troops of them are hanging around the frontier." "But what else can we do?" "Ah, only a month ago I could have been of assistance to you, but now I find myself at the mercy of God and this black boy." Stash looked at him in surprise. "And this camp?" "This is a camp of death." "And these Negroes?" "These Negroes are asleep, and they will never awaken again." "I don't understand." "They are stricken with the sleeping sickness. They are from the shores of the Great Lakes, where this terrible sickness is always very prevalent, and every one of them who has not died of the smallpox has been stricken down with it. I have only one boy left." It just occurred to Stash that when he was sliding down the slope not one of those Negroes had moved, nor even budged, and that during the whole conversation they were still sleeping, some with their heads propped up against the rocks, and others with their heads hanging down on their chests. "They are asleep and will never awaken?" he inquired, as if he could scarcely believe his ears. Linda responded, "Oh, this Africa is a house of death." But the remaining words were interrupted by the tramping of the horses, which, frightened by something in the jungle, hopped along, their feet being hobbled, to the edge of the cliff, so as to be nearer the people and the firelight. "That's nothing, it is only the horses," said the Swiss quietly. "I captured them from the Mahdists, whom I conquered a few weeks ago. There were at least 30 men of them, but they were armed for the most part with spears, while my men had Remington rifles, which are now standing against the wall, useless. If you need weapons or shot, help yourself. Take a horse, too. On horseback you can return more quickly to your patient. How old is she?" 8 years, answered Stash. "Then she is still a child. Nasibu will give you tea, rice, coffee, and wine for her. Take your choice of our provisions and as much as you want, and come again tomorrow to get some more. I will certainly come back to thank you from the bottom of my heart and to do all I can to help you." Whereupon Linda said, "It is so pleasant to see a European face at least once more before I die. If you come earlier than you did today, I shall be more likely to be myself. Now the fever is coming on again, for I see you double. Are there 2 people standing by me? No, I know that you are alone, and that this is only the fever. Oh, Africa!" And he closed his eyes. A quarter of an hour later, Stash left this strange camp of sleep and death and started on his return journey on horseback. It was still dark night, but he was oblivious of the dangers which lurked in the tall grass. He kept close to the stream, supposing that it led nearer the end of this narrow pass. The return journey was a great deal easier, because he could hear the rushing of the waterfall in the distance. Besides, the clouds in the western sky had dispersed, and the constellations shone forth brightly near the moon. The boy put spurs, which were on the broad Arabian stirrups, to the horse, and galloped over sticks and stones, as he thought to himself, "What harm can lions and panthers do to me? I have quinine for my little girl." And from time to time he felt for the jars of quinine to make sure he really had them, and that it was not all a dream. The most varied thoughts and scenes floated through his brain. He saw the wounded Swiss, to whom he felt inexpressibly grateful, and who had now aroused his sympathy, for, during the first moment or so of his intercourse with him, he had taken him for an idiot. He saw the little Nasibu with his round head shaped like a ball, the rows of sleeping men, the barrels of the Remington guns propped up against the rock and lighted up by the fire. Besides, he was also all but certain that the fight which Linda had told him about had been with Smain's division, and he felt a peculiar sensation as he thought perhaps Smain also had fallen. These dreams mingled with his ever-present thoughts of Nell. He imagined how surprised she would be the next morning on seeing a whole jar full of quinine, and how she would think him a prodigy. "Ah," he said to himself, "if I had lost courage and had not gone to find out where this smoke came from, I would never have forgiven myself." After a short hour had elapsed, the sound of the waterfall became quite distinct, and on hearing the croaking of the frogs, he knew that he must be near the silicious ground on which he had killed the water birds the previous day. By the light of the moon, he could even distinguish the distant trees. Now he had to be especially on his guard, for this swampy land served as a watering place, to which all the animals in the vicinity were obliged to resort, because in other places the banks of the stream were exceedingly steep. It was now far into the night, and apparently the beasts of prey had taken refuge in the clefts of the rocks after their nocturnal hunt for prey. The horse neighed a little on scenting the fresh trail of lions or panthers, but Stash passed safely on, and soon saw on the high projection the large black silhouette of Krakow. For the first time since he had been in the interior of Africa, he felt as if he had reached home. He had expected to find them all still asleep, but he never thought of Saba, who now began to bark loud enough to wake the dead. The next moment Kali stood in front of the tree and cried, "Bwana kubwa on horseback!" The tone of his voice expressed more joy than astonishment, for his faith in Stash's powers was so great that had the latter created a horse out of nothing, the black boy would not have been very much surprised. But as the negro always shows his happiness by laughing, he began to slap his sides and laugh inordinately. "Tie up this horse," said Stash. "Take the provisions off his back, make a fire, and boil some water." Then he went inside the tree. Nell was also awake and had been calling for him. On drawing aside the canvas, Stash saw by the light of the little lamp her pale face and her little thin hands lying on the shawl, which served as a covering. "Little one, how are you?" he asked quite gaily. "Well, and I slept soundly until Saba woke me up. But why aren't you asleep?" "Because I have been away." "Where?" "To the druggist's." "To the druggist's?" "Yes, to get some quinine." We must confess that the child had not enjoyed the quinine powders which she had previously taken, but as she considered them a panacea for all the ills flesh is heir to, she sighed and said, "I know you have no more quinine." Stash lifted one of the jars to the light and said with pride and joy, "What do you call this, then?" Nell would not believe her eyes, so he continued hastily, brimming over with pleasure, "Now you are going to get well again. I will lose no time in wrapping a good dose up in the skin of a fresh fig, and you must swallow it, and what you will drink later remains to be seen. Why do you stare at me like an idiot? Yes, I have a second jar too. I received both of them from a white man whose camp is about 4 miles from here. It is from him that I have come. His name is Linda, and he is wounded, but he gave me many nice things to bring back. I returned on horseback, although I went on foot. Do you think it is pleasant to go through the jungle by night? Brrr! I would not go a second time unless it were a matter of getting quinine." With these words he left the astonished girl, went to the men's quarters, and, selecting the smallest fig from the provisions, hollowed it out and poured quinine into it. But he was very careful that the dose was larger than the powders he had taken in Khartoum. Then he left the tree, poured the tea into a pot of boiling water, and returned to Nell with the medicine. All this time, Nell was very curious to find out what kind of person this white man was, how Stash had found him, and if he were going to join them, and whether they would all continue their journey together. Now that Stash had obtained the quinine, she had not the least doubt but that she would recover. And so Stash had gone through the jungle in the night, and without telling a soul. Notwithstanding Nell's admiration for him, she had until now unconsciously taken everything he did for her as a matter of course, for was it not natural that an older boy should protect a younger girl? Now she began to think that had it not been for his care and protection, she would have given out long before, that he had done a great deal for her, gratified all her wishes, and protected her as no other boy of his age could have done, or would do, and so her little heart was filled with gratitude. And when Stash reappeared and bent over her with the medicine, she wound her little thin arms around his neck and hugged him tight. "Stash, you are very good to me." And he replied, "Aye, to whom else ought I be good? That's a great idea. Take this medicine." Nevertheless, he was greatly pleased. His eyes shone with satisfaction, and, turning toward the opening in the tree, he cried out in a voice full of joy and pride, "Mayor, now bring Bibi the tea." End of Part 2, Chapter 11. Part 2, Chapter 12 of Through the Desert by Henryk Sienkiewicz, translated by Mary W. Artois. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by David Granville Young. Through the Desert by Henryk Sienkiewicz, translated by Mary W. Artois. Part 2, Chapter 12. It was not until toward noon the following day that Stash started out to revisit Linda, because he had to make up for the sleep he had lost the night before. Thinking that the sick man might need some fresh meat, he killed 2 birds on the way, which were much appreciated. Linda was very weak, but perfectly rational. As soon as they had exchanged greetings, he inquired how Nell was. Then he told Stash that he did not think quinine alone would cure the fever, and said that he must guard the little one against the sun's rays, dampness, spending the night in low, damp places, and finally against bad water. Then, as requested, Stash narrated his own and Nell's adventures from the beginning as far as their arrival in Khartoum and their visit to the Mahdi, and from Fashoda to their escape from Geber's hands, and also their later wanderings. During this story, the Swiss looked at him with growing curiosity, and often even with evident admiration, and as the tale approached its end, he lighted his pipe, looked at Stash once more from head to foot, and, apparently lost in thought, said, "If there are many boys like you in your country, it will be hard to conquer you." And after a short silence he continued, "The best proof of the truth of your words is the fact that you are standing here before me, and what I want to say to you is this, that you are in a terrible predicament. The route, no matter which direction you take, is beset with dangers. But who knows whether such a brave boy as you cannot safely lead both himself and that child out of this great wilderness? If Nell would only get well again, I will do everything in my power," cried Stash. "But you must take care of yourself, too, for the work that lies before you would tax the strength of a full-grown man. Have you ever thought where you are?" "No, I only remember that, after leaving Fashoda, we passed a river, near a large settlement called Deng." "The river Sobat," interrupted Linda. "At Deng there were many dervishes and Negroes, but on the other side of the Sobat we entered into a region of jungle and marched for weeks until we arrived at the gorge, in which you know what took place." "I know. You then went on through the gorge till you came to that stream. Well, now listen. It is obvious that after passing over the Sobat with the Sudanese, you turned off to the southeast, or a little more toward the south. The country you now happen to be in is unknown to explorers and geographers. This river near us runs northwest, and probably empties into the Nile. I say probably, for I am not quite sure myself, although I turned off from the mountains of Karamardjo to discover its source. After the fight, the captured dervishes told me that it was called Ogaluga, but even they were not sure, for they only go into this district to hunt slaves. This land was for the most part sparsely inhabited by the Shilluks, but now the country is devoid of human beings, for some of the people have died of smallpox, others have been killed by the dervishes, and still others have fled into the mountains of Karamardjo. It often happens in Africa that a stretch of land thickly populated today becomes a wilderness tomorrow. I calculate that you are about 300 kilometers distant from Lado. In fact, you might take refuge with Ermin in Sudan, but as it is quite likely that Ermin himself is besieged by the dervishes, That course is out of the question." "How about going to Abyssinia?" asked Stash. "It is also nearly 300 kilometers distant. Besides that, one must reckon that the Mahdi is now at war with the whole world, consequently with Abyssinia. Besides, I have heard from the prisoners that bands of dervishes are wandering in the western and southern districts, and you might easily fall into their hands. Abyssinia is certainly a Christian land, but the savage races to the south are either heathens or believers in Islam, and for that reason they secretly sympathize with the Mahdi. No, you cannot go through that country." "Then what shall I do, and where shall I go with Nell?" asked Stash. "I told you that you are in a difficult position," murmured Linda. Then he covered his head with his hands and remained silent a while. "From here to the ocean," he at last said, "would be more than 900 kilometers through mountain regions, wild tribes, and even desert places, for on the way there are supposed to be large tracts of arid land. But nominally the country belongs to England. One might strike caravans of ivory on their way to Kismayalam and Mombasa, perhaps even meet missionary expeditions. When I saw that, owing to the dervishes, I could not escape the course of this river, as it turns off toward the Nile, I made up my mind to go east toward the ocean." "Then we will return together," cried Stash. "I shall never return. The Nadiri beast tore my sinews and veins so terribly that blood poisoning must certainly set in. Only a surgeon could save me by amputating my leg. Now it has dried up and stiffened, but on the first day the pain was so great that I bit into my hands and—" "You will certainly get well." "No, my brave boy, I shall surely die, and you must cover me well with stones, so that the hyenas cannot dig me up. This is perhaps of little consequence to the dead, but while alive it is not a pleasant thought. It is hard to have to die so far away from one's family." At these words his eyes became veiled, and after a while he continued, "But I have become accustomed to the thought, so let us now talk about you, not about me. I will give you one piece of advice. There is only one road for you to take, which is to the east toward the ocean. But before attempting this journey you should rest well and gather strength. Otherwise your little companion will die in a few weeks. Postpone the journey until the rainy season is over, and perhaps even longer. The first months of summer, when it has ceased raining, and the water still covers the swamps, are the most healthful. This place, where we now are, is an elevated plateau lying nearly 700 feet above the level of the sea. In high regions of 1,300 feet there is no fever, and if by chance it be carried there from places of lower altitude, it assumes a much milder form. Take the little English girl and go into the mountains with her." Talking evidently tired him very much, and so he paused once more, and for a time fought off large blue flies, the same kind that Stash had seen in Fashoda. Then he resumed, "Pay strict attention to what I am going to tell you. One day's journey toward the south, you will see an isolated mountain, not more than 800 feet high. It looks like an overturned saucepan. Its sides are very steep. The only way to reach it is by a mountain pass so narrow that in some places 2 horses can barely walk abreast. On its flat summit, about 1 kilometer broad, there used to be a small Negro village, but the Mahdists have killed some of the inhabitants and have taken others away with them. It may be that this was done by the very Smain I conquered, but whose slaves I could not capture, because he had already sent them under heavy guard toward the Nile. Up there on the top is a spring of excellent water, several fields of manioc, and a quantity of banana trees. You will also find there many human bones, but you need not fear that these corpses will produce a plague, for after the dervishes left, the ants drove us away from the plain. Other than these, not a human soul. Remain 1 or 2 months in that village. At that height there is no fever. The nights are cool. There your little one will regain her health, and you your strength. And then what shall I do, and where shall I go? Leave the rest to the guidance of God. By all means try to go toward the places in Abyssinia which are furthest away from the dervishes, but go toward the east. I have heard that the Arabians, hunting for ivory, which they get from the Samburu and Wahima tribes, advance as far as a certain lake. Now Stash began to tell Linda how he had obtained Kali, Geber's servant, after Geber's death, and also that the young negro had said that he was the son of the chief of the Wahimas. But Linda was much more indifferent to this news than Stash had expected. "All the better," he said, "for he can be of use to you. Among the blacks there are kind souls, although on the whole one cannot depend on their gratitude, because they are but children still, and forget today what happened yesterday. Kali will not forget that I saved him from Geber, I'm sure of that." "Possibly," said Linda, and, pointing to Nasibu, he added, "He is also a good child. Take care of him after my death." "Don't always think of death, and don't talk of it." "My dear," answered the Swiss, "I long for it. All I hope is that it will take place without further suffering. Just think, I am now quite helpless, and if one of the Mahdists whose band I dispersed should accidentally wander through this narrow pass, he could slaughter me like a lamb single-handed." He pointed to the sleeping negroes and resumed, "These will never wake, or, more correctly, each one will wake once again shortly before his death, and will run madly through the jungle, from which he will never return. Out of 200 people, there were only 60 left me. Many ran away, died of smallpox, or lay down to die in other gorges." Stash gazed at the negroes, his heart full of horror and pity. Their bodies were of an ashy grey, which in the negro signifies pallor. The eyes of some were tightly closed, of others half open, but even these were sleeping soundly, for the pupils of their eyes were not sensitive to the light. The knee joints of some were swollen. All were so terribly emaciated that their ribs could be seen through their skin. Their hands and feet shook incessantly and rapidly. Blue flies had settled in thick masses on their eyes and lips. "Is there no help for them?" asked Stash. "No. In the district of the Victoria Nyanza, this illness kills the inhabitants of entire villages. Sometimes it is worse than at others. The inhabitants of the villages lying in the woods near its banks are most frequently attacked." The sun was already in the west, but before evening Linda had told Stash of his adventures. He said he was the son of a merchant in Zurich, that his family had come from Karlsruhe, and that in the year 1848 they had settled in Switzerland. His father had made a great fortune as a silk merchant. He had his son trained as an engineer, but young Henry from his earliest youth was beset with the idea of travelling. When he graduated from the Polytechnic School, he inherited the entire fortune of his father, and then started on his first journey to Egypt. This took place before the time of the Mahdi, and so he got as far as Khartoum and hunted in the Sudan with the Dongolese. He then devoted himself to studying the geography of Africa, in which he so excelled that he belonged to many geographical societies. This last journey, which was to terminate so badly for him, had been undertaken from Zanzibar. He had got as far as the Great Lakes, and intended to advance along the unexplored mountains of Caravaggio as far as Abyssinia, and from there to the borders of the sea. But the people of Zanzibar would not accompany him any further. Fortunately, or unfortunately, war was at that time raging between the kings of Uganda and Unyoro. Linda materially assisted the king of Uganda, and the latter, as a reward, gave him more than 200 black agises. That naturally greatly facilitated the journey and the visit to the Caravaggio mountains, but just then the smallpox broke out among the people, followed by the terrible sleeping sickness, and at last the caravan was demoralized and destroyed. Linda had with him quantities of provisions, consisting of all kinds of canned goods, but as he dreaded the scurvy, he hunted daily for fresh meat. He was a splendid shot, but not a very cautious hunter. And so it happened that a few days before, when he had foolishly approached too near a wounded Nadiri wild boar, the animal sprang up, tore his leg terribly, and wounded him in the back. This happened quite near this camp, and in full view of Nasibu, who tore up his own shirt and made a bandage of it to stop the flow of blood, and brought the wounded man back to the tent. But as the result of internal bleeding, clumps of coagulated blood formed, and the patient was threatened with gangrene. Stash insisted on bandaging him, and declared that either he would come to see him every day, or, so as not to leave Nell alone in the care of the two negroes, put him on a felt rug stretched out between two horses, and bring him to Krakow. Linda was willing to let Stash make a new bandage for him, but he would on no account listen to the thought of being removed. "I know," he said, pointing to his negroes, "that these people must die, but as long as death has not yet come to them, I cannot condemn them while alive to be torn to pieces by the hyenas, who are only kept at a distance during the night by the campfire." And he at once began to repeat feverishly, "I cannot, I cannot, I cannot." However, he soon regained his composure, and continued in a peculiarly sad, ringing voice, "Come here tomorrow early. I have a great favour to ask of you, and if you grant it, God will perhaps lead you both out of this African hell, and I will die contented." I wanted to postpone this request until tomorrow, but as I may be unconscious tomorrow, I will tell you today. Pour water into a vessel, go up to each of these poor sleeping creatures, sprinkle water on his head, and say, "I baptize you in the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Ghost. Amen." This he said with a voice full of emotion, and then became silent. "I blame myself," he said after a while, "that I did not take leave in the same way of those who died of the smallpox, and of those who died even earlier. But now I am threatened with death, and would like to, that is, with the remainder of my caravan, go on this last great journey with them." At these words, he pointed with his hand to the flaming sky, and 2 large tears trickled slowly down his cheeks. Stash wept like a child. End of Part 2, Chapter 12. Part 2, Chapter 13 of Through the Desert by Henryk Sienkiewicz, translated by Mary W. Artois. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by David Granville Young. Through the Desert by Henryk Sienkiewicz. Translated by Mary W. Artois. Part 2, Chapter 13. On the following day, the sun shone down on a strange scene. Stash walked alongside of the steep cliff, stood still in front of each negro, poured water over each forehead while making the sign of the cross, and at the same time pronounced the sacred words. And they slept, their hands and feet shaking, their heads sunk on their chests or held upright. Though still alive, they resembled corpses. In this manner the sleepers were baptized in the quiet of the morning, in the light of the sun, in the silence of the wilderness. The sky was cloudless, highly arched, grey-blue, as if shrouded in mourning. Linda was still rational, but became weaker and weaker. After his bandage had been changed, he gave Stash some papers locked up in a tin box, and begged him to be especially careful of them. Then he ceased to speak. He could not eat, but he was dreadfully tortured by thirst, and before sunset he became delirious. He called to some children, forbidding them to swim out so far in the lake. At last he began to have convulsions, and afterward sat holding his head in his hands. On the following day he could not recognize Stash, and 3 days later, at noon, he died without regaining consciousness. Stash truly mourned for him a while. Then he and Kali carried the body to a nearby cave, the opening of which they closed with thorns and stones. Stash took little Nasibu with him to Krakow, and ordered Kali to stay there to look after the provisions and keep a large fire burning near the sleepers at night. Stash continually rode back and forth between the two gorges, carrying back to Krakow baggage, weapons, and especially the cartridges for the Remington rifles, out of which he took the powder he needed to blast the rock that held King a prisoner. Fortunately, Nell's health improved very much, owing to her daily dose of quinine, and the great variety of food had given her more appetite and increased her strength. Stash left her very reluctantly, and as he felt that something might happen to her, he forbade her leaving the interior of the tree during his absence, and closed the opening with branches of thorny acacia. On account of the increasing duties which had fallen upon him, he was often obliged to leave her in the care of Maya, Nasibu, and Saba, on whom, by the way, he chiefly relied. He preferred to ride several times a day to Linda's camp for provisions, rather than leave the girl too long. This, of course, meant a great deal of work, but his iron nature was proof against all fatigue. It took 10 days before the things were properly sorted. Those not especially needed were done up in canvas, and the necessary ones were deposited in Krakow. The horses were also brought there, as were a large number of Remington rifles. These burdens would now fall to the lot of King. While this was being done, some of the sleepers sprang up in their last paroxysm, fled wildly into the jungle, and never returned. But there were others who died on the spot, and still others who rushed off blindly, dashing their heads to pieces on the rocks in or near the camp. Kali had to bury them. 2 weeks later only one remained, and he soon expired in his sleep from exhaustion. At last the time had come to blast the rock and release King. He was now so tame that at Stash's command he lifted him with his trunk and set him up on his neck. He had also become accustomed to carrying the burdens which Kali put upon his back by means of a bamboo ladder. Nell was afraid that one of the pieces was too heavy for him, but the small load he had on his back seemed no heavier for him than a fly. It was only now that their baggage, increased by the things Linda had left them, would be burdensome for him. At first he showed great restlessness on the approach of Saba, but now he was quite friendly with the dog, and played with him by throwing him down on the ground with his trunk, whereupon Saba pretended to bite him. But sometimes he unexpectedly poured water over the dog, which, of course, the latter considered a very poor joke. The children were especially pleased that the intelligent beast understood everything that was required of him, and that he not only paid the greatest attention to every command or request, but to every sign given him. Elephants far outstrip all other animals in this respect, and King greatly surpassed Saba, who only wagged his tail at every command and threat from Nell, and then, in the end, did just what he pleased. For instance, after several weeks, King observed that the person to be implicitly obeyed was Stash, and the person who engaged the attention of everyone was Nell, and thus he obeyed Stash's commands the most readily, and loved Nell the dearest. He did not care much for Kali, and ignored Maya. After Stash had prepared the blast, he pushed it into the deepest crack, closed the opening with clay, and only left a tiny hole out of which hung a fuse of twisted palm threads rubbed with ground powder. At last the decisive moment came. Stash lighted the powdered thread himself, then ran for his life toward the tree in which he had previously shut everyone. Nell was afraid that King might become greatly alarmed, but the boy calmed her by saying that, in the first place, he had chosen a day when there had been a heavy thunderstorm in the morning, and, secondly, that wild elephants must have heard the peals of thunder more than once, when the elementary forces of the heavens had been let loose over the jungle. But nevertheless they sat there with beating hearts, counting the seconds. At last a terrible noise shook the air. The bamboo tree trembled from top to bottom, and the remains of the mould still left in the tree fell down on their heads. The next moment Stash sprang out, and, avoiding the bends in the gorge, made a straight line for the passage. The results of the explosion were extraordinary. One half of the chalk wall had broken into tiny bits, the other into larger and smaller blocks of stone, which the force of the blast had thrown and scattered quite a distance. The elephant was free. The happy boy at once ran back up the hill, where he met Nell with Maya and Kali. King had certainly been frightened, and had drawn back close to the edge of the ravine, where he stood with upturned trunk, looking toward the direction from which such an unusual clap of thunder had broken out. But as soon as Nell began to call him, he stopped moving his ears from fright, and when she ran down to him through the newly opened passage, he became perfectly calm. But the horses were more frightened than King, and two of them had fled into the jungle, so that Kali could not find them again until towards sunset. On the same day, Nell led King back into the world. The Colossus followed her obediently like a small dog. Then he took a bath in the stream, after which he thought of supper. So, leaning his head against a large sycamore tree, he bent it like a weak reed and devoted all his attention to chewing up the fruit and leaves. In the evening he returned punctually to the tree, and, sticking his great nose into the opening every minute, he searched so carefully and persistently for Nell that at last Stash was obliged to give him a good smack on his trunk. Carly was the most pleased with the result of the day, for now he was relieved from the task of collecting food for the giant, which had not been at all an easy matter. While preparing a fire to cook the supper, Stash and Nell heard him singing a new hymn of joy. The great man kill people and lions, yah, yah. Great man break up rock, yah. Elephant breaks his own trees, and Carly can idle and eat, yah, yah. The Masika, or rainy season, was nearly over. Of course, there were still dark and rainy days, but also some very fine days. Stash now decided to move over to the mountain which Linda had told him about, and this plan was carried out soon after King's release. Nell's health no longer deterred him, for she was now decidedly better. Selecting a fine morning, they broke up camp and started for the south. Now they were no longer afraid of being lost, for the boy had found, among the many other articles of Linda's outfit, a compass and an excellent telescope, through which far distant places could be plainly seen. Besides Saba, King, and the donkey, 5 heavily laden horses were taken along. King, in addition to the baggage on his back, carried Nell, who sat on his neck between the enormous ears. She looked as though in a large armchair. Stash left the peninsula-shaped promontory and the baobab tree without regret, for the remembrance of Nell's illness clung to the place. But, on the other hand, the girl looked regretfully at the rocks, the tree, and the waterfall, and said that she would return again when she was grown up. But still sadder was the little Nasibu, who had really loved his former master. Now, as he rode on the donkey at the end of the caravan, he turned back every minute to look at the place where the body of poor Linda was to rest till the day of judgment. The wind blew from the north, and the day was very cool. Consequently, they did not need to rest from 10 to 3, the hours of the greatest heat, and therefore could go much further than caravans usually do in a day. The journey was not long, and a few hours after sunset, Stash perceived the mountain which was to be their destination. In the distance, another chain of hills stood out against the sky, but the former was much nearer, and stood out by itself like an island in the middle of a jungle sea. When they approached, they saw that its precipitous sides were washed by an arm of the same river on the borders of which they had previously lived. Its summit was shaped like a round bowl, and, seen from below, seemed to be completely covered by a thick forest. Stash figured that as the strip of land in which their baobab tree grew was 700 feet high, and this mountain 800 feet higher, they would be living at an altitude of 1,500 feet, and in a climate which could not be much hotter than that of Egypt. The thought gave him courage and made him desire to take possession of this natural fortress as quickly as possible. They soon found the mountain pass, which was the only means of reaching the summit, and immediately began to climb the mountain. An hour and a half later they had reached the top. The grove they thought they had seen from below proved to be not only a grove, but a banana grove. The sight of this greatly pleased them all, including King. But Stash was especially delighted, for he knew that in all Africa there is no food more strengthening, more healthful, and a better preventive against illness than flour made of dried bananas, and here was a year's supply. Hidden in the foliage of these plants were Negro huts, some of which had been burned during the invasion, and some destroyed by other means. However, a few remained in fair condition. In the middle stood the largest, which formerly belonged to the chief of the village. It had been tastefully constructed out of clay, with the broad roof forming a sort of veranda around the walls. Here and there in front of the huts lay single bones, and also complete human skeletons, white as chalk, for they had been thoroughly cleaned by the ants, of whose invasion Linda had spoken. Many weeks had passed since the invasion of the little insects, but in the hut there was still a strong scent of formic acid, and in the dwellings not a trace could be found of the large black cockroaches, which usually infest the mud huts of the negroes, or spiders, or scorpions, or any other vermin. Everything had been destroyed by the terrible Siafu, and so one could feel confident that on the entire summit there was not a snake to be found, for even the boas fall victims to these unconquerable warriors. After Stash had led Nell and Maya into the chieftain's hut, he ordered Kali and Nasibu to clear away the human bones. The black boy obeyed by simply throwing them into the stream, and the force of the current carried them along. But during this work, they discovered that Linda had made a mistake in telling them that they would not find a single living being on the mountain. The quiet which reigned after the kidnapping of the inhabitants by the dervishes, and the tempting look of the bananas, had enticed a great many chimpanzees, which had arranged something resembling umbrellas or small roofs to protect them from the rain. Stash did not want to kill them, so he decided to frighten them away by shooting into the air. This caused a general confusion, which increased when Saba's angry bark was heard, and King, excited by the noise, began to trumpet vociferously. But the monkeys did not have to seek far to find a means of retreat, for they galloped to the edges of the cliff and let themselves down so quickly and with such agility by means of the trees growing alongside of the banks, that King was unable to capture a single one with his trunk and tusks. The sun had gone down, and Kali and Nasibu lighted a fire to cook the evening meal. After Stash had unpacked the necessary things for the night, he wended his way to the chief's hut, of which Nell had already taken possession. In the hut it was light and cosy, for Nell did not light the small lamp that had served to illuminate the interior of the baobab tree, but a large travelling lamp which they had found among Linda's things. As the day had been so cool, Nell did not feel particularly tired after the journey. She was in a cheerful frame of mind, which increased when Stash told her that the bones, which had frightened her, had been cleared away. "How good it is to be here," she said. "Look, even the ground is covered with asphalt. Here we shall live luxuriously." "I shall wait till tomorrow before taking a good look at the whole settlement," answered he, "but from what I have already seen today, I conclude that it would be a good place to live in all one's life. If our papas were here, yes, it would then be all right. But what shall we name this settlement?" "In geographies, this mountain is called Linda Mountain, and this village is named Nell, after you." "So then, I shall also be represented in geography," said she joyfully. "Certainly. It will perpetuate your name," answered Stash with great earnestness. End of Part 2, Chapter 13. Part 2, Chapter 14 of Through the Desert by Henryk Sienkiewicz, translated by Mary W. Artois. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by David Granville Young. Through the Desert by Henryk Sienkiewicz, translated by Mary W. Artois. Part 2, Chapter 14. On the following day it rained a little, but as there were also some hours between showers, Stash began as soon as possible to explore his surroundings, and by noon he had penetrated every corner. The inspection proved very satisfactory. In the first place, Linda Mountain was the most secure place in the whole of Africa. Monkeys alone could scale its heights. Neither lions nor panthers could climb the plateau. As to guarding the mountain pass, they had only to install King at the entrance and then lie down and go to sleep peacefully. Stash was convinced that he could now resist attacks of small troops of dervishes, for the road leading to the mountain was very narrow, and one man alone, provided he had a good gun, could block the entrance so effectually that not a soul would be able to pass. In the centre of the island there bubbled forth a spring of cool, crystal-clear water, the outlet of which was a small brook that wound its way through the banana grove, and at last plunged over the edge of an overhanging cliff into the river, thus forming a narrow waterfall, which glistened like a white ribbon. On the south side of the peninsula there were fields covered with a luxuriant growth of manioc roots, which are much relished by the negroes. Behind these fields grew very high coconut palms, their crowns shaped like beautiful feather dusters. A mass of jungle surrounded the island, and the view was very extensive. On the east could be seen the blue chain of the Caramajo Mountains. On the south rose high hills which, judging from their dark colour, must have been covered with trees. On the west, however, the view extended to the horizon, where the jungle melted into the sky. But, looking through Linda's telescope, Stash perceived various narrow passes, and here and there enormous trees, rising above the grasses like churches. In some places, where the grass had not as yet grown very high, one could see with the naked eye herds of antelopes and zebras, elephants and buffaloes. Here and there giraffes made paths through the grey-blue jungle like ships furrowing through the sea. Close to the edge of the river some waterbucks were playing, while others raised their horned heads above the deep water. In places where the surface of the water was calmer, every now and then fish, the same kind Kali had caught, would spring up, glitter like silver stars, and then sink back into the water. Stash resolved that, as soon as the weather was better, he would take Nell around and show her the menagerie. There were no large animals on the island, but immense numbers of butterflies and birds. Large snow-white parrots with black beaks and yellow breasts flew above the shrubbery. Tiny widder birds with beautiful plumage, glittering like jewels, swung from the thin stalks of manioc, and from the high branches of the coconut tree could be heard the sound of the African cuckoo and the sad, soft cooing of the turtle-dove. Stash returned from his inspection feeling very happy. "The air here is good," he said to himself. "This place is proof against attack. There is plenty of food to be had, and in fact it is a perfect paradise." But as he entered Nell's hut, he saw that a larger animal had put in an appearance on the island. Indeed, there were two, for during his absence Nasibu had found in the banana thicket a goat with her young one, which the dervishes had been obliged to leave behind. The goat was indeed somewhat wild, but the young one immediately made friends with Nasibu, who was very proud that he had found her, for he thought that now Bibi would be able to have excellent milk every day. "Stash, what shall we do now?" asked Nell one day, after they had settled down and grown accustomed to the island. "There is plenty to do," answered the boy, and he counted on his outstretched fingers all the tasks awaiting them. To begin, Kali and Maya are heathens, and Nasibu, a child from Zanzibar, is a Mohammedan, and so everything must be explained to them. They must be taught the true faith and baptized. In the second place, meat for the coming journey must be smoked, so I must shoot it. In the third place, as I have so many weapons and so much ammunition, I am going to teach Kali how to shoot, so that 2 of us will be armed and ready to act on the defensive. And in the fourth place, have you forgotten about the flying kites? The flying kites? Yes, that you are going to glue together, or, better still, sew together. That will be your work. I want to do something besides play. That will by no means be play, but a very important work, perhaps the most important of all. Do not imagine that 1 kite will amount to anything. You must make 50 or more. Why so many? Asked the girl, grown curious. Then Stash began to tell her his plans and hopes. He wanted to write on each kite their names, how they had escaped from the dervishes, where they were to be found, and where they expected to go. He was also going to write on them that they needed help, and to beg someone to send a telegram to Port Said. He intended to send up these kites only when the wind was southwest. Many of them, he said, will soon fall to the ground, but if only 1 of them reaches the coast and falls into the hands of Europeans, we are saved. Nell was quite delighted with this idea, and declared that even King was not a match for Stash when it came to cleverness. Yes, she was convinced that a great many of the kites would even fly to their papas, and promised to glue such kites from morning till night. Her joy was so excessive that Stash was afraid it might bring on the fever again, and he was therefore obliged to calm her enthusiasm. The work which Stash had mentioned was immediately begun in earnest. Kali, who had been told to catch as many of the flying fish as possible, stopped fishing, but on the other hand, he erected a high fence of thin bamboo rods, or, to be more accurate, a kind of trellis, and this weir he fastened across the river. In the middle of the trellis was a large opening, through which the fish would be obliged to swim in order to reach the open water. At this opening Kali placed a strong net made from palm threads, and so caught a plentiful supply of fish every day. He drove the fish into the murderous net with the help of King, who, being led into the water, darkened and disturbed it so that not only those shimmering silver fish, but all other creatures living in the water, tried to escape into the clearer depths. At this point, the weir was often damaged by crocodiles overturning the trellis in their efforts to escape, and King himself would often overturn it, for he cherished an inborn hatred against crocodiles. So he followed them, and as soon as they reached shallow water he would pick them up with his trunk and throw them on the bank, and he took the greatest satisfaction and delight in stamping them to death. Turtles also were often caught in the net, and of them the little wanderers made a delicious soup. Kali prepared the fish by drying them in the sun, but the air bladders he brought to Nell, who cut them in 2, stretched them out on boards, and thus converted them into 2 sheets of paper the size of one's hand. Stash and Maya helped Nell in this work, for it was by no means easy. The skins were thicker than the bladders of our river fish, but after being dried they became quite brittle and were easily broken. Stash at last discovered that they should be dried in the shade, but sometimes his patience was nearly exhausted, and that he did not give up the plan of making kites out of the bladders was due to the fact that he considered them lighter and better able to withstand the rain than paper. Though the dry season had now begun, he was not quite sure whether, during the summer, especially in the mountains, there would not be showers. But he also glued together kites made out of paper, a quantity of which had been found among Linda's effects. The first light, large paper kite, which he let loose in a west wind, at once rose very high, and when Stash cut the string, was carried by a strong current of air toward the chain of the Caramaggio Mountains. Stash followed its flight with the aid of a telescope until it got as small as a butterfly. Yes, even until it looked like a fly, and at last disappeared in the pale azure of the sky. On the following day he loosed a second one, this time made of fish bladders, which ascended even more quickly into the air, but probably was soon lost to view because of the transparency of the skins. It was Nell who worked most perseveringly, and her little fingers soon became so skilful that she excelled Stash and Meyer. She was quite strong now. The healthy climate of Linda Mountain had completely restored her. The time for the third attack of the deadly fever to make its appearance had passed. On that day, Stash hid himself in the banana thicket and cried for joy. After a stay of 2 weeks in the mountains, he noticed that the good Mzimu now looked quite differently than when in the jungle. Her cheeks had become fuller, the former yellow and transparent complexion had disappeared. She looked rosy once more, and from beneath her luxuriant mass of hair, her eyes looked out on everything, shining with happiness. From the bottom of his heart, the boy was thankful for the cool nights, the transparent spring water, the flour from the dried bananas, and above all, Linda. He had become thin and sunburned, which was a proof that he would not have the fever, for fever patients do not become tanned by the sun. He had grown taller and more manly. His quick movements, and the labours he had performed, had increased his ability and strength. The muscles of his arms and hands, legs and feet were hard as steel. Now, in fact, he had actually become a seasoned African traveller. As he hunted daily and used bullets only, he had become a sure shot. He no longer feared wild animals, for he knew that the wild and horned hunters were in more danger from him than he was from them. At one shot, he had killed a large rhinoceros which unexpectedly attacked him. He never paid the least attention to the numerous African buffaloes, which sometimes disperse whole caravans. Besides the gluing of the kites and the other daily tasks, Stash and Nell also set to work to convert Kali, Meyer and Nasibu, and they found this more difficult than they had expected. The black trefoil took great pleasure in being taught, but looked at the lessons from the Negro's point of view. When Stash told them of the creation of the world, of paradise and the serpent, everything went well, but when he got as far as the murder of Abel by Cain, Kali unconsciously patted his stomach and asked with great calmness, "And did he eat him up then?" The black boy had always insisted that the Wahimas never eat human beings, but apparently the remembrance of the days when they did so still remained with him as a national tradition. Neither could he understand why the Lord God had not killed the wicked Mzimu and many similar things. His ideas of good and evil were also quite African, which led to the following conversation between teacher and pupil. "Tell me," asked Stash, "what is an evil deed?" "If anyone takes cows away from Kali," he answered after some consideration, "that is an evil deed." "Excellent," cried Stash, "and now give me a good one." This time he answered at once. "A good one, for instance, if Kali takes cows away from anyone." Stash was too young to know that similar ideas of good and evil are prevalent also in Europe, and are practiced by politicians and even approved by entire nations. But gradually light began to dawn in the black brains, and what brains could not understand, warm hearts received. They were shortly ready for baptism, which was performed with great ceremony. The godparents presented each of the children with 4 doti, equal to about 16 yards, of white percale and a string of blue glass beads. They felt somewhat disappointed, however, for they were so childlike that they thought their skins would turn white immediately after baptism, and they were greatly surprised when they saw that they were just as black as before. But Nell calmed them by convincing them that they now had white souls. End of Part 2, Chapter 14. Part 2, Chapter 15 of Through the Desert by Henryk Sienkiewicz, translated by Mary W. Artois. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by David Granville Young. Through the Desert by Henryk Sienkiewicz, translated by Mary W. Artois. Part 2, Chapter 15. Stash also taught Carly how to use the Remington rifle, and this he learned much more easily than the catechism. After 10 days' practice shooting at a target and at crocodiles sleeping in the sand on the riverbanks, the young negro killed a large Porphyr antelope, then several gazelles, and finally a Nadiri wild boar. This hunt came near ending in an accident similar to that which had befallen Linda, for the boar, which Carly had carelessly approached after firing the shot, sprang and flew at him with tail in the air. Carly dropped the gun, took refuge up a tree, and sat there until his screams attracted the attention of Stash, who found that the wild boar had been slain. Stash did not as yet permit the boy to hunt for buffaloes, lions, and rhinoceroses. Stash would not shoot the elephants which came to the watering place by night, for he had promised Nell that he would never kill one of them. But from the mountain top he would look through the telescope morning and afternoon, and on seeing a herd of zebras, buffaloes, gazelles, or deer grazing in the jungle, he would follow them, taking Carly with him. During these excursions he often questioned Carly about the Wahima and Samburu tribes, that they were bound to meet if they wanted to go east as far as the sea-coast. "Carly, do you know," he once said, "that a journey of 20 days, or if on horseback a journey of only 10 days, would enable us to reach your country?" "Carly not know where Wahimas live," answered the young negro, shaking his head sadly. "But I know," said Stash. "They live where the sun rises over a large stretch of water." "Yes, yes," cried the boy joyfully and greatly surprised. "Basso Narok, dark water. That is our name for big black water. Great man knows everything." "No, I don't know how the Wahimas would welcome us should we go there." "Carly order them to fall on their faces before great man and good Mzimu." "And would they obey you?" "Carly's father wear leopard skin, and Carly too." Stash understood that this meant that Carly's father was a king, and that he was the eldest son and the future ruler of the Wahimas, and so he inquired further, "You told me once that white travellers had visited you, and that the older people remember them?" "Yes, and Carly has heard that they wore a great deal of percale on their heads." "Ah," thought Stash to himself, "so they were not Europeans but Arabs, whom the negroes, judging from the light colour of their skins and their white clothes, mistook for white people. But as Carly remembered nothing about them and could give no further description of them, Stash put another question to him. Did not the Wahimas kill any of these people dressed in white? No, neither the Wahimas nor the Samburus can do that. Why not? Because they said that if the earth sucked up their blood, the rain would cease. I am glad they think that, thought Stash. Then he asked, Would the Wahimas go with us as far as the sea if I were to promise them quantities of percale, glass beads and weapons? Carly go, and also the Wahimas, but great man must first conquer the Samburus, who are on the other side of the water. And who lives back of the Samburus? Back of the Samburus there are no mountains, only a jungle, and in it live lions. This ended the conversation. Stash now constantly thought of the great journey to the east, remembering what Linda had said about the possibility of meeting Arabs from the coast who trade in ivory, and perhaps mission expeditions. He was sure that a journey like this would be very fatiguing and dangerous for Nell, but he knew she could not stay all her life on Linda Mountain, and that they would soon have to move on. The best time to leave is after the rainy season, when the infectious swamps are covered with water and the ground is still damp. On the summit of the mountain, they had not as yet felt the heat. The nights were so cool that they had to cover themselves up to sleep. But below, in the jungle, it was now much warmer, and he well knew that it would soon become unbearably hot there. It now rained less and less, and the waterline of the river became lower every day. So Stash conjectured that the river valley would be converted into a dry bed in summer, the like of which he had formerly seen in the desert of Libya, and that then there would only remain a narrow stream flowing in the middle of its bed. But he deferred the departure from day to day. On Linda Mountain they all, men as well as animals, felt so much at home. Nell was not only cured of the fever, but also of her anemic condition. Stash had no more headaches, and Carly's and Maya's skin began to shine like black satin. Nasibu looked like a walking melon on thin legs, and King, as well as the horses and the donkey, had become quite fat. Stash knew very well that they would not find another island like this in the midst of the jungle during their entire journey. He looked into the future with much foreboding, although they now had considerable assistance and, if need be, an important defender in King. And so another week passed before they began making preparations for the journey. Whenever they were not busy packing, they devoted the time to sending up kites containing the information that they were going in an easterly direction toward a certain lake. They sent them up continually, because a strong west wind was blowing almost a hurricane, which carried them off over the mountains. To protect Nell from the heat, Stash made a palanquin out of the remains of the tent. This was to be placed on the elephant's back for the girl to ride in. After it had been put on King a few times, he became accustomed to the light weight, and also to having the palanquin bound to his back with palm thongs. But this was a featherweight in comparison to the other baggage he was expected to carry, which Carly and Maya were now busy sorting and packing. Little Nasibu was told to look for bananas and to rub them to flour between two flat stones. King assisted him in picking the heavy clusters of fruit, but they both ate so much that the bananas in the vicinity of the hut were soon gone, and they were obliged to go to another grove situated at the opposite end of the plateau. Saba, who had nothing to do, often kept them company on these expeditions. But Nasibu came near paying for his zeal with his life, or at least a very strange kind of imprisonment, for it happened that once when he was gathering bananas on the edge of a steep, overhanging cliff, he suddenly saw in a crevice a horrible face covered with black skin, with eyes that blinked at him as it laughingly showed its front teeth. At first, the boy was nearly petrified with fear. Then he began to run for his life. But before he had gone far, a hairy arm encircled him. He was lifted into the air, and the night-black monster started off running with him toward a gorge. Fortunately, the enormous monkey could only run on 2 feet. Consequently, Saba, who happened to be near, easily overtook it and buried his enormous jaws in his back. A terrible fight ensued, in which the dog, notwithstanding his great size and strength, would certainly have been worsted had not succour arrived in time to save him. For a gorilla can even conquer lions, and monkeys seldom let go their prey, even when it is a matter of regaining their freedom or their lives. The gorilla, having been attacked from behind, could not easily get at Saba, but in spite of that he picked him up by the neck with his left hand, and was lifting him in the air, when the ground shook under a heavy tread, and King came running up. A slight blow with his trunk was sufficient, and the terrible forest devil, as the negroes call the gorilla, sank to the ground with brains and neck crushed. But to make sure that the monster was dead, or from his natural antipathy to it, King nailed it to the ground with his tusks, and then continued to wreak his vengeance on it until Stash, who had become alarmed at the roaring and screaming, came running up from the direction of the huts, gun in hand, and ordered him to stop. The gorilla lay in a pool of blood, which Saba began to lick up, and King's tusks were stained with gore. It was a very large gorilla, and, though dead, its upturned eyes and its teeth made it still a horrible-looking object. The elephant trumpeted triumphantly, and Nasibu, ash-grey with terror, told Stash what had happened. For a moment he considered whether he should fetch Nell and show her the horrible monkey, but he dismissed the thought, for suddenly a great fear took possession of him. Nell often went out walking alone on the island, and might not the very same thing happen to her? This proved that Linda Mountain was not such a safe refuge as it at first seemed. Stash returned to the hut and told Nell what had happened. She listened in curiosity and fright, her eyes wide open, continually repeating, "You see what would have happened without King?" "That's right. One need not worry about a child with a nurse like him. So while we are here, don't take a step away without him." "And when are we going to leave?" "The provisions are ready, the baggage sorted, and there is nothing to do but pack the loads on the animals, and so we can start tomorrow." "To see our papas?" "If it be God's will," answered Stash gravely. End of Part 2, Chapter 15. Part 2, Chapter 16 of Through the Desert by Henryk Sienkiewicz, translated by Mary W. Artois. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by David Granville Young. Through the Desert by Henryk Sienkiewicz, translated by Mary W. Artois. Part 2, Chapter 16. They did not break up camp until several days later. They departed at dawn, 6 o'clock, after a short prayer, in which they earnestly commended themselves to God. At their head rode Stash on horseback, preceded by Saba. Behind him solemnly marched King, flapping his ears and carrying on his enormous back the palanquin in which Nell and Maia were seated. Then, under Kali's guidance, followed the horses, tied together with a long rope and laden with all sorts of baggage, and little Nasibu on the donkey, which was as fat as the boy, brought up the rear. At that early hour the heat did not inconvenience them very much, although the day was fine, and from behind the Caramaggio mountains the sun rose in great splendour from a cloudless sky. An eastern breeze mitigated the heat of its rays. Occasionally the wind blew a gale, waving the jungle grass like billows of the sea. Vegetation had grown so luxuriantly after the copious showers, especially at the lower levels, that King and the horses were covered up by the grass, so that all that could be seen above the waving jungle was the white palanquin, which looked like a ship sailing on a lake. After marching for an hour, they came to a dry, high plateau lying to the east of Linda Mountain, and saw enormous thistles, with stems as thick as tree trunks and flowers as large as human heads. On the slope of many plateaus, which from a distance looked barren, they found heather 8 feet high. Other plants, that grow very small in Europe, flourished here large as the thistles and heather, and giant trees, standing by themselves in the jungle, looked like church towers. Especially that species of fig tree known as the daru tree, whose weeping branches turn into new stems on touching the ground, covered enormous areas, so that each tree made a wilderness in itself. From afar off, the country appeared like one unbroken forest, but when nearer, it could be seen that the large trees grew only in certain places, at various distances apart. Toward the north, very few of them could be seen, and the country seemed more like a mountainous steppe covered with an even jungle, out of which the umbrella-shaped acacias alone towered. The grasses there were greener, smaller, and apparently better suited for grazing. Nell, from her high seat on King's back, and Stash, from a hillock, saw larger herds of antelope than they had ever seen before. The animals of each species grazed by themselves, or occasionally intermingled with the new boar, gazelle, ariel, female antelope, buffalo, springbuck, large kudu, and others. There were a great many zebras and giraffes to be seen. On observing the caravan in the grass, the animals stood still, threw up their heads, pricked up their ears, and looked at the white palanquin in surprise. Then they immediately dispersed and ran away for a few hundred feet, then stared again at the strange apparition until they had satisfied their curiosity and calmly began to graze again. From time to time there appeared in front of the caravan a rhinoceros, growling and snarling, but, notwithstanding its aggressive nature and its disposition to attack everything that comes in its way, it fled ignominiously before the glance of King, who was only kept from following it by a command from Stash. The African elephant hates the rhinoceros, and if he comes across a fresh trail, he follows it up till he finds his adversary, and, relying on his superior strength, begins the fight in which the rhinoceros is nearly always worsted. It was not very easy for King, who certainly had more than one death on his conscience, to renounce his old habit, but he was now tame and accustomed to look upon Stash as his master. Therefore, on hearing his voice, and seeing his bright and threatening eyes, the beast dropped his upturned trunk, drew in his ears, and calmly walked on. Though Stash would have enjoyed seeing a fight between these giants, he was afraid of its effect on Nell. If the elephant were to gallop, the palanquin might fall to pieces, or, what would be worse, the enormous animal might knock it against a tree, so Nell's life would be in great danger. From the tales of the chase which Stash had read when at Port Said, he learned that in India people hunting tigers are more afraid that the elephant, in the excitement of the chase, might knock the small tower against a tree than they are even of the tigers. Besides, the giant gallops so clumsily that to ride like that any length of time would endanger one's health. On the other hand, the presence of King obviated many dangers. The vicious buffaloes they met that day on their way to the small lake, where all the animals in the neighbourhood congregated at nightfall, also fled when he looked at them, and ran to the other side of the lake to drink. With his left foot tied to a tree, King guarded the tent in which Nell slept, and this so thoroughly protected her that although Stash kept a fire burning, he thought it unnecessary to build a hedge around the camp, although he knew that there must certainly be lions in the vicinity of so many herds of antelope. In fact, some of them began to roar that very night among the enormous juniper trees on the mountain slope. Attracted by the scent of the horses, they approached the camp, notwithstanding the burning fire. But when King could no longer stand their constant roaring, and began to send forth his threatening, thunder-like trumpeting, they quieted down humbly, for they seemed to know that they had better not come in contact with such an antagonist. After this, the children slept soundly for the remainder of the night, and they did not continue their journey until daybreak. But now Stash was to have new troubles and worries. He noticed that they were travelling very slowly, and that they could not cover more than 10 kilometres a day. If they progressed no faster than that, they would certainly not reach the borders of Abyssinia in a month. But as Stash had decided to follow Linda's advice implicitly, he had distinctly said that they would not be able to reach Abyssinia. The road to the ocean was the only one that they could take. But according to the calculation made by the Swiss, more than 1,000 kilometres lay between them and the ocean, that is, in a direct line, for by way of Mombasa, which lies in a more southerly direction, it is farther away, and it would take more than 3 months to make the journey. Stash was terrified when he thought that this meant 3 months of fatigue, excitement, and danger from encounters with tribes of Negroes. Now they were still in a barren country, depopulated by smallpox and rumours of attacks by the dervishes. But as, on the whole, Africa is fairly well populated, sooner or later they were bound to come to places inhabited by strange tribes, which would probably be ruled by savage and treacherous chiefs. It was no easy task to retain one's freedom and one's life amid such dangers. Therefore, Stash calculated that if they could come across the Wahima tribe, he would teach several of the warriors how to shoot, and by making great promises, would induce them to accompany their party to the ocean. But Kali had not the least idea where his tribe lived, and Linda, who had heard something about them, could neither tell how to reach them, nor could he give an exact description of the place where they lived. Linda had also mentioned having heard about a large lake, and Kali distinctly declared the Wahima live on one side of this lake, which he called Basso Narok, on the other side of which the Samburu live. But now Stash was worried because that lake was not mentioned in the geography of Africa, which he had studied carefully at school in Port Said. If Kali had been the only one to mention it, Stash would have supposed it to be the Victoria Nyanza. But Linda could not have made a mistake like that if he had marched from Victoria Lake northward along the Caramajo Mountains. Stash came to the conclusion, after questioning the inhabitants of these mountains, that this mysterious lake ought to lie further to the east and north. Stash did not know what to think of all this. He was also afraid he might miss the lake and come across the Wahimas or other savage tribes, arid jungles, impassable mountains, the tsetse flies which might kill the animals, the sleeping sickness, the fever for Nell, the heat, and worst of all those interminable distances which still separated them from the ocean. But having left Linda Mountain, the only thing to do was to advance steadily due east. Linda had said that this was a journey to tax the strength of an experienced and energetic explorer to the utmost. But Stash had already had great experience, and for Nell's sake he determined not to think of himself and to spare no energy to accomplish his purpose. For the present it was necessary to save the girl's strength, and so he decided to travel only between 6 and 10 o'clock in the morning, and from 3 to 6 o'clock in the evening, when there happened to be no water at their first halting place. However, as there had been plenty of rain during the rainy season, they found water everywhere. The small lakes formed on the lowlands by the showers were still well filled, and here and there rivers of crystal-clear cold water flowed from the mountains. These were very inviting to bathe in, and also very safe, for crocodiles only live in larger streams where there are plenty of fish, upon which they chiefly subsist. As Stash had found a very good filter among Linda's things, he did not allow the girl to drink unfiltered water. The filter always surprised Kali and Maya, for they saw that, though filled with clouded and whitish water, only clean and clear water flowed from it into the reservoir beneath. At this they laughed and slapped their knees to show their pleasure and surprise. On the whole, the beginning of their journey was made by easy stages. They had received from Linda large supplies of coffee, tea, sugar, bouillon, various canned goods, and all kinds of medicines. Stash was not sparing of these, for they had more than they could take with them. They also had plenty of utensils of all kinds, weapons of various calibre, and rockets which would be of great service when meeting Negroes. The country was very fertile, and there was plenty of fruit and fresh meat. In the lowlands they occasionally came across swamps which had not evaporated sufficiently to poison the air with their deadly odours, being still covered over with water. At this height there were no mosquitoes to inoculate one with the fever. Still, the altitude did not prevent it from becoming unbearably hot by 10 o'clock. The small travellers made a halt during the so-called white hours in the deep shade of large trees, through the thick foliage of which not a ray of sun could penetrate. And so Nell, Stash, and the Negroes kept in excellent health. End of Part 2, Chapter 16. Part 2, Chapter 17 of Through the Desert by Henryk Sienkiewicz. Translated by Mary W. Artois. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by David Granville Young. Through the Desert by Henryk Sienkiewicz. Translated by Mary W. Artois. Part 2, Chapter 17. On the 5th day of their journey, Stash rode with Nell on King, for they had come to a broad belt of acacias, which was so thick that the horses had to follow in the path made by the elephant. It was now early in the morning, and the landscape was glistening, fresh with dew. The children talked about the journey, and how every day was bringing them nearer to their fathers, for both children had never ceased to long for them since they were taken from Fayum. Their conversations centred around this subject, and they always ended by weeping. They repeated over and over again the same thoughts. Their fathers think that they are now dead, or that they have disappeared never to return. Both are grieving, and, although hope is well nigh dead, they send Arabians to Khartoum to try to get news of them. And all this time they are not only far away from Khartoum, but also from Fashoda. In 5 days they will be even further off, then further and further still, and at last they will reach the ocean. Or, perhaps before they come to the sea, they may reach a place where they can send a telegram. The only person in the caravan who knew what they had before them was Stash, while Nell was positively convinced that there was nothing in the world that he could not achieve, and she was quite sure that he would bring her to the coast. So she anticipated events, and planned in her little head more than once what would happen when the first news of them should be received. Chirping like a little bird, she told Stash about it. "Our papas," she said, "are sitting in Port Said, and they are weeping. Then suddenly a boy comes in with a telegram. What's that? Either your papa or mine opens it, looks at the signature and reads, 'Stash and Nell.' How happy they are! They will make all haste to meet us. There will be joy in the whole house. Our papas and everyone in the house will be happy. They will be delighted and will immediately come driving up. I shall fall on papa's neck. Then we shall always be together, and the tale ended with Nell's chin beginning to tremble, her beautiful eyes turning into 2 fountains, and finally by leaning her little head on Stash's shoulder and crying for sorrow, longing, and joy at the thought of the future meeting. Stash rather imagined that his father would be proud of him and would say to him, "You have acted like a true Pole," and he was then overcome by emotion, great longing and enthusiasm, and an immovable courage hard as steel took possession of his heart. "I must," he said to himself in these moments, "save Nell. I must go through these trials." Then it seemed to him that there were no dangers he could not face, no obstacles he could not overcome. But the final victory was far off yet. They worked their way through the grove of acacias, the long thorns of the bushes tearing even the hide of the elephant. Eventually more light penetrated the forest, and through the branches of the scattered trees a grey jungle could be seen in the distance. Although the heat was very oppressive, Stash climbed out of the palanquin, settled himself on King's neck, and looked around in search of herds of antelope or zebras, for he determined to provide more meat for them to eat. To the right he saw 2 gazelles, and beyond them 2 ostriches. On passing the last group of trees, the elephant turned off to the left, and then a different sight presented itself to the boy. Half a kilometre away he saw a very large field of manioc, and on the edge of the field several black people, apparently busy working. "Negroes!" he cried out, turning to Nell. His heart began to beat violently. For a moment he hesitated whether he should not return and hide in the acacias, but it occurred to him that in an inhabited district one must sooner or later be obliged to meet its inhabitants and have relations with them, and that the fate of their journey would depend on the nature of these relations. So, after quick reflection, he guided the elephant toward the field. At the same moment, Kali also appeared, and, pointing to the group of trees, said, "Great man, over there is a Negro village, and women are working in the manioc fields. Shall I ride to them?" "We will ride there together," answered Stash, "and then you will tell them that we come as friends." "Sir, I know what to say to them," cried the young Negro, feeling his great importance. Turning his horse toward the workers, he placed his hands trumpet-like to his mouth and cried, "Jambo hey! Jambo sana!" When the women, who were very busy digging up the manioc roots, heard his voice, they sprang up and stood as if rooted to the spot. But this quiet only lasted a moment, for they began to scream and run off toward the trees, in the midst of which the village lay, in their excitement leaving their hoes and rakes behind them. The small wanderers approached this village slowly and silently. The thicket resounded with the howling of several hundred voices. Then silence reigned. At last the hollow, penetrating beating of a drum was heard, which continued incessantly for some time. This was evidently to call the warriors to war, for suddenly more than 300 of them appeared from out of the bushes, and they all stood in one long line before the village. When 100 feet distant, Stash brought King to a standstill and began to look at them. The sun beat down on their well-formed bodies, on their broad chests and their strong shoulders. They were armed with bows and spears. Around their hips they wore short skirts of heather or monkey skin. Their heads were adorned with ostrich and parrot feathers, or large wigs made of baboons' scalps. They looked warlike and menacing, but stood silent and immovable, for they were so utterly astonished that their inclination to fight was kept within bounds. All eyes were fixed on King, on the white palanquin, and on the white person sitting on the neck of the elephant. And yet elephants were not strangers to them. On the contrary, they were continually at the mercy of elephants, for at night whole herds would destroy their manioc fields and their plantations of bananas and palms. As spears and arrows cannot pierce an elephant's hide, the poor Negroes fought against the mischief-makers by means of fire and screams, in which they imitated the crowing of cocks, and they dug out trenches and made traps with tree trunks. But they had never seen an elephant made the slave of man, and allowing him to sit on its neck, and none of them was able to account for this extraordinary sight. What they saw so transcended their wildest imaginations that they did not know what course to pursue, whether to fight, or to run away as fast as their feet could carry them and leave the rest to chance. Full of doubt, fear, and surprise, they continually whispered to one another, "O mother, what are these beings who come here to us, and how will they be disposed toward us?" Kali, who had ridden up to within a spear's throw of them, raised himself up in his stirrups and cried, "People, people, listen to the voice of Kali, the son of Fumba, the powerful king of the Wahimas, who live on the banks of the Basso Narok. Oh, hear, hear, and if you understand him, listen to every word he is going to say." "We understand," rang the answer from 300 throats. "Let your king advance. Let him tell me his name, and let him open his ears and lips so that he can hear better." "Umrua! Umrua!" many voices began to cry out. Umrua stepped out of the rank and file, but took only 3 steps forward. He was an aged negro, tall and strongly built, but who evidently had no courage to spare, for his legs trembled so that he had to dig the point of his spear into the ground and to lean on its hilt to keep from falling. Other warriors followed his example and dug their spears into the ground, as a sign that they wished to listen peacefully to the tidings of the stranger. Thereupon Kali declaimed at the top of his voice, "Umrua, and you, Umrua's people, you have heard that the son of the king of the Wahimas is talking to you, whose cows cover the mountains around the Basso Narok as ants cover the carcass of a dead giraffe. And what is Kali, the son of the king of the Wahimas, saying? He is telling you a great piece of good news, which is that the good Mzimu has come to your village." Then he cried still louder, "So it is, the good Mzimu, do!" From the silence that ensued, one could readily guess what a tremendous effect Kali's words had aroused. The warriors began to separate, and then to form in groups. Some advanced a few steps through curiosity, whilst others drew back through fear. Umrua leaned with both hands on his spear, and for a short time perfect silence ensued, followed by a slight whispering through the ranks, and one voice at a time repeated, "Mzimu, Mzimu," and here and there the cries, "Yansig, Yansig," which expressed admiration and welcome, were to be heard. But Kali's voice rose again above the noises and screams. "Gaze and be happy. The good Mzimu is sitting over there in the white hut on the back of the large elephant, and the large elephant obeys it like a slave obeys his master and a child obeys his mother. Oh, neither you nor your fathers have ever seen anything like this." "No, no, we have never seen anything like this. Yansig, Yansig." The eyes of all the warriors turned to the hut, in other words, to the palanquin. And Kali, who, in the course of the religious training he had received on Linda Mountain, had been told that faith can move mountains, was quite convinced that the prayer of the white Bibi was all-powerful with God, and so he continued to speak, as he thought truthfully, about the good Mzimu. "Listen, listen. The good Mzimu is riding on the elephant to that country in which the sun rises out of the water behind the mountains. There the good Mzimu will tell the Great Spirit to send you clouds, and these clouds will, in seasons of drought, water your millet, your manioc, your bananas, and the grass in the jungle, so that you will have plenty to eat, and your cows will have good fodder and will give rich milk. Do you, O people, need food and milk? Hey, we need it, we need it. And the good Mzimu will tell the Great Spirit to send you a wind which will blow away from your village that sickness which honeycombs the body. Do you, O people, want it to blow the sickness away? Hey, let it blow it away. And at the prayer of the good Mzimu, the Great Spirit will protect you from attacks, from slavery, from damage to your fields, from lions, from panthers, from snakes, and from locusts. Hey, let him do it. Now listen. Look and see who sits in front of the hut between the ears of the terrible elephant. There is Bwana Kubwa, the white man, great and strong, whom even the elephant fears. Hey! Who has thunder in his hands and uses it to kill bad men. Hey! Who kills lions. Hey! who sends up fiery snakes? Hey! Who breaks rocks? Hey! But who will do you no harm if you will respect the good Mzimu? Yansig, Yansig! And if you will bring him dried banana flour, eggs, fresh milk and honey. Yansig, Yansig! Then come nearer and fall on your faces before the good Mzimu. Umrua and his warriors started off, repeating continuously, Yansig, Yansig! Then, approaching cautiously, they moved a short distance nearer, for their steps were halted by their superstitious fear of the Mzimu and the elephant. The sight of Saba also filled them with terror, for they took him to be a wobo, a large golden leopard, inhabiting that district and also southern Abyssinia, which the natives fear more than a lion, because it is especially fond of human flesh, and is even bold enough to attack armed men. But they were pacified on seeing that the little fat-faced Negro held the terrible wobo by a leash. This gave them a still higher conception of the power of the good Mzimu, and also of the white man, and while looking first at the white elephant, then at Saba, they whispered to each other, "If they have even bewitched Wobo, who in the world can struggle successfully against them?" But the most solemn moment was when Stash, turning to Nell, bowed low and then pushed back the sides of the palanquin, which were arranged like curtains, and showed the good Mzimu to the assembled multitude. Umrua and every one of the warriors fell on their faces, so that their bodies formed a long living bridge. None dared to move, and all hearts were even more terror-stricken when, just at that very moment, King, either by order of Stash or of his own accord, threw up his trunk and began to trumpet very loud, and Saba followed his example in the deepest bass which he could muster. Then there rang out from the hearts of all the warriors a cry like a beseeching groaning, "Aka, Aka, Aka!" And this lasted a long while, until Kali continued, "O Umrua and you children of Umrua, you have now done reverence before the good Mzimu, so arise and fill your eyes with the sight of it, for whoever does this, over him will be the blessing of the Great Spirit. Banish all fear from your hearts, and know that where the good Mzimu is, human blood cannot be shed." At these words, and especially after the explanation that, on account of the good Mzimu, none could be carried away by death, Umrua stood up, and the other warriors followed his example, and they began shyly, but also with great curiosity, to gaze at the gracious Godhead. If Kali had asked them a second time, they would certainly have had to confess that neither their fathers nor they had ever seen anything like this, for their eyes were accustomed to mask-like, grotesque figures of idols, made out of wood and hairy coconuts, and now there stood before them, on the back of the elephant, a blonde, gentle, sweet and smiling Godhead, resembling a white bird and a white flower, and so they gained confidence. Their hearts breathed freely once more, their thick lips began to smile, and, unconsciously stretching their hands out toward the wonderful apparition, they cried, "Oh, Yansig, Yansig, Yansig!" But Stash, who noticed everything that was going on, perceived as soon as Kali stopped speaking that a Negro, adorned with a pointed cap of ratskin, had slipped out of line and, gliding along in the grass like a snake, had gone in the direction of a solitary hut lying at the rear of the enclosure, which was surrounded by a high railing held together by creepers. Meanwhile, the good Mzimu, though greatly embarrassed by being set up as a godhead, put out her little hand at Stash's request and greeted the negroes. The black warriors, their eyes shining with pleasure, followed every movement of this little hand, believing that it possessed a powerful charm which would protect them against many misfortunes. Some, whilst striking their cheeks and hips, said, "Oh, mother, now everything will go well with us and with our cows." Umrua, who had already become quite familiar, approached the elephant, prostrated himself, striking the ground with his forehead before the good Mzimu, and whilst kneeling said to Stash, "Would the great man, who leads the white godhead on the elephant, like to eat a piece of Umrua, and would he agree to let Umrua eat a piece of him, so that we shall be brothers, between whom there is no deceit or treason?" Kali immediately interpreted these words, but as he saw by Stash's face that the latter had no inclination to taste a piece of Umrua, he turned to the negro and said, "Oh, Umrua, do you really think that the white man, who is so powerful that the elephant fears him, who has the thunder within his grasp, who kills lions, before whom Wobo wags his tail, who commands fiery snakes to rise up into the sky, and who shatters rocks, do you think that he can pledge blood brotherhood with any king he may happen to meet? But rather think whether the Great Spirit will not punish you for being so presumptuous, and whether it will not be honour enough for you to eat a piece of Kali, the son of Fumba, the ruler of the Wahima, and Kali, son of Fumba, to eat a piece of you." "Are you his slave?" asked Umrua. "The great man neither stole nor bought Kali, but only saved his life. That is why Kali leads the good Mzimu and the man into the land of the Wahima, so that the Wahima and Fumba can show them respect and bring them many presents." "Let it be as you say, and Umrua shall eat a piece of Kali, and Kali a piece of Umrua." "So let it be," repeated the warriors. "Where is the sorcerer?" asked the king. "Where is the sorcerer? Where is the sorcerer? Where is Kamba?" at once cried many voices. Then something happened that might have completely changed the situation, clouded the friendly relations, and converted the negroes into the enemies of their newly arrived guests. From the hut which stood apart, surrounded by a special fence, there suddenly came an infernal noise. It was like the roar of a lion, the clap of thunder, the blast of trumpets, the laugh of a hyena, the howl of a wolf, and the terrible squeak of rusty hinges. When King heard these awful sounds, he began to roar, Saba began to bark, and the donkey, on which Nasibu sat, to cry out, "Jah!" The warriors sprang up as if drenched with boiling water, and tore their spears out of the ground. Terrible confusion ensued. The disturbing cries of "Our Mzimu! Our Mzimu!" reached Stash's ears, and the respect and goodwill with which the negroes had looked upon the newcomers disappeared in an instant. The savages began to throw suspicious and hostile glances around. Amongst the crowd a threatening noise was heard, and the awful din in the lonely hut increased more and more. Kali was troubled, and, bending over quickly to Stash, he began to whisper, his voice filled with emotion and fright. "Sir, the sorcerer has awakened the bad Mzimu, who fears that he will not receive any presents, and is roaring with rage. Sir, pacify the sorcerer and the bad Mzimu with generous gifts, otherwise these people will turn against us." "Pacify them!" cried Stash. He suddenly became enraged against the wickedness and covetousness of the sorcerer. he was also greatly alarmed at this unlooked-for danger. The expression of his tanned face changed, just as it had done when he shot down Geber, Chamis, and the two Bedouins. His eyes shone threateningly, and he bit his lips, clenched his fists, and his cheeks grew pale. "Ah, I will soon pacify them," he said. Without wasting any time, he led the elephant toward the hut. Kali, who was afraid to remain alone among the Negroes, followed him. Then rose from the warriors a loud cry. Whether of fear or rage it was hard to tell, but before they could regain their composure, the railing creaked and broke down under the shock of the elephant's head. The clay walls of the hut fell apart, the roof caved in, a cloud of ruins and dust flew into the air, and after a while Umrua and his people saw the long, black, upturned trunk, on the end of which was the sorcerer Kamba. Stash, who saw on the floor of the hut a large drum made out of a hollowed-out tree, and covered with a monkey skin, made Kali give it to him, and, turning around, he stood facing the warriors, looking straight into their eyes. "Hear, O people," he said in a loud, resounding voice. "It was not your Mzimu who roared, but only that villain there, who pounds the drum to wring presents from you, and you are as afraid of him as children." At these words he took hold of the string which was drawn through the dried skin of the drum, and began to pull at it and twist it with all his might. The same sounds which had terrified the Negroes before now rang out again, only much louder, for the walls of the hut did not smother them. "Oh, how foolish are Umrua and his children!" cried Kali. Stash handed him the drum, and Kali beat so frantically that for a while one could not hear oneself talk. When he tired of this, he threw the drum at Umrua's feet, and, mid shrieks of laughter, said, "That thing is your Mzimu." Then, chattering, after the custom of Negroes, he addressed the warriors, and was by no means sparing in expressing his contempt for them and for Umrua, and in holding them up to ridicule. He pointed to Kamba, and explained to them that this thief in the rat-skin cap had deceived them for many a rainy and dry season, and that they had rewarded him by feeding him with beans, young goats, and honey. Is it possible that there could be a more stupid king and a more stupid people than these? They believed in the power of an old witch and in his witchcraft, and now they see how this great sorcerer hangs from the trunk of an elephant and cries "Aka," begging mercy of the white man. Where is his power now? Where is his witchcraft? Why does Mzimu not roar to protect him? Ah, what sort of thing is your Mzimu? A strip of monkey skin and a piece of a rotten tree trunk, which the elephant has destroyed. Neither the women nor the children of the Wahimas would have been afraid of such a Mzimu, and Umrua and his men were afraid of it. There is only one real Mzimu, and one really great and powerful man, and to him they ought to show respect and bring as many presents as they can, for otherwise they will be afflicted with misfortune such as they had never dreamed of. This harangue to the Negroes was quite unnecessary, for the sorcerer, with his wicked Mzimu, had proved himself to be weaker than the new god in such an extraordinary manner, and Stash satisfied them so well, that they forswore their allegiance to the sorcerer and covered him with shame. Again they cried out "Yansig," even more humbly and earnestly than before. They were so angry now with themselves for having been deceived by Kamba during many years that they insisted on killing him. Umrua begged Stash to let them bind him and keep him until they had invented a death of dreadful torture for him. but Nell decided to spare his life, and as Kali had told them that no human blood could be shed in presence of the good Mzimu, Stash only permitted them to drive the unhappy sorcerer from the village with shame and ignominy. Cumber, who feared he would be put to death by their cleverly devised tortures, fell on his face before the good Mzimu, and, weeping bitterly, thanked her for his deliverance. From this time forth there was nothing to mar the awe they inspired. Women and children now came from behind the fence, for the news of the extraordinary guest had already spread throughout the entire village, and the desire to see the white Mzimu was greater than their fear of her. For the first time in their lives, Stash and Nell saw a settlement of real savages, who had never been visited even by Arabs. The clothing of these Negroes consisted only of heather aprons or of a skin wound around the hips, and everyone was tattooed. The men as well as the women had their ears pierced, and through these holes they had thrust such long pieces of wood or bone that the lobes of their ears were drawn down to their shoulders. In their lower lips they wore a lip ring, a round piece of wood or bone the size of a saucer. Those of highest rank, such as warriors and their wives, wore around their necks steel or brass wire collars, so high and stiff that they could scarcely turn their heads. They evidently belonged to the Shilluk tribe, which reached far toward the east, for Kali and Maya knew their language well, and Stash could understand some things they said. Their legs were not so long as those of their compatriots, who live in the district of the Nile. They were of shorter stature, their shoulders were broader, and they looked less like wattle birds. The children resembled large fleas, and, not being disfigured by the pelele, they were decidedly better looking than the grown people. After the women had stared long enough at the good Mzimu from a distance, they vied with the warriors in bringing presents, young goats, fowls, eggs, black beans, and beer made from millet. This lasted until Stash forbade them to bring any more. He paid them generously with glass beads and coloured percale, and Nell distributed tiny mirrors among the children. And so there was great rejoicing throughout the village, and joyful cries resounded about the tent occupied by the little travellers. Then the warriors held a war dance and a skilfully devised sham battle in honour of the guests, after which one of the warriors suggested the cementing of a bond of fellowship between Kali and Umrua. As Cumber, who was usually one of the principal figures in such a ceremony, had gone off, an old Negro who was very familiar with the formula took his place. After he had killed a young goat, removed the liver, and divided it in several large pieces, he began to twirl around on hands and feet like a flywheel, and, looking first at Kali, then at Umrua, said in a solemn voice, "Kali, the son of Fumba, will you eat a piece of Umrua, the son of Umkuli? And you, Umrua, son of Umkuli, will you eat a piece of Kali, the son of Fumba?" "We will," cried the future brothers. "Do you wish that Kali's heart should be Umrua's heart, and Umrua's heart should be Kali's heart?" "We wish it." "And the hands, the spears, and the cows?" "And the cows." "And everything which either one possesses now or will possess?" "Whatever he possesses and will possess." "And that between you there shall be neither falsehood, treason, nor hate?" "Nor hate." "And that neither of you shall rob the other?" "Never." "And that you are brothers?" "Yes." The man who was whizzing around like a top turned quicker and quicker. The warriors assembled and followed his movements with ever-increasing interest. "Ow!" cried the old negro once more. "But if one of you lie to the other, betray him, rob him, poison him, or kill him, he shall be accursed." "He shall be accursed," repeated all the warriors. "And if he be a liar and contemplate treason, he shall not swallow the blood of his brother, but spit it out before our eyes?" "Oh, before our eyes." "And he shall die." "He shall die." "Wobo shall tear him to pieces." "Wobo." "Or a lion." "Or a lion." "An elephant shall tread him down." "Yes, and a rhinoceros and buffalo." "Oh, and a buffalo," repeated the chorus. "And a snake shall bite him." "A snake." "And his tongue shall turn black." "Black." "And his eyes shall drop out of his head." "Out of his head." "And he shall walk with his heels in the air." "Ha! With his heels in the air." Stash and Carly had to bite their lips to keep from laughing while still more terrible oaths were being repeated, and the "top" turned around so fast that their eyes could not follow its movements. The old negro kept this up until his strength was exhausted and his breath gave out. Then he sat down on the ground a while and swayed his head from side to side. Soon he arose and, grasping a knife, cut Carly's arm, and, moistening a piece of the goat's liver with his blood, pushed it into Umrua's mouth, and a second piece, moistened with the blood of the king, he pushed into Carly's mouth. Both men swallowed the pieces so quickly that a rattling noise could be heard in their throats, and their eyes nearly started out of their heads. Then they held each other by the hand as a sign of true and eternal friendship. Then the warriors exclaimed joyfully, "Both men have swallowed it. Neither of them spit it out. Therefore they are sincere, and there is no treachery between them." And in his heart Stash thanked Carly for having represented him at this ceremony, for he felt that, had he attempted to swallow a piece of Umrua, he might have proved himself insincere and a traitor. Henceforth the little travellers were in no danger of having snares laid for them, or of being unexpectedly attacked by the savages. On the contrary, the greatest friendship was shown them, and they were almost worshipped as gods. This worship increased when Stash, having noticed a great fall in Linda's barometer, foretold that rain was coming, and on that very day it rained quite heavily, as heavily as if the Masika, which was already over, was trying to squeeze out its last drops on the earth. The negroes were convinced that the good Mzimu had given them this shower of rain, and their gratitude to Nell was boundless. Stash teased her, saying that now she was the idol of the negroes, he could continue the journey alone and would leave her behind in the negro village, where the negroes would erect a small chapel of elephants' tusks for her and would bring her beans and bananas as peace offerings. But Nell felt so sure of his attachment to her that she simply reached up on her tiptoes and whispered in his ear, "You will not leave me behind." Then she began to hop with joy, declaring that, as the negroes were so kind, the journey to the ocean could be readily and quickly made. All this took place in front of the tent before the assembled multitude, and when old Umrua saw the Mzimu happy, he also began to hop as high as his crooked legs would let him, believing that in this way he was demonstrating his piety. Following his example, the chief officers began to dance, and so did the warriors, the women, and children, and in fact all the inhabitants of the village hopped about as though bereft of their senses. This exhibition given by the idol amused Stash so much that he laughed himself almost sick. On the following night he earned the everlasting gratitude of the pious king and his subjects, for, when some elephants raided the banana fields, he rode toward them on King and set off several rockets into their midst. The panic which the fiery snakes created was even greater than he had expected. The enormous animals, dreadfully frightened, filled the whole jungle with the sound of their trumpeting and their stamping, and in blind haste they knocked one another down. The powerful king took great pleasure in following his fleeing comrades, and struck at them unsparingly with his trunk and tusks. After such a night it would be a long time before another elephant would dare approach the banana plantations of the village ruled over by old Umrua. The dispersal of the elephants was followed by great rejoicing in the village, and the Negroes spent the whole night dancing and drinking millet beer and palm wine. Kali then learned many important things from them, for it so happened that several of them had come from the borders of a large sheet of water surrounded by mountains and lying toward the east. This proved to Stash that the lake, which he had never seen mentioned in any geography, really existed, and that if they continued in the same direction, they would meet the Wahimas. From the fact that Maya and Kali spoke almost the same language, he argued that Wahima was probably a local name, and that the tribes living on the banks of the Basso Narok belonged to the Shillooks, whose country extended from the Nile far away toward the east. At the time of the Mahdi, these places were still unexplored. End of Part 2, Chapter 17. Part 2, Chapter 18 of Through the Desert by Henryk Sienkiewicz, translated by Mary W. Artois. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by David Granville Young. Through the Desert by Henryk Sienkiewicz, translated by Mary W. Artois. Part 2, Chapter 18. The whole population escorted the good Mzimu quite a distance, and took leave of her with tears in their eyes, at the same time earnestly begging her to condescend to visit Umrua once again, and occasionally to think of his people. Stash considered a moment whether he should tell the Negroes about the gorge where he had hidden the goods and provisions left him by Linda, which, on account of the lack of baggage carriers, he could not take with him. But when he realized that the possession of such riches might awaken their covetousness, cause them to be jealous, disturb the tranquillity of their lives, and set them to fighting, he dismissed this idea. But he shot a large buffalo and left them its carcass for a parting feast. The sight of such a quantity of nyama satisfied them. The next 3 days the caravan went through a barren stretch of land. The days were hot, but the nights, on account of the altitude, were so cold that Stash found it necessary to have Nell covered up with 2 rugs. They now often passed over narrow mountain passes, sometimes barren and hilly, sometimes covered with such thick vegetation that they had difficulty in winding their way through them. On the edges of these ravines they saw large monkeys, and here and there also lions and panthers, which had taken refuge in the rocky caves. At Kali's request, Stash killed one of the animals, and then Kali put on its skin, to impress the Negroes with the fact that they had to reckon with a person of kingly blood. On a tableland beyond the narrow passes, Negro hamlets again appeared. Sometimes they were in groups, sometimes 1 or 2 days' journey apart. As a protection against lions, all the huts were surrounded by high fences, so interwoven and overrun with vines that even at a short distance they appeared like the undergrowth of a forest. The smoke rising from the centre of the huts was the only indication that they were inhabited. The caravan was as welcome everywhere as it had been in Umrua's village, first exciting fear and mistrust, and then surprise, admiration, and respect. Only on one occasion did the sight of the elephant, Saba, the horses, and the white people cause an entire village to flee to the neighbouring forest, and therefore the travellers had no chance of making themselves known. But not a single spear was raised against them, for if the hearts of the Negroes are not filled by Mohammedanism with hatred and treachery against unbelievers, they are apt to be timid and peaceful. The travellers were welcomed so heartily that Kali had to eat a piece of the village king and the latter a piece of Kali, whereupon the most friendly relations were consummated. To the good Mzimu they did homage and showed their reverence by offering fowls, eggs, and honey, brought from hollow blocks of wood which had been fastened in the branches of a large tree by means of palm threads. The great man, the ruler of the elephant, the thunder, and the fiery serpent, aroused general terror, which soon gave place to gratitude when they were convinced that he was as generous as he was powerful. In places where the small villages were numerous, the news of the arrival of these extraordinary guests would be communicated to the next settlement by drum signals, for the Negroes announce everything by beating the drum. Sometimes the whole population advanced to meet them with friendly greetings. In one village of nearly 1,000 inhabitants, the potentate, who was at the same time sorcerer and king, expressed his willingness to show them the great fetish, which was so much reverenced and dreaded that the people did not dare to approach the ebony chapel covered with rhinoceros hide, and so they placed their offerings 50 feet distant. The king told Stash and Nell that this fetish had lately fallen from the moon, that it was white and had a tail. Stash immediately explained that the moon had sent it down at the request of the good Mzimu, and in thus speaking he did not deviate from the truth, for it turned out that the great fetish was simply one of the kites which he had sent up from Linda Mountain. He and Nell felt very happy when they thought the same wind might have carried the others still farther, and he decided to continue sending up more from the hilltops. That evening he made a kite and let it fly, which convinced the Negroes that the good Mzimu and the white man had also come down from the moon and were gods to be served with humility. Though pleased with these demonstrations of humility and adoration, Stash was much more delighted on hearing that the Basso Narok was a little more than 10 days' journey distant, and that the inhabitants of the village in which they now lived often received salt from that country in return for palm wine. The village king had even heard Fumba spoken of as being the ruler of people called Doko. Kali said that the neighbours living a short distance away gave this name to the Wahima and Samburu. The news that a great war was now raging on the banks of this vast sheet of water was not very reassuring, for in consequence of this it would be necessary to reach the Basso Narok by marching over wild mountains and through deep ravines infested by beasts of prey. But Stash was no longer afraid of such beasts, and he preferred the wildest mountains to the low plains where fever lurked. So they courageously continued their journey. After leaving that large village, they passed but one other, a small settlement that hung like a nest on the edge of a precipice. Then the country became mountainous, the hills in places being separated by deep ravines. To the east rose a dark chain of mountain peaks, which, seen from a distance, looked quite black. They were now travelling through an unexplored stretch of country, and so they could not tell what might happen to them before they reached Fumba's land. On the mountain slopes there were plenty of bananas, but with the exception of the dragon tree and acacias, which stood out by themselves, the trees grew in groups, forming small groves. The travellers often halted in these groves to rest and renew their strength, as well as to enjoy the abundant shade. The trees swarmed with birds, many different species, large rhinoceros birds, which Stash called pepper-eaters, roller, starling, laughing dove, and countless beautiful Bengalis fluttered in the thick foliage or flew from one grove to another, singly or in groups, glittering in every colour of the rainbow. Many trees, seen from a distance, appeared to be covered with coloured flowers. Nell was particularly delighted on seeing flycatchers and large black birds with bright red feathers on their breasts, whose voices sounded like a shepherd's flute. Beautiful bee-eaters, pink on top and pale blue underneath, glistened in the sunlight, catching bees and dragonflies while on the wing. The screams of green parrots could be heard from the tree-tops, as could a sound of silver bells, the mutual greetings of small grey-green birds hidden in the foliage. Between sunset and dawn, such large flocks of native sparrows flew past that, but for their chirping and the flapping of their wings, they might have been mistaken for clouds, and Stash would have thought that the songsters who made the trees vocal during the day were humming throughout the night. But the children were still more surprised and delighted with some other birds which flew in flocks and sang delightfully. Each group consisted of 5 or 6 females, and one male with glittering metal-like feathers. They alighted on acacias, the male perching on the top of the tree, while the females sat on the lower branches, and after the first notes, which sounded as though he were tuning his voice, the male began to sing, while the females listened in silence. When he had finished, they repeated in unison the last refrain of his song. After a brief pause, he would begin again, and when he had ended, they would again repeat the refrain. Then the flock would fly in an airy, wave-like line to the next acacia, and the concert of soloist and chorus would ring out once more through the silence of noon. The children never grew tired of listening. Nell would catch the notes and join the chorus, twittering the last tones in her little thin voice, which sounded like a quick repetition of the sounds twee, 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 tweeling ting ting. Once, when they were following the winged songsters from one tree to another, the children found that they were alone and nearly a kilometre away from their camping place, for they had left the 3 negroes and King and Saba behind. Stash, who had planned to go hunting, had not wanted to take Saba for fear he might bark and frighten the game. When the flock of birds had flown from the last acacia to the other side of the broad ravine, the young boy stood still and said, "Now I shall take you back to King, and then I shall see if there are any antelopes or zebras in the high jungle, for Kali says we have only enough smoked meat to last 2 days." "But I am a big girl now," answered Nell, who was always desirous of showing that she was no longer a little girl, "and therefore I will return by myself. The camp and the smoke can easily be seen from here." "I'm afraid you might get lost." "I shall not get lost. In the high jungle I might, but here, look how low the grass is." "Something might attack you." You said that lions and panthers do not hunt their prey in the daytime. Besides, do you hear how King is trumpeting because he is lonesome for us? What lion would dare to hunt where King's voice is heard?" And she began to coax, and in fact to be quite insistent on going. "No, Stash, I shall go alone. Remember, I am grown up." Stash at first hesitated, but in the end let her have her own way. The camp and the smoke of the campfire could be distinctly seen, and King, who was lonesome without Nell, trumpeted continually. As Nell had said, there was no fear of getting lost in the low grass, and as far as lions, panthers, and hyenas were concerned, they need not be taken into consideration, for these beasts hunt their prey only at night. Besides, he knew he could do nothing to please the girl more than to show her that he no longer considered her a child. "Well, all right," he said. "Go alone, but walk straight ahead and do not stop on the way." "But may I pick these flowers myself?" she asked, pointing to a bush of kuso which was covered with a heavy mass of pink flowers. "Yes, you may." With these words he turned around and, after taking the precaution of showing her the group of trees from which the smoke issued, and from which King's trumpeting was heard, he disappeared into the high jungle at the edge of the ravine. He had taken scarcely 100 steps when he felt exceedingly anxious. "It was very stupid of me," he thought, "to let Nell go alone in the heart of Africa. How foolish, foolish! She is still a child. I should not have left her side even for an instant unless King had been with her. Who knows what may happen? Who knows whether there is not a snake under that pinkish shrubbery, or large monkeys might come from this narrow pass and carry her off or bite her? Heaven help me, I have done a most foolish thing." Instead of being only uneasy, he now became angry with himself and terribly frightened. Without reasoning further, he turned back, as though with a foreboding of evil. He stepped quickly to one side and, as a matter of habit, formed in his daily hunting expeditions, he held his gun ready to shoot, and glided through the prickly mimosas as silently as a panther creeping upon an antelope herd at night. Then he thrust his head above the tall shrubbery, and stood there as if petrified. Nell was standing under the kuso bush with hands extended. The pinkish flowers, which she had dropped in her dismay, lay at her feet, and about 20 feet away a large golden yellow animal was creeping toward her through the low grass. Stash distinctly saw its green eyes fixed on the chalk-white face of the girl. He saw its bowed head and flattened ears, its upraised paw stretched forward, expressing its waiting and stealthy attitude, its long body and even longer tail, the end of which was moving with an almost imperceptible cat-like movement. Another moment, a spring, and it would have been the last of Nell. At this sight, the boy, accustomed as he was to danger, at once realized that if he did not immediately regain his composure and presence of mind, if he were to shoot and merely wound the animal, no matter how badly, the girl would be doomed. Controlling himself, and stimulated by these thoughts, his arms and legs suddenly became as rigid as steel. Thanks to his habit of observation, he noticed a dark spot near the animal's ear, took aim, and pulled the trigger. At the same instant came the report of the shot, a scream from Nell, and a dreadful growl. Stash sprang in front of Nell, and, while protecting her with his own body, took aim again. The second shot was quite unnecessary. The terrible cat lay stretched out like a rag, its nose on the ground, its paws in the grass, and it never even twitched. The bullet, an explosive one, had torn away the entire back of the head and neck, above which the eyes glared and the bloody, torn ganglia of the brain could be seen. The little huntsman and Nell stood for a moment side by side, looking first at the slain beast, then at each other, speechless. Then a strange thing happened. Stash, whose self-possession and calmness would have astonished the most experienced marksman, suddenly turned pale, his legs began to tremble, tears started from his eyes. He put his hands to his head and repeated over and over again, "Oh, Nell, Nell, if I had not turned back!" Here he was seized with terror, a terror bordering on despair, and every nerve in his body twitched and trembled as if he had an attack of ague. After his tremendous mental and bodily tension, there came a moment of weakness and lassitude. He imagined he saw the terrible beast lying in a dark cave, tearing Nell's body to pieces with its bloody mouth. And indeed, this might really have happened. It would have happened, had he not turned back. A moment, a second more, and it would have been too late. These thoughts were too much for him to bear. The result was that Nell, who was the first to recover from the fright, was obliged to comfort him. The dear little child threw both her small arms around his neck and wept, crying out as loudly as though trying to awaken him out of a sound sleep. "Stash, Stash, nothing has happened to me. Only look and see. Nothing has happened to me. Little Stash, dear Stash." It was some time before Stash recovered his composure and calmness. Soon after, Kali arrived on the scene. He had heard a shot near the camp, and knowing that Bwana Kubwa never shot in vain, he immediately brought a horse to carry away the game. But when the young negro saw the slain beast, he suddenly drew back, and his face became ashen grey. "Wobo!" he screamed. Not until now did the children approach the stiffening carcass, for Stash as yet had no definite idea of the kind of beast he had shot. At first sight, the boy thought it might be a very large serval, but on taking a nearer view, he knew that he was mistaken, for the dead beast was even larger than a leopard. Its golden yellow skin was dotted with chestnut-brown spots, but its head was narrower than that of a leopard, and resembled somewhat that of a wolf. Its legs were longer, its paws broader, and its eyes enormous. One of them had been completely torn away by the bullet. The second still stared at the children as if out of a chasm, immovable, frightful. Stash felt sure that it was some species of panther which zoologists knew as little about as geographers did of the Basso Narok Sea. Kali continued to gaze with terror at the outstretched animal, repeating in an undertone, as if afraid to awaken it, "Wobo! The great man has killed a wobo!" But Stash, turning to the girl, laid his hand on her little head, as if he wanted to make sure that Wobo had not stolen her, and said, "Do you see, Nell? Do you see that even if you are quite grown up, you ought not to go alone in the jungle?" "You are right, Stash," answered Nell with a penitent expression. "But may I go with you or with King?" "Tell me, how did this happen? Did you hear it approach you?" "No. A large golden fly flew out of the flowers, so I turned around toward it, and then I saw the beast just as it was creeping out from the ravine." "And what happened next?" "It stood still and began to look at me." "Did it look at you long?" "Long. It was only when I dropped the flowers and covered my face with my hands to protect myself that it began to creep up." Stash knew that if Nell had been a negress, she would have been carried off at once. and that she owed her deliverance to the surprise of the animal, which was disconcerted for a moment on the first sight of a creature so different from the people he had seen. Again the boy shivered from head to foot. Thank heaven that I turned back. Then he inquired further, "What were you thinking of at that moment?" "I wanted to call you, and did not dare, but—" "But what?" "But I thought that you would certainly defend me. I don't know—" At these words she threw her arm around his neck once more, and he began to stroke her hair. "Are you not afraid now?" "No." "My little Mzimu, my Mzimu, you see now what Africa is." "Yes, but you will kill all the vicious animals." "Yes, so I will." Both took another look at the beast of prey. Stash, who wished to keep its skin as a souvenir, told Kali to skin it, but the negro was afraid that a second wobo might appear from out of the ravine, and he begged not to be left there alone, and when asked whether he was really more afraid of a wobo than he was of a lion, he said, "A lion roars in the night and does not jump over a fence, but a wobo jumps over it in broad daylight, kills many negroes in the very heart of the village, and then steals one and eats him. Neither a spear nor a bow is any protection against a wobo, for a wobo can't be killed." "Nonsense," said Stash. "Look at this one. Isn't it quite dead?" "White man can kill a wobo, but not black man," answered Kali. At last they took a rope and tied the enormous cat to the horse, and the latter dragged it toward the camp. But Stash was unable to keep the skin, because King, who apparently guessed that the wobo had attempted to steal his little mistress, flew into such a rage that even Stash was unable to pacify him. Grasping the slain beast with his trunk, he threw it twice into the air. Then he began to beat it against a tree, and at last stamped it under his feet until it was a pulpy, formless mass. Stash was only able to save its teeth, which, with some other parts of its head, he had laid down in the path of a swarm of ants, and an hour later they had cleaned up the bones so thoroughly that there was not a sign of flesh or of blood to be seen. End of Part 2, Chapter 18. Part 2, Chapter 19 of Through the Desert by Henryk Sienkiewicz. Translated by Mary W. Artois. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by David Granville Young. Through the Desert by Henryk Sienkiewicz. Translated by Mary W. Artois. Part 2, Chapter 19. 4 days later, Stash made a halt on a plateau that, although smaller and narrower than Linda Mountain, bore a great resemblance to it. That very evening, Saba attacked a large baboon as he was playing with the remains of a kite, the second of those which the children had sent up before they started to travel toward the ocean, and after a hard fight, bit him to death. Stash and Nell, profiting by the halt to rest themselves, decided to continue making kites, but to send them up only when a strong monsoon was blowing from the west toward the east. Stash calculated that if but one of them were to fall into the hands of Europeans or Arabians, it would certainly excite unusual interest, and might be the means of a special expedition sent out to seek them. That his message might stand a better chance of being understood, he wrote on the kites not only in English and French, but also in Arabic, which was not difficult for him, as he was familiar with that language. Shortly after they broke up camp here, Kali said that in the chain of mountains which they saw toward the east, he recognized many peaks as those which surrounded the large sheet of dark water, the Basso Narok. But he was not quite positive, because the mountains assumed different shapes according to the position of the observer. After having passed a fairly broad valley covered with kuso bushes that resembled a large pink sea, they came upon a solitary Negro hut, inside of which were 2 hunters, one of whom was ill, having been bitten by a guinea worm. Both were so savage and stupid, so dismayed at the sight of these unexpected guests, and so certain that they intended to kill them, that at first they would give no information. It took a few strips of smoked meat to loosen the tongue of the sick man, who, besides being ill, was half-starved, as his comrade allowed him but little food. From him they learned that 1 day's journey farther on, there were some scattered hamlets which were governed by 2 chiefs independent of each other, and that farther on, behind a steep mountain, lay the Fumba country, which extends from this great sheet of water toward the west and south. When Stash heard this, he felt that a great load had been lifted from him, and he took courage once more, for were they not near the boundary of the land belonging to the Wahima tribe? It was, of course, hard to tell how they would find the remainder of the journey, but in any event the boy had reason to hope that it would not be more fatiguing or longer than the terrible ride from the banks of the Nile to the plain where they now were, which distance he had accomplished thanks to his wonderful quickness of action, and during which time he had saved Nell from death. He knew that the Wahima would welcome them most hospitably for Kali's sake, and would assist them in every way. Besides, he was accustomed to Negroes, and knew how to manage them, so he felt pretty sure he could get along with them even without Kali. "Do you know," he said to Nell, "that we have already covered more than half the distance between Fashoda and the sea, and during the remainder of our journey we may meet more savage Negroes, but we are free from the dervishes?" "I prefer Negroes," answered the girl. "Yes, as long as you pass for an idol. I was stolen from Fayum along with a girl called Nell, and now I am bringing a Masimu home. I shall tell my father and Mr. Rawlinson that they are not to call you by any other name." Her eyes began to twinkle merrily. "Perhaps we shall see our papas in Mombasa." "Perhaps. If it were not for the war raging on the banks of the Basso Narok, we might accomplish our journey sooner. How provoking that Fumba should go to war just at this time." At these words he beckoned to Kali. "Kali, has the sick Negro heard anything about a war?" "Yes, there is a very great war between Fumba and Samburu." "Then what will happen? How can we travel through the Samburu land?" "The Samburu will run away from the great man, from King, and from Kali." "And from you?" "And from Kali, for Kali has a gun that thunders and kills." Stash began to consider what part he would have to take in the war between the Wahima and Samburu tribes. He determined that the war should not interfere with their journey. He knew that their arrival would be a great surprise, and that it would give Fumba the upper hand. Therefore, all he need do would be to turn the prospective victory to his own advantage. On arriving in the small villages of which the sick hunter had made mention, they made further inquiries in regard to the war, and the news became more and more reliable, but at the same time unfavourable to Fumba. the small travellers learned that he was on the defensive and that the Samburu, led by Mamba, their king, had taken a considerable portion of the Wahima's country and captured a great many cows. It was said that the seat of war was on the south bank of the large sheet of water, where Fumba's great boma was situated, on a high and broad mountain. This news made Kali feel very sad. He begged Stash to travel as fast as he could over the mountain which separated them from the district that was menaced by the war, and he promised to find a road over which they could lead King as well as the horses. They were now in a country with which Kali was very familiar, and he recognized the mountain peaks he had known since childhood. But it was no easy matter to cross the mountain, and if they had not been assisted by the inhabitants of the last village, whose good favour they had won with gifts, they would have had to find another road for King. But these people knew the ravines on this side of the mountain better than Kali did, and after a wearisome journey of 2 days and 2 nights, during which they suffered greatly from the cold, they were eventually able to lead the caravan over a narrow pass into a valley which, from its appearance, seemed to belong to the land of the Wahimas. Stash made a halt to take a rest in this barren valley which was enclosed by shrubbery, but Kali, who begged to be allowed to go on horseback to reconnoitre in the direction of his father's boma, which lay a day's journey distant, started off that very night. Stash and Nell anxiously awaited his return for a whole following day and night, and they felt convinced that his strength must have given out, or that he must have fallen into the hands of the enemy. At last he reappeared on his weary and panting horse, he himself so tired and depressed that it made one sad to see him. He prostrated himself at Stash's feet and begged him to come to the rescue. "O great man," he said, "the Samburu have conquered Fumba's warriors and killed several of them, and those they have not killed they have driven out, and they are besieging Fumba in the great boma on Boko Mountain. Fumba and his warriors have nothing to eat on the mountain, and will perish if the great man does not kill Mamba and all the Samburus." While begging, he clasped Stash's knees. The latter frowned and considered what he should do, for, as always, Nell was his first consideration. At length he asked, "Where are the warriors of Fumba whom the Samburus have dispersed?" "Kali found them, and they will soon be here." "How many of them are there?" The young negro moved his fingers and toes several times, but apparently he could not give the exact number, for the simple reason that he could not count further than 10, and that every higher number was wengi, which means many. "When they come, put yourself at their head and hasten to the relief of your father," said Stash. "They are afraid of the Samburus and would not go with Kali, but they would go with the great man and kill wengi Samburus." Stash thought the matter over once more. "No," he said at last, "I can neither take Bibi to the battle nor leave her behind alone. Nothing would tempt me to do it." Thereupon Kali arose, folded his hands, and began repeating over and over again, "Lunla, Lunla, Lunla." "What do you mean by Lunla?" asked Stash. "A great boma for the wives of the Wahimas and the Samburus," answered the young negro. And he began to tell quite wonderful tales, for Fumba and Mamba had been at war with each other for several years. They had destroyed each other's plantations and stolen each other's cattle. But on the south bank of the lake there was a place called Lunla, in which, even during the hardest battles, the women of both tribes assembled to hold their market. This place was sacred. The war only raged between the men. The fortunes of war did not affect the destiny of the women, who found a safe refuge in Lunla, their spacious marketplace, which was enclosed by earthworks. During these disturbances, many of them fled there with their children and possessions. Some came from even the most distant villages, bringing smoked meat, beans, millet, manioc, and various other kinds of provisions. The warriors were not allowed to battle nearer Lunla than within earshot of the crowing of a cock, and they were not allowed within the earthworks which encircled the marketplace. They could only stand in front of the wall, and then the women handed them down provisions by means of long bamboo rods. This was an old-fashioned custom respected by both parties, but the victorious side always tried to hold the road to Lunla so as to prevent the vanquished from approaching near enough to the sacred place to hear the cock crow. "Oh, great man," begged Kali once more, as he clasped Stash's knee. "The great man will bring Bibi to Lunla, and he will take King and Kali and the gun and the fiery snakes, and he will conquer the wicked Samburus." Stash believed the young Negro's story, for he had heard that in many parts of Africa women are not affected by the wars. He remembered that a young German missionary in Port Said had once told him that the most warlike tribe of Masai, living in the vicinity of the great Kilimanjaro mountain, followed this custom, and that consequently the wives of the warriors on either side could pass freely and unmolested to the marketplace agreed upon, without fear of being attacked. Stash was much pleased that this custom still prevailed on the banks of the Basso Narok, for he felt confident that Nell would not be in any danger from the war. He also concluded to break up camp at once and take Nell to Lunla, which he was particularly desirous of doing, because a further journey was out of the question until the war was over, and the help of both the Wahimas and the Samburus was necessary. Accustomed as he was to make quick decisions, Stash knew at once what to do: to release Fumba, to conquer the Samburus, to prevent the Wahimas from taking too bloody a revenge, to command peace and reunite the antagonists, seemed to him absolutely necessary, not only for his own sake, but also for the Negroes. "It must be accomplished, and it shall be," he said to himself. And in the meanwhile, to pacify Kali, for whom he felt much sympathy, he explained to him that he by no means refused his assistance. "How far is it from here to Lunla?" he asked. "Half a day's journey." "Then listen, we will take Bibi there at once. Then I will ride on King and drive the Samburus from your father's boma. You will ride with me and fight against them. Kali will kill them with the gun." His despair changed to joy at once. He began to hop, to laugh, and to thank Stash with as much enthusiasm as if the victory were already won. Further outbursts of gratitude and joy were interrupted by the arrival of the warriors he had collected during his reconnoitring, and whom he had commanded to appear before the white man. There were about 30 men, armed with shields of hippopotamus skins, darts, bows, and knives. On their heads they wore feathers, manes of baboons, and bouquets of ferns. On beholding an elephant in the service of a human being, on seeing Saba and the horses, they were seized with fear and surprise, just as was the case with the Negroes in the villages through which the caravan had previously passed. But Kali had already told them that they would see a good Mzimu and a powerful man, who kills lions, who killed a wobo, of whom the elephant is afraid, who breaks rocks, makes fiery snakes rise in the air, etc. So, instead of running away, they formed in a long line and stood there silent and astonished, the whites of their eyes gleaming, for they were still uncertain whether they ought to kneel down or fall on their faces. But they firmly believed that, with the help of these extraordinary beings, the triumph of the Samburus would soon be at an end. Stash rode on the elephant through the rank and file of the standing warriors, like the leader of an army holding a review. Then he made Kali repeat his promise to release Fumba, and gave orders to break camp for Lunla. Kali rode in front with several warriors to tell the assembled wives of both tribes that they were to have rarer good fortune than ever before in seeing the good Mzimu, who was coming to them riding on an elephant. This was such an extraordinary occurrence that even those women of the Wahima tribe who recognized Kali as the lost heir to the throne thought that the king's young son was trying to make fun of them, and they were surprised that he attempted to joke when the whole tribe and Fumba were in such desperate straits. But several hours later, when an enormous elephant with a white palanquin on his back was seen approaching the earthworks, they were nearly beside themselves with joy, and welcomed the good Mzimu with such shouts and howls that Stash mistook the uproar for outbursts of hatred, especially as these negroes were so hideously ugly that they looked like witches. But this was their way of showing their great admiration. When Nell's tent was set up in a corner of the marketplace, in the shade of 2 trees with luxuriant foliage, the Wahima and the Samburu women adorned it with garlands and wreaths of flowers. Then they brought such a quantity of food that it was not only enough for the goddess herself, but also enough to last her retinue for a month. The delighted women even bowed before Maya, who was adorned with pink percale and several strings of blue glass beads, and for this reason, and also because she was Mzimu's servant, she seemed to them to be of much higher rank than an ordinary negress. Nasibu, on account of his youth, was also allowed within the enclosure, and he immediately profited by the offerings brought to Nell, and applied himself so conscientiously to eating that an hour later his little stomach resembled an African war drum. End of Part 2, Chapter 19. Part 2, Chapter 20 of Through the Desert by Henryk Sienkiewicz, translated by Mary W. Artois. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by David Granville Young. Through the Desert by Henryk Sienkiewicz, translated by Mary W. Artois. Part 2, Chapter 20. After resting a little while before the earthworks of Lunla, Stash started off before sunset with Kali, at the head of 300 warriors, to go to Fumba's boma, for he wanted to attack the Samburus by night, reckoning that in the darkness the fiery snakes would make a greater impression. The journey from Lunla to Boko Mountain, on which Fumba was besieged, would take 9 hours, counting the halt for rest, so that they would arrive before the fortress about 3 o'clock in the morning. Stash made the warriors halt and commanded them to be silent. Then he began to inspect the situation. The summit of the hill on which the defenders were waiting in ambush was wrapped in darkness, but the Samburus kept several campfires burning. Their light illuminated the steep sides of the cliff and the giant trees growing at its feet. And now, from a distance, could be heard the hollow sound of kettle drums, as well as the shouts and singing of the warriors, who apparently were not sparing of the pombe while celebrating their final victory. Stash, at the head of his men, advanced still further, so that at last he was not more than 100 feet from the last campfires. There seemed to be no one on guard anywhere, and the moonless night made it impossible for the savages to see the elephant, which was also hidden by the foliage. Stash, sitting on King's neck, gave his final orders in a low tone of voice, and made a sign to Kali to set off one of the rockets. A red streak spluttered, shot high up into the sky, and fell in a shower of red, blue, and golden stars. Then every voice ceased, and a moment of silence ensued. A few seconds later, 2 more fiery snakes ascended, making a crackling sound, and this time directed more horizontally toward the Samburu's camp. At the same time there were heard King's trumpeting and the howls of 300 Wahimas, who, armed with assegais, clubs, and knives, came up on the run. The battle that ensued was all the more terrible because it took place in absolute darkness, for in the excitement all the campfires had been extinguished and trampled down. From the first moment that the Samburus saw the fiery snakes, they were panic-stricken. What had taken place was absolutely beyond their comprehension. They only knew that some sort of terrible creatures had overtaken them, and that fearful and inevitable destruction threatened them. Most of them fled before the spears and clubs of the Wahimas touched them. Over 100 warriors, whom Mamba had gathered around him, defended themselves despairingly. But when, by the light of the shots, they saw a giant animal, and on it a being dressed in white, and heard the reports of the gun which Kali incessantly fired, they lost courage. When Fumba, who was on the mountain, saw the first rocket burst in the air above him, he fell to the ground from fright, and lay there several minutes as if lifeless. On recovering, he concluded, from the despairing howls of the warriors, that some kind of supernatural beings were slaying the Samburus. Then he thought that if he did not come to the assistance of these spirits, their rage might also be turned against him, and as the destruction of the Samburus meant his deliverance, he collected all his warriors and crept out of the boma by means of a hidden side passage, and thus quickly reached most of those trying to escape. The fight thus changed into a slaughter. The kettle drums of the Samburus ceased to rumble. The darkness was penetrated only by the red flashes from Kali's gun. The shrieks of dying warriors, the groans of the wounded, and the hollow beating of clubs on shields rang through the air. No one begged for quarter, for the Negroes know no mercy. For fear of hitting his own people in the confusion and darkness, Stash at last ceased firing, and, grasping Geba's sword, threw himself on the enemy. The Samburus could now escape from the mountains to the frontier only by passing through a broad ravine, but Fumba and his warriors blocked this narrow pass, and every one of the fugitives was slain save those who threw themselves on the ground and surrendered, though they knew that cruel slavery or immediate death awaited them from the conquerors. Mamba defended himself heroically until a club smashed in his skull. His son, the young Faru, fell into the hands of Fumba, who ordered him bound as a future thanksgiving offering for the spirits who had come to his assistance. Stash did not lead the terrible king into the battle, but only allowed him to roar, which frightened the enemies much more. He did not shoot once at the Samburus, for in the first place, before leaving Lunla, he promised Little Nell not to kill anyone, and secondly, he had really no desire to kill people who had never done him or Nell any harm. He was satisfied in having secured the victory for the Wahimas and in having released the besieged Fumba. When Kali came running up soon after with the news of the final victory, he ordered him to stop the battle, which was still raging in the clefts of the rocks and was being prolonged by Fumba's fury. But it was daylight before Kali could accomplish this. As is usual in tropical countries, the sun rose quickly behind the mountains and flooded with its bright light the battlefield, where lay more than 200 Samburu corpses. Some time later, when the fighting ceased and the joyful howling of the Wahimas disturbed the morning calm, Kali reappeared, but with such a sad and sorry countenance that it was very evident, even from a distance, that some mishap had befallen him. Standing still before Stash, he began to pound his head with his fists and to cry out in a sad voice, "O great man! Fumba Kufa! Fumba Kufa!" "Killed?" repeated Stash questioningly. Kali related what had happened, and from his words it was readily understood that this sad misfortune was the result of Fumba's revenge, for after the battle was over he attempted to kill 2 Samburus, and from one of them he received a thrust from a lance. The news was soon dispersed among the Wahimas, and an excited group surrounded Kali. Soon afterward 6 warriors carried the old king on spears. He was not dead, but mortally wounded. He wanted to see, before he died, the powerful man on an elephant who was the true conqueror of the Samburus. Astonishment was in his eyes, but the haze of death was also veiling them, and his pale and stiffening lips whispered softly, "Yansig, Yansig." Shortly after, his head sank back, his mouth opened wide, and he expired. Kali, who loved him, threw himself on his breast and wept. Some of the warriors began to beat their heads, others to proclaim Kali king and to cry out "Yansig" in his honour. Others fell on their faces before the young ruler. Not one dissenting voice was heard, for Kali was their king not only because he was Fumba's eldest son, but also because he had gained the victory. Meanwhile, in the sorcerers' huts and in the boma on the mountain top, the wild roaring of the bad Masimu could be heard. At first it was like the sound that Stash had heard before in the Negro village, but this time it was not directed against him, but demanded the death of the prisoners for killing Fumba. The drums beat, the warriors formed in a long line, each row consisting of 3 men, and then began a war dance around Stash, Kali, and the corpse of Fumba. "Oah! Oah! Yak! Yak!" repeated all the voices, their heads wagging right to left in a monotonous manner, the whites of their eyes shining, and the points of their spears gleaming in the morning sun. Kali stood up, turned to Stash and said, "The great man will bring Bibi to the boma and live in Fumba's hut. Kali will be king of the Wahimas, and the great man king over Kali." Stash nodded his head as a sign of approval, but he remained there a few hours longer, for he and King needed a rest. He did not leave until toward evening. During his absence, the corpses of the Samburus were carried away and thrown into a deep ravine nearby, over which a great many buzzards immediately settled. The sorcerers now made preparation for Fumba's burial, and Kali assumed the rulership as an absolute monarch, with power of life and death over all his subjects. "Do you know who Kali is?" Stash asked the girl on the way back from Lunla. Nell looked at him in surprise. "He is your servant." "Oho, a servant! Kali is now king of all the Wahimas." This news amused Nell very much. This sudden change, by which the former slave of the treacherous Geba and later Stash's servant had become king, struck Nell as extraordinary and exceedingly droll. Linda's remark that the Negroes were like children, incapable of remembering what happened from one day to another, did not apply to Kali, for scarcely had Stash and Nell reached the foot of Boko Mountain than the young monarch ran hastily toward them, greeted them with the usual reverence and joy, and repeated the same words he had spoken before. "Kali be king of the Wahimas, and the great man king over Kali." His admiration was so great that he all but worshipped Stash. He made a very low bow to Nell before the assembled people, for, from what he had observed during the journey, he knew that the great man was more concerned about the little Bibi than about himself. After he had solemnly led Stash and Nell up to the summit where the boma was, he assigned Fumba's hut to them. It resembled a large shed divided into several rooms. He ordered the Wahima women, who accompanied them from Lunla, and who never tired of gazing at the good Mzimu, to put vessels of honey and sour milk in the first room, and when he heard that the Bibi, who was very much fatigued from the journey, had fallen asleep, he commanded all the people to keep perfectly quiet, under penalty of having their tongues cut out. He now decided to pay them still greater homage, and so, when Stash appeared before the shed after a short rest, Kali approached, bowed low before him, and said, "Tomorrow Kali will give orders to bury Fumba and to behead as many slaves for Fumba and Kali as there are fingers on both their hands. And, to propitiate Bibi and the great man, Kali will order Faru, the son of Mamba, to be beheaded, and also Wengi other Samburus taken prisoners by the Wahimas." Stash frowned, and gazing severely into Kali's eyes, replied, "I forbid it." "Sir," said the young Negro in a trembling voice, "the Wahimas always behead their prisoners. When the old king dies, they behead people. If a young king follows, they behead people. If Kali does not command them to be killed, the Wahimas will not believe that Kali is king." Stash looked at him still more severely. "Well, how's that?" said he. "And did you not learn anything on Linda Mountain? Are you not a Christian?" "I am, O great man." "Then listen. The Wahimas have black brains, but your brains must be white. As you are now their king, you must enlighten and teach them what you learned from me and Bibi. They are now like jackals and hyenas. Make human beings of them. Tell them that it is forbidden to behead prisoners of war, for the Great Spirit, to whom Bibi and I pray, punishes those who shed innocent blood. White people do not behead prisoners, and you would treat them even more cruelly than Geba did you, and you a Christian. Shame on you, Kali. Replace the ancient and savage customs of the Wahimas by humane ones, and God will bless you, and Bibi will not say that Kali is a savage, a stupid and vicious negro." A terrible roaring from the sorcerers' huts drowned his words. Stash waved his hand excitedly and continued, "I hear! Your Mzimu wants the blood and the heads of the prisoners. But you know quite well what this is, and so you are not frightened at this noise. Therefore I only say this much to you. Take a bamboo rod, go into every hut, and thrash the sorcerers until they roar louder than their kettle drums, and throw the kettle drums into the midst of the boma, so that all the Wahimas may see and comprehend how these villains are deceiving them. And at the same time tell your stupid Wahimas what you told Umrua's people, that where the good Mzimu dwells, the blood of human beings must not be shed." Stash's words apparently had some weight with the young king, for he looked at him a moment and answered, "Kali will thrash the sorcerers well, will throw out the kettle drums, and tell the Wahimas that where the good Mzimu is, no blood must be shed. But what shall Kali do with Faru and the Samburus who have killed Fumba?" Stash, who had already planned everything, had anticipated this question, immediately answered, "Your father was slain, his father was slain, so both were slain. You must form a brotherhood with young Faru, then the Wahimas and the Samburus will live together in peace, planting manioc and hunting together. You must tell Faru about the Great Spirit, and Faru will love you like a brother." "Kali now have white brains," answered the young negro. And thus the conversation ended. Soon afterward, savage roars resounded once more, but this time not from the wicked Mzimu, but from the two sorcerers, whose skin Kali was thrashing as hard as he could. The warriors, who had remained below standing in a circle around King, hurried up the hill to see what was the matter. They saw with their own eyes, and heard from the words of the sorcerers themselves, that the wicked Mzimu, before whom they were accustomed to tremble, was only a hollowed-out tree trunk covered with monkey skin. And when they told young Faru that in deference to the wishes of the good Mzimu and the great man, he was not to be beheaded, but that Kali would eat a piece of him and he a piece of Kali, he could not trust his senses. Then, on hearing to whom he owed his life, he pushed himself before the entrance to Fumba's hut, and lay there until Nell came out and bade him arise. Then he took hold of her little foot with his black hands, and placed it on his head, as a sign that he would remain her slave for the rest of his life. The Wahimas were very much surprised at such orders of the young king, but the presence of the unknown guests, whom they looked upon as the most powerful sorcerers in the world, awed them to silence. The older people were displeased with the new customs, and the two sorcerers, realizing that all their good times were over, swore in their hearts to take terrible vengeance on the king and the newcomers. Meanwhile, Fumba was solemnly buried at the foot of the mountain under the boma. Kali planted a bamboo cross on his grave, and the negroes placed on it several vessels containing pombe and smoked meat, so that his spirit would not disturb them during the night. After the ceremony of the brotherhood between Kali and Faru was over, Mumba's corpse was given to the Samburus. End of Part 2, Chapter 20. Part 2, Chapter 21 of Through the Desert by Henryk Sienkiewicz, translated by Mary W. Artois. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by David Granville Young. Through the Desert by Henryk Sienkiewicz. Translated by Mary W. Artois. Part 2, Chapter 21. Well, can you tell how many journeys we have made since we left Fayum? Asked Stash. Yes. The girl raised her eyebrows and began to count on her fingers. Let me see. From Fayum to Khartoum, the first journey. From Khartoum to Fashoda, the second. From Fashoda to the gorge, where we found King, the third. From Linda Mountain to the lake, the fourth. Right. Perhaps there is not another fly in the world who has flown through so much of Africa. This fly would have been in a nice plight without you. And he began to laugh. A fly on an elephant, a fly on an elephant. But no tsetse. Ah, Stash, no tsetse? No, he replied, a more agreeable kind of fly. Nell, satisfied with this praise, leaned her little face on his arm and asked, And when shall we start on our fifth journey? As soon as you are rested, and I have taught these people, whom Kali has promised to send along with us, how to shoot a little. And are we going to travel very long? Oh, long, Nell, long. Who knows if this won't be the longest road? And you will, as you always do, find a way out of all our difficulties? I must. Stash really did the best he could, but the fifth journey required great preparation. They were going once more into unknown districts, in which there lurked innumerable dangers, and against these the boy wished to take greater precautions than he had ever done before. For this reason he taught 40 young Wahimas to shoot with Remington rifles, for he thought they would form a picked troop and would also serve as a guard for Nell. He could not train more men to shoot, for King had only carried 25 rifles, and the horses had carried 15. The rest of the army was to be made up of 100 Wahimas and 100 Samburus, armed with lances and bows, which Faru promised to supply, and whose presence solved the difficulties of the journey through the long stretch of wild country inhabited by the Samburu tribes. Stash recollected with pride how he had fled from Fashoda, travelling with no one but Nell and 2 negroes, and that he had had no help of any kind. So he now thought that, being in command of 200 armed men, and having an elephant and some horses, he could soon reach the coast. He tried to imagine what Englishmen, who lay such stress on forming resolutions, would say to this, and especially what his father and Mr. Rawlinson would say, and this made every difficulty appear light. Nevertheless, he was very uneasy for Nell's safety and for his own. Sure enough, he would most likely have little difficulty in passing through the Wahima and Samburu territory. But what would follow? What kind of tribes would he be likely to meet? Through what countries, and how many miles would he have to travel? Linda's directions had not been specific enough. Stash was very much worried because he had no idea where he was, for this part of Africa was represented as a white spot on the maps which he had studied. Besides, he had not the least idea what the Basso Narok Lake really was like, or how large it was. He happened to be on its south bank, where it appeared to be some 10 kilometres wide, but how far the lake stretched toward the north was something that neither the Wahimas nor the Samburus could tell him. Kali, who knew the Key Swahili language fairly well, answered all questions with "barley, barley," which meant "far, far," and that was all that Stash could get him to say. As in the north, the mountains at the horizon appeared to be fairly near, and he supposed that this water was a small salt lake, many of which are to be found in Africa. Several years later it was evident that he had been mistaken. For the present, it was not absolutely necessary to be more familiar with the banks of the Basso Narok, but it was important to find out whether a river flowed from it, eventually emptying itself into the ocean. The Samburus, Faru's subjects, declared that to the east of their country lay a large, waterless desert, which no one had ever crossed. Stash knew the Negroes well from the stories of travellers and from Linda's adventures, as well as from his own experiences with them, and he was convinced that as soon as danger and weariness would overtake them, many would return home, and perhaps not a single one remain with him. In this case, he would find himself in the middle of the desert alone with Nell, Maya, and the little Nasibu. But, above all, he recognized that the lack of water would break up and disperse the caravan. Following the watercourse, it would be impossible to suffer the tortures which attack all travellers in arid regions, so he inquired where a stream could be found. But the Samburus were unable to give him any reliable information, and he could not take a lengthy excursion along the eastern bank of the lake because other duties retained him at the boma. He was of the opinion that of all the kites he had sent up from Linda Mountain and from the Negro villages through which they had passed, probably not one had flown over the chain of mountains surrounding the Basso Narok. For this reason, it was necessary to make new ones and send them up, for these were the only ones the wind could carry far off over the flat desert, perhaps to the ocean. He had to give his personal attention to this matter, for Nell was very skilful in making the kites, and Kali had learned how to send them up, but neither was able to write on them the necessary message. Stash believed this to be a matter of the greatest importance, which should on no account be neglected. These duties occupied so much time that the caravan was not ready to start for 3 weeks. On the evening before they intended to depart, the young king of the Wahimas appeared before Stash, made a low bow, and said, "Kali will go with the master and with Bibi as far as the sheet of water on which the large rafts of the white men swim." This proof of devotion touched Stash, but he did not feel he had the right to take the boy on such an extended journey, from which he might not be able to return in safety. "Why do you want to go with us?" he asked. "Kali loves the great man and Bibi." Stash laid his hand on the woolly head. "Kali, I know that you are a true and faithful boy, but what will happen to your kingdom, and who will reign over the Wahimas in your place?" "Umlana, a brother of Kali's mother." Stash knew that Negroes fight for the throne, but power attracts them just as it does white people. He thought a while and then said, "No, Kali, I cannot take you along. You must stay with the Wahimas in order to make good people of them." "Kali, return to them." "Umlana has many sons, and what would happen if he should aspire to be king himself, and to leave his kingdom to his sons, and therefore instigate the Wahimas against you, so that they drive you away when you seek to return?" "Umlana is good. He no do that." "But if he does do it?" "Then Kali will go to the great sheet of water, to the great man and Bibi." "We shall not be there then." Then Carly will sit down near the water and weep for sorrow." At these words he folded his hands over his head and whispered, "Carly loves the great man and Bibi very much," and 2 large tears shone in his eyes. Stash hesitated, not knowing what to do. He felt sorry for Carly, but he did not grant his request at once. He knew that, apart from the dangers he might encounter on the return journey, if Umlana or the sorcerers were to incite the Negroes, not only would the young Negro be banished from his country, but his life would be endangered. "It will be much better for you to stay here," he said. "Much better." But while he was speaking, Nell appeared. She had overheard the whole conversation through the thin partition which separated the caravan, and when she saw tears in Carly's eyes, she wiped them away with her little fingers, and, turning to Stash, said, "Carly will go with us." This she spoke in a decided tone. "Oh-ho," answered Stash, a little hurt. "You are not the one to decide." "Carly will go with us," she repeated. "Perhaps not." Then she suddenly stamped her little foot, saying, "I wish it," and burst into tears. Stash looked at her in great surprise, as if unable to understand what had happened to the child, who was usually so good and so gentle. But when he saw how she put both little fists up to her eyes, and with open mouth gasped for air like a little bird, he at once said, "Carly shall go with us. Yes, he shall go with us. Why are you crying? How unreasonable you are. He shall go. Do you hear? He shall go." And so it was settled. Stash felt ashamed of himself all that day because of his weakness in giving in to the good Mzimu, and she, having gained her point, was as quiet, gentle, and submissive as ever. End of Part 2, Chapter 21. Part 2, Chapter 22 of Through the Desert by Henryk Sienkiewicz, translated by Mary W. Artois. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by David Granville Young. Through the Desert by Henryk Sienkiewicz, translated by Mary W. Artois. Part 2, Chapter 22. The caravan started on its journey at sunrise the following day. The young Negro felt very happy, the little despot was gentle and obedient, and Stash was full of energy and hope. 100 Wahimas accompanied them, 40 of the latter being armed with Remington rifles, which they knew how to use quite well. Their white leader, who had instructed them for 3 weeks, knew that at a given signal they would make a great deal of noise, but do little damage. He also knew that in a conflict with savage people, noise plays as important a part as do bullets, and he was pleased with his guards. The caravan took away large quantities of manioc, little baked cakes made of big fat ants carefully dried and ground to flour, and also a great deal of smoked meat. About 10 women also accompanied the caravan, and they carried various things for Nell's comfort, and water bags made of antelope skins. From the elephant's back, Stash supervised and gave orders, which were perhaps not exactly necessary, but he did this more because he loved to play the role of the leader of an army. Indeed, he surveyed his small army with pride. "If I wanted to," he said to himself, "I could be king of all these tribes, just as Ben-Yovsky was in Madagascar." And the thought flashed through his brain that perhaps it would be well to return here eventually, subjugate a whole region, civilize the Negroes, and found a new Poland in this country, or even to leave for old Poland at the head of an army of trained Negro soldiers. But feeling this was an absurd idea, and doubting whether his father would give him permission to play the part of an Alexander of Macedon in Africa, he did not confide these thoughts to Nell, who was the only person in the world who would agree with him. Besides, it would be essential to be independent of these savages before attempting to conquer this part of Africa, and so he busied himself with what lay nearest him. The caravan advanced in a rope-like line. Stash on King had determined to bring up the rear, so as to be able to have everything under his own eyes. When the people marched past him in single file, he noticed with surprise that the two sorcerers, Mkunji and Umpua, who had been thrashed by Kali, also belonged to the caravan, and were carrying baggage on their heads and marching along with the others. He stopped them and asked, "Who told you that you might go along with us?" "The king," answered both, bowing very low. But under the mask of humility, their eyes shone so wildly, and their faces bore such an expression of rage, that at first Stash felt like driving them away, and was only prevented because he did not wish to undermine Kali's authority. Calling Kali to him, he asked, "Did you order the sorcerers to go with us?" "Kali told them to, for Kali is clever." "Therefore I again ask you, why did your cleverness not leave them at home?" "If Mkunji and Umpua had remained, they would have stirred up the Wahimas so that they would have killed Kali on his return, and if they go along with us, Kali will look out for them and put a guard on them." Stash considered a while and said, "Perhaps you are right, but be on the alert day and night, for there is mischief in their eyes." "Kali has bamboos," answered the young Negro. The caravan now set forth. At the last moment, Stash ordered that the guards equipped with Remington rifles should close the procession, for they were selected and trusted men. During the gun practicing, they had in a way become fond of their young leader, and because they guarded his illustrious person, they felt themselves more favoured than the others. They now had to guard the entire caravan and to capture those who attempted to run away. It was evident that as soon as danger or fatigue came, there would be plenty of deserters. On the first day, however, everything was peaceful as could be. The Negroes with the burdens on their heads, each armed with a spear and several smaller darts, wound through the jungle in one long line. For a while they advanced over a flat tract on the southern border of the lake, but as high mountain summits enclosed the lake on all sides, they found on turning toward the east that it was necessary to climb over the hills. The old Samburus, who knew this country, declared that the caravan would have to cross narrow passes which lay between the mountains Kulal and Emo, and that until they reached the other side, they would not come to the flat land south of Bovani. Stash knew that they could not march directly eastward, for he remembered that Mombasa lay several degrees the other side of the equator, and therefore a considerable distance south of this unknown lake. But as he still possessed several of Linda's compasses, he was not afraid of losing his way. The quarters for the first night were arranged on a woody height. As soon as it had become dark, a great many campfires flashed forth, around which the negroes roasted dried meat and ate cakes made of manioc roots, which they took out of the pots with their fingers. After they had appeased their hunger and thirst, they talked over matters with one another, speculating as to where Bwana Kubwa was going to lead them, and what they would receive for their services. Some sang as they squatted on the ground like Turks and stared into the fire, but they all talked so long and so loudly that at last Stash was obliged to command silence so that Nell could sleep. The night was very cool, but the next morning, when the first rays of sunlight lighted up the scene, the air became warm. At sunrise, the small travellers beheld a peculiar sight. They were just approaching a lake about 200 kilometres long, or what might be called a large puddle, which had been formed in a mountain valley by the rain, when Stash, who was sitting alongside of the girl on King and surveying his surroundings through the telescope, suddenly cried, "Nell, look! See the elephants going to the water!" Half a kilometre away could be seen a herd of 5 beasts slowly advancing, single file, toward the small lake. "But these are strange-looking elephants," said Stash, who was still regarding them very attentively. "They are not so large as King, and have much smaller ears, and as for tusks, I don't see any at all." Meanwhile the elephants went into the water, but they did not pause on the bank like King usually did, and did not bathe themselves with their trunks, but, steadily advancing, they went deeper and deeper into the water, so that at last only their black backs, resembling pieces of rock, stood out over the surface of the water. "What's that? They are diving!" cried Stash. The caravan was slowly approaching the bank, and at last reached it. Stash ordered a halt, and gazed with the greatest surprise, first at Nell, then at the lake. There was nothing to be seen of the elephants except 5 dots looking like red flowers riding above the surface of the water and rocking gently to and fro. "They are standing on the bottom, and these are the ends of their trunks," exclaimed Stash, scarcely believing his own eyes. Then he called to Kali, "Kali, did you see?" "Yes, sir, Kali has seen. Those are water elephants," answered the young negro calmly. "Water elephants? This is not the first time Kali has seen them." "And they live in the water?" "In the night they go into the jungle and graze. In the daytime they live in the lake, just like the ribboks. They do not go out until after sunset." For some time Stash could not recover from his surprise, and had he not been in a hurry to continue the journey, he would have held back the caravan till the evening, so as to have a better opportunity of observing these peculiar beasts. But it also occurred to him that the elephants might emerge on the opposite side of the lake, and even if they were to come out of the water at any nearer place, it would be difficult to see them well in the dark. So he gave the command to depart, but on the way he said to Nell, "Nell, we have seen something which no European has ever seen before, and do you know what I think? That if we are lucky enough to reach the ocean, no one will believe me when I tell them that there are water elephants in Africa." "And if you had caught one of them, and had taken it along with you to the ocean?" said Nell, who, as usual, felt satisfied that Stash could do anything. End of Part 2, Chapter 22. Part 2, Chapter 23 of Through the Desert by Henryk Sienkiewicz. translated by Mary W. Artois. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by David Granville Young. Through the Desert by Henryk Sienkiewicz, translated by Mary W. Artois. Part 2, Chapter 23. After travelling 10 days, the caravan issued from the mountain pass and entered a very different region, an extended plain, mostly level, but broken here and there by small wave-like hillocks. The vegetation was completely changed. No large trees towered above the waving, grassy plain. Only here and there, quite far apart, there sprang up rubber acacias with coral-coloured and umbrella-shaped stems, but scanty foliage, and therefore furnishing but little shade. In some places between the anthills, a species of euphorbia, with branches resembling the arms of a candlestick, grew taller than the grass. Hawks soared high in the air, and lower down, black and white feathered crow-like birds flew from one acacia bush to the other. The grass was yellow and had ears like ripe corn. The dried-up jungle seemed to furnish abundant food for many different kinds of animals, for during the day the travellers often met large herds of antelope and a great many zebras. The heat on the open and treeless plain became unbearable. The sky was cloudless, the days were fiery hot, and the night did not bring much relief. Day by day the journey grew more arduous. The small villages through which the caravan passed were inhabited by the wildest savages, who were so terror-stricken that they received the travellers very reluctantly, and if it had not been for the numerous armed men, and the sight of white faces, and King and Saba, great danger would have threatened them. Stash, aided by Carly, learned that there were no more villages farther on, and that they were coming to a waterless district. The tales they heard were hard to believe, for the numerous animals they saw must have found some watering place. But these stories of a desert in which there was rumoured to be neither stream nor puddle frightened the negroes, and some of them deserted the party, and Mkunji and Mpua set the example. Fortunately, their flight was quickly perceived, and the mounted troop which accompanied the travellers discovered them before they had gotten far from the camp. When they were brought back, Carly, by the aid of a bamboo rod, convinced them of the inadvisability of such a course. Stash assembled the whole company and gave them a lecture, which the young negro translated into their native language. Dwelling on the fact that at their last headquarters they had heard lions roaring around the camp all night, Stash did his best to convince his people that any one attempting to run away would certainly become their prey, or, if he were to pass the night in an acacia tree, the still more terrible wobos would lie in wait for him. He also said that where there are antelope there must also be water, and that if in the course of their journey they were to strike waterless regions, they could take with them enough water for 2 or 3 days in bags of antelope skin. The negroes paid strict attention to what he said, and continually repeated, "Oh, mother, how true it is!" But the following night 5 Samburus and 2 Wahimas deserted, and from that time someone was missing every night. But Mkunji and Mpua did not make a second attempt to escape, for the simple reason that Carly had them bound at sundown every night. The country became drier and drier, the sun beat down mercilessly on the jungle, and not a single acacia could now be seen. They still came across herds of antelope, though fewer than they had seen previously. The donkey and the horses so far had enough food, for beneath the high dried grass they found in many places short green grass only slightly scorched by the sun. But King, although he was not fastidious, became much thinner. On approaching an acacia, he would break it apart with his head and trunk, and fill himself with young leaves and pods. Until now, the caravan had always been able to strike water, though it was often bad and had to be filtered, or so salty that it was not fit to drink. Then it often happened that the men Stash sent out in advance under Kali's guidance would return without having found a single puddle or even a tiny brook in the hollows of the ground, and Kali would proclaim in troubled tones, "Madi Apana," there is no water there. Stash was soon convinced that this long final journey would certainly not be easier than the ones they had accomplished before, and he began to worry about Nell, for a great change had also come over her. Her face, instead of being tanned by the sun and wind, had become paler and paler day by day, and her eyes had lost their accustomed brilliancy. Fortunately, on these dry plains there were no flies nor danger of fever, but it was very evident that the unbearable heat was wasting away the girl's strength. Even now the boy looked sadly and apprehensively at her little hands, which had become as white as paper, and he bitterly reproached himself for having lost so much time in making preparations, and in instructing the negroes how to shoot, that he had to continue the journey in the hottest time of the year. With these anxieties the days passed. Even more greedily and mercilessly the sun drank the dampness and the life from the earth. The grass shriveled and dried up until it was so brittle that it broke off under the hoofs of the antelope, which threw up clouds of dust as they passed. But the travellers now found a small stream, which they distinguished from a distance by the long rows of trees growing on its banks. The negroes ran as fast as they could toward the trees, and on arriving at the bank threw themselves down side by side on the ground, dipping their heads in the water and drinking so greedily that they only desisted when a crocodile caught one of them by the hand. Other negroes immediately hastened to the assistance of their comrade and drew the horrible reptile out of the water at once, but it would not let go of the man's hand, although they opened its jaws with spears and knives. King, however, made an end of it by trampling it underfoot as if it had been a rotten mushroom. When the negroes had at last quenched their thirst, Stash ordered a round fence of tall bamboos to be erected in the shallow water, so it could only be entered from one side of the bank, that Nell might bathe in privacy. The girl was greatly refreshed by the bath, after which she lay down, and after a rest felt greatly strengthened. To the great delight of the whole caravan, including Nell, Bwana Kubwa decided to remain 10 days near the water. When this became known, all felt so happy that they forgot the fatigue they had experienced. Some, after being restored by a good nap, wandered among the trees near the stream, looking for palms that bear wild dates, called Job's tears, of which necklaces are made. Some of them returned before sunset, carrying in their hands square white objects, which Stash recognized as his own kites. One of these kites bore the number 7, which proved that it had been sent up from Linda Mountain, for the children had sent up at least 10 from that place. The sight of this pleased Stash so much that he took heart again. "I had no idea," he said to Nell, "that the kites could fly so far. I was sure that they would be entangled in the peaks of the Caravaggio Mountains, and I only sent them up thinking to let them take their chance. But now I see that the wind can carry them in any direction, and I trust those we sent up from the mountains around the Basso Narok and on the road here will fly as far as the ocean." "They will certainly fly there," said Nell. "So be it," said the boy to strengthen his trust, while thinking of the dangers and difficulties that still lay before them on their journey. The third day the caravan started off again, taking with them a large supply of water in the leather bags. Before nightfall they again came to a region dried up by the rays of the sun. Not even an acacia was to be seen, and the ground in some places resembled a threshing floor. Occasionally they came across passiflora, with stems penetrating the ground and resembling huge bottle gourds as much as 4 feet or more in diameter. From these enormous balls grew lianas thin as twine, which crept along the ground quite a distance, forming such an impenetrable thicket that even mice would have had a hard time to find a way through it. But, notwithstanding the beautiful green of these plants, which remind one of the European bear's foot, they were so very thorny that neither king nor the horses could eat any part of them. The donkey, however, nibbled at them, though very carefully. At times they saw nothing for several miles except coarse short grass and flowers of a low order, like the Deurblumen, which breaks off at the merest touch. On their first day in this place, the sun beat down in fiery heat all day long. The air quivered as it does in the Libyan desert. The earth was so flooded with light that all objects appeared white. Not a sound, not even the buzzing of insects, broke the death-like stillness through which penetrated the wilting glare. All in the party were bathed in perspiration. Now and again they would lay down the baggage, the dried meat, and the shields in a large pile so as to find shade beneath it. Stash gave orders to be sparing of the water, but negroes are like children who take no thought for the morrow. At last it became necessary to place a guard around those who carried the bags of provisions, and to deal out a fixed allowance of water to each one separately. Kali fulfilled this task very conscientiously, but it consumed a great deal of time, retarded their march, and therefore the finding of new watering places. The Samburus now complained that the Wahimas were given more water than they, and the Wahimas complained that the preference was shown to the Samburus. The latter now threatened to turn back, but Stash gave them to understand that if they did, Faru would have them beheaded, and he himself ordered the hunters, who were armed with Remington rifles, to keep guard and see that no one escaped. The second night they passed on a barren plain. No boma, or as they called it in the Sudanese language, zariba, was erected, for there was nothing there to build it of. King and Saba formed the camp guards, which in reality was sufficient protection. But King, who had not been given a tenth of the water he needed, trumpeted for it until sunrise, and Saba hung out his tongue, turned his eyes towards Stash and Nell, silently begging for at least a few drops of water to drink. The girl asked Stash to give the dog a little drink of water out of one of the rubber bags which they had found among Linda's things, and which he wore attached to a cord around his neck. But he was keeping this for the little girl, in case of dire necessity, and refused her request. Toward evening of the fourth day, there were only 5 small bags of water left, containing hardly enough to give each person half a glassful. But as the nights were always cooler than the days, one is not so thirsty then as under the burning rays of the sun, and as everyone had been given a little water to drink in the morning, Stash ordered that the water bags be reserved for the following day. The negroes grumbled at this, but they still stood in such awe of Stash that they did not dare to tamper with the little that was left, especially as there were always 2 men, armed with Remington rifles, keeping guard over the water bags, who relieved each other every hour. The Wahimas and the Samburus quenched their thirst as best they could by pulling up miserable blades of grass and chewing their small roots, but even these had retained no moisture, for the merciless sun had sucked it all out of the ground. Although sleep did not quench their thirst, it at least enabled them to forget it. At night, every one of the party, tired and exhausted from the day's march, dropped down where he stood, apparently lifeless, and fell fast asleep. Stash also slept, but he was too much worried and troubled to sleep long and restfully. After a few hours he awoke and began to wonder what the future would bring forth, and where he could find water for Nell and the whole caravan, man and beast. The situation was difficult and even terrible, but as yet the sensible boy did not yield to despair. He recalled all that had happened since they had been carried off from Fayoum until the present moment. The first great journey through the Sahara, the hurricane in the desert, the escape from Geber, then the journey which they took after Linda's death to Lake Basso Narok, and on to where they were now stopping. "We have gone through so much and suffered so much," he said to himself. "How often it seemed to me that everything had collapsed and I could find no way out of my difficulties. Yet God helped me and I always found a way out. It is quite impossible that after having gone so far and been through so many dangers, we should give out on this last journey. We still have a little water, and this place is certainly not the Sahara, for if it were, the people would surely have known it." But he was especially elated by the fact that during the day he had seen through the telescope indistinct outlines as of mountains lying toward the south. To reach them would mean a journey of perhaps 100 miles, but if they only could reach them, they would be saved, for mountains are rarely without water. How much time that would require he was unable to tell, for it depended on the height of the mountain. In air so transparent as in Africa, high summits can be seen a considerable distance away, so water must be found nearer by. Otherwise, destruction threatened them. "It must be done," Stash repeated to himself. The hard breathing of the elephant, who was trying his best to blow the fiery heat out of his lungs, continually interrupted the thoughts of the boy. But after a while it seemed to him as if he heard a voice like someone groaning, which sounded as though it came from another part of the camp, in fact from where the water bags lay covered up for the night with grass. As the groaning continued, he arose and went to see what was the matter. The night was so bright that in the distance he could see 2 dark bodies lying side by side, and the barrels of the guns glistening in the moonlight. "The negroes are all alike," he thought. "They should be guarding this water, which is now more precious to us than anything else in the world, and both of them are sleeping as soundly as if in their own huts. Ah, Kali's bamboo will be of some use tomorrow." With these thoughts, he approached nearer and kicked one of the guards, but immediately drew back horrified, for the apparently sleeping negro lay on his back with a knife thrust up to the hilt in his throat, and beside him lay the other man with his throat so terribly cut that his head was nearly severed from his body. 2 bags of water had disappeared. 3 lay in the middle of the uprooted grass, slit open and shriveled. Stash's hair stood on end. End of Part 2, Chapter 23.